officials for this match, on field Neil Pratt and Jack Chantry, and in the scorebox Paul Rogers and Jane Locke. Catering is available from outlets around the ground, while members can also take advantage of the facilities in the members' lounge, including hot food served at lunch. At lunch, supporters are welcome to come onto the outfield, however you must remain off the square. Any spectators who do not respect this request will be removed from the field.
Morning. Sorry we're a bit late on parade. We're just chewing the fat. Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby and Richard Drake from BBC Radio
Somebody
Leicester.
glanced at our watches and thought,
When I saw umpires coming out, I think they're out early,
play
aren't
some
they?
cricket.
They're out early. Welcome to the Central Co-op County Ground in Derby for day 2 of Derbyshire against Leicestershire in the County Championship. Second against first, but not for long. Leicestershire 357 for 3 yesterday, having been 0 for 2 at one point. Lewis Hill unbeaten on 132, and Peter Handscomb unbeaten on 99. And we saw a century yesterday as well from Rian Ahmed, a very nice century as well, off 139 balls in the end. He got to his century in 118, batted really nicely. Rather gave it away, but ultimately it probably won't make any difference because Leicestershire, Richard, I would suggest, are in a very strong position.
looks that way, doesn't it? Whether they can build on those foundations, well, they should be able to aim to bat just the ones in the game.
People have been delighted to hear, and that noise in the background is the heavy roller just leaving the playing field for the first time since the game started, so only another 3 to go.
Beastly thing.
Absolutely. It should be consigned to the dustbin of history. During matches, I understand the requirement. I understand the need for them when you're making pitches. Preparing pitches is probably the best. You don't make them, do you? That's absolute nonsense. So, what we're going to do is I'll be doing an update fairly shortly. Richard's gone to do his I think so, Liam. Thank you. We had a number of issues yesterday, but today I think we're going to be okay. So here we go. It's going to be Blair Tickner to bowl the first delivery. He's bowling to Peter Handscomb on 99, playing in his 200th first-class match. Peter Handscomb. And in comes Tickner and bowls, and Handscomb turns it into the leg side. And there is no run. So a slight anticlimax, expecting Handscomb to get to 3 figures with the first delivery, I suppose. It will be his 28th first-class century. And he waits now as Tickner is on his way in and bowls to Peter Handscomb, who pushes this one out into the offside. And again, there is no run. Just the one slip and a gully. Man at point, who is David Lloyd, who is windmilling his arms furiously at the moment. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and man out on the deep backward square leg boundary. Update coming up. I hope we don't miss Peter Handscomb's century. Here comes the update as Tickner's in. No run. Three deliveries have been bowled so far this morning. Sally Leicestershire remain on 357 for 3. We're just waiting for Peter Handscomb to become the 3rd centurion for Leicestershire. Overnight, 99 not out. He's faced 3 dot balls so far. Lewis Hill at the other end, 132 not out. The partnership's worth 188. Leicestershire well on top in this one, 357 for 3. And in comes Tickner. I say in comes, he starts with that sort of prancing start and then he bowls to Handscomb, who pushes this one rather leading edgishly out into the offside. And again, there's no run. Richard may well get back in time to see the century at this rate, which would be excellent news for everybody really. Derbyshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you're inclined to get in touch. The sun just starting to peek out. I missed the long leg, incidentally. I've just spotted Zach Chappell down to our left-hand side. So 2 men just slightly backward of square and 1 further round on the leg side. And now a second slip goes in. Caleb Jewell at first and Wayne Madsen at second. They're obviously detecting a little bit of movement. In comes Tickner again and really tucks up Handscomb with a sharp delivery that might just have jagged back a touch. Haven't seen a replay of that one, but it was a decent looking. Here we go. Thank you, Matt. Tickner, the camera's a little low down, but can we see if it's jagged back a bit? Oof, that's a nasty one. And I'm delighted to say, for the final ball of the over, ladies and gentlemen, will you welcome Richard Ray.
Perfect timing, or is it? He's bowled really nicely in this overplay. Tickner comes pounding in and bowls to Handscomb on 99, and again it's arrow straight, and Handscomb is prepared to be patient. So we have a maiden. We didn't have many of those yesterday. 5 or 6 of them. Was it in the end? 4, 5, oh, a few more than that.
7.
7.
That's Blair Tickner's first maiden. 4 for Rees, 2 for Thompson, and remarkably 1 for Jack Morley, who bowled as poorly as I've seen him bowl for Derbyshire, in all honesty, yesterday, and I'm sure he and his family won't mind me saying they might do. He just couldn't get it right. He was either too short or, more often than not, too full, and bowled an awful lot of full tosses. It was almost like the pitch wasn't long enough. I only went out with the tape measure at one point just to make sure it was 22 yards rather than 20, because he just couldn't. Well, we didn't know if the ball was turning or not, did we, really?
Zach Chappell, who didn't quite look as well as he might have done yesterday in terms of his physical fitness, but he looks a little bit looser this morning, so I think it was just poor Blair Tickner's got his hands on him. He looks like he's being ill at the moment. He's okay, I think.
Match abandoned.
Chappell then from the racecourse end bowls very full to Lewis Hill, who leans forward and strokes the ball out towards Kame in the covers. Thought he may go and try and follow through on that one and punch it away to the boundary, or try to. Wasn't able quite to do so. Tickner again down on his haunches. I think it's just a sort of stretch for the big Kiwi, but he doesn't look at his.
No, he
doesn't look very happy, does he? Out there,
he doesn't. Harry Kame just asking him if he's okay, and hands on his hips as he walks back into position. He'll be fine.
Chappell then in past umpire Jack Shantry, bowls to Hill. Little grunt of effort. Hill shouts no as he blocks it on the back foot out towards mid-on. Lewis Rees, who was the player put up for interview yesterday by Derbyshire, and was honest enough to acknowledge that the Derbyshire attack probably wasn't at its best, which, as we discussed earlier, Fletcher's sort of cricketer speak for we weren't very good. In goes Chappell and bowls full again. Hill drives, and Tickner is going to have to scramble across to his left. He does so scramble and puts in a nice tumbling stop away to his left, gets his throw away, but Hill picks up the one that brings his captain back down on strike and gets his score going for the day. Moves on to 133. Had a little chat to Lewis at the end of play after speaking to Rehan Ahmed. He was a happy chap, was Hilly. Relaxed, and said that's probably the best you've played this season, as well as you've played this season. And yeah, he thought that was fair enough. Same probably true of Handscomb. Looks around him. There is a gap at square leg if he's going to try and pick up this single off this delivery. In goes Chappell, bowls to him, and that is the gap that he chooses. He clips it away to deep backward square, takes one. In fact, he's going to turn back for the second. Peter Handscomb's second century of the championship season, of the first class season, takes off his helmet, raises his bat to the pavilion, gets a little round of applause for some of the Derbyshire players, which is good to see, and he gets a high five and a hug from Lewis Hill. I think we worked out yesterday that's his 29th first class century.
Well, I don't know if you might be right, but I'm not sure in these stats here if first class says 27 and tests says 2, so I think this is 28th. Do they put the tests in the first class ones? They should do, because it's first-class cricket, but
I'm not sure they do. You might be right.
I don't
actually
know. But either way, it's a lot.
Chappell in again to Handscomb, who is edging behind. Well, it was a nice delivery from Chappell, just held its own off the seam. Handscomb was drawn into the push. There was a palpable edge, comfortable catch, sort of running to his right for Brooke Guest. It wasn't a great carry through to the keeper, but it was at a reasonably comfortable height. So first breakthrough has come early, as it did yesterday. Handscomb got to his 3 figures, but not much further, and Leicestershire are 360 for 4.
Didn't even allow me to tell you that he only hit 5 fours to get to 3 figures, which is a very low proportion of runs in a century. Faced 171 deliveries in all, 170 to get to 3 figures, and was out next ball. And I was also just going to say that Leicestershire had done well to negotiate the first 8 deliveries, because it was going to be plain sailing from here, because 2 of the 3 wickets that fell yesterday fell in the first 8 balls of the day, which is it was a very strange looking, it still is a very strange looking scorecard, with the first 2 openers not scoring at all, and then everybody else getting a century, which is mad, isn't it? It was I'm not sure it's nipped that much, really.
No, he was drawn into pushing it a slightly wide one, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Seeing the replay.
Just put it in a better area than they put it in for the majority of yesterday. Probably fair to say. Derbyshire have got a target here, and if they can, it's not going to happen, obviously, but if they can keep Leicestershire below 400, then all of a sudden it doesn't look as daunting. Whether they can do that or not, they'll have to take another 6 wickets for 40, but they have to sort of set themselves a target of that nature, I think, to keep them going.
Well bowled, Zach Chappell, nonetheless. 2 for 41 for Big Zach, who is in and bowling to Ian Holland. Everything behind that one from Holland. But it's been a good start by Chappell. Good over. Conceded the 2 runs that gave Handscomb his century, but then picked up the Australia international batsman's wicket and gets a warm round of applause from teammates and the crowd. But it's not negligible. There's quite a few in your permanent temporary stand.
Yeah, still
temporary permanent stand.
Permanent temporary. People coming in still. Which we should expect on a weekday morning. It is Wednesday, isn't it?
It is Wednesday.
Excellent, thank you. I always like to check. So 360 for 4, and Lewis Hill on 133. Now, is Holland going to get a century, or is he going to be out for naught? They're the options, but it's Hill on strike as Tickner comes in and bowls a short delivery, just sways backwards and out of the way of it. And Zach Chappell is on the boundary's edge away to our left and greeted by Alex Hughes, who's the team analyst, the bowling coach Ajmal Shahzad down there to our left-hand side.
Sorry.
No, you carry on.
I was just going to say, Ian Holland's figures for the season so far, obviously missed a couple of games playing in America, but 279 runs, started the season, opening the batting.
Tickner is in, bowls to Hill. That one's closer to the outside edge of the bat than the middle as it pushes it out into the offside. And there's no run. Yes, he missed a couple of games playing in America is not a phrase that you would have uttered 2 or 3 years ago, I imagine. But
no, indeed.
Yeah, he's been out with Major League Cricket, as Ian Holland.
Yes, Washington.
Oh, yeah.
I've forgotten their moniker.
Spirit. Oh no, Freedom.
That's the word.
Yeah, because their owners own the other team with initials WF in August. 360 for 4. As Tickner is in, that one is dabbed to Gully, where it's quite nicely fielded by Caleb Julie. Just parries it, just tumbling away to his left slightly. And as is his wont, he stays down quite a long time whenever he fields anything, really, Caleb Julie. Likes to be close to nature, presumably. Now he's back on his feet. The Tasmanian. Yes, Washington, Freedom. There's an irony. Here comes Tickner again. in and bowls to Hill down the leg side, falls over, but he does do that. He hasn't done it much in this game, actually, Blair Tickner. Hasn't fallen over a lot, but he does tend to fall over a fair bit. Sort of slid along the pitch on his knees, which I'm not entirely sure his batters would have appreciated with the opposition on 360 for 4, but he was some way outside what would be the off stump to a left-hander. Caleb Jewell, take note. He's one of the few left-handers in this team. Lewis Rees, of course. As Tickner is in and bowls. That one is defended again, this time off the back foot, high up on his toes. Plays it out towards an Aaron Donald, whose figure will be large on the big telly in South Wales, I'm told today. All right. Good morning to the Donalds. Another working from home day. I don't know how they manage it, really, if I'm entirely honest with you, but sounds like an easy life to me. Just the one slip for Tickner. This ball is, what, 18 overs, nearly 19 overs old now. Final ball of the over. Tickner bowls another short one, and Hill ducks underneath it. And it's the end of Tickner's 15th over, his second maiden. Flooded with maidens this morning. We had one yesterday morning and then none until about 5:30. But Tickner's just bowled another maiden, one for 67. His figures 360 for 4, with Holland yet to get off the mark, and Hill on a 133.
I wonder how much good in terms of softening the ball up, banging it halfway down the pitch actually does when it is still, hopefully from the bowling side's point of view, in reasonably good shape. Zach Chappell used it nicely in his first over. Can he do so in his second? Ian Holland on strike as Chappell is in, bowls to the American, and he was born in America, in Wisconsin.
Was he?
Yeah, thick inside edge, and it runs to square leg, behind square in fact. So Holland is up and running with a single, and tells Lewis Hill, who's been out there rather longer than he has, what the ball is doing. Indicated it came back in to him. Might have done a little bit. And as Hill, the more established batsman, is now on strike, second slip comes out to mid-wicket, and gully goes a little bit wider. Caleb Jewell, that is there. Chappell is in, bowls short and wide, and it rather sits up, doesn't come through at all on Hill, who gets up on his toes and cracks it away square, cuts it away down to the sweeper on the backward point boundary, takes his single. Big job to do, Hill, this morning. Leicestershire are going to build towards a score of, well, what would enable them to think in terms of batting only once 550. You would have thought something around that sort of level. In goes Chappell, bowls outside off stump. It rather dies into the gloves of Guest. Grunt of effort from Chappell, notwithstanding. Very good Chapo. It's the encouraging cry from somebody on the Derbyshire side.
Better than his other nicknames, certainly.
Yes, that was a eye opener, wasn't it? To us, anyway.
Yes.
Well, it is down in print.
Well,
it's out there permanently now,
yes,
isn't it?
It is.
My word. Oh, I'm blushing at the very thought. In goes Chappell and bowls, and solidly forward or leaning forward. No big stride from Ian Holland as that one zeroes in on his off and middle stumps. Just blocks it carefully back up the pitch on the onside.
I didn't realise that Ian Holland had played for America as well, so he's
genuine.
Proper American.
Indeed. Not much trace of America in his accent, you have to say.
More Victorian.
Although I haven't spoken to him since he came back, so sometimes
come back a bit, yeah.
Exactly. Chappell bowls, and Holland again, everything behind it. The bat is sort of almost between the pads as he blocks it up French cricket style. Back down the pitch on the onside again. It looks correct. It isn't correct, but it kind of looks correct, if that makes any sort of sense. Everything is neat and tidy and in place, but I guess the purists wouldn't like it too much.
We pander to the purists a bit too much, I think.
Chappell is in, bowls outside off stump, a little bit too wide, and Holland lifts his bat but leaves it lifted, allows it to bounce through to Brooke Guest, and Chappell's second over is complete. 362 for 4. It's been a good start by Chappell and Tickner. Just the 5 runs added in the 4 overs that we've had. Our wicket has been picked up, and both have looked lively. When they're bowling, but when they're fielding, they both look as though they're on the last legs.
They do, don't they?
Just the body language changes somewhat.
Tickner's going to continue. It's his third over of the day. He's yet to concede a run. And he's in and bowls to Hill, who chops it down backward a square on the offside. That's fielded by Caleb Jewell. Of course, runless balls, runless runs. If you can have a runless run. No stranger to that watching Derbyshire. Watched a T20 match at Headingley where Mohamed Ghazanfar didn't concede a run off the bat until the 11th ball he bowled. He bowled 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 5.
Not bad in T20.
The fourth best, most miserly figures in the UK. This next one is pushed into the offside. Could have done with him yesterday, really. By Hill, fielded by Harry Kame at cover.
I wonder if anybody has actually bowled up 4 maidens in a T20.
Hungary versus
Yeah,
Lithuania, probably. They're always the records that you have to sift out of the way before you get to the proper ones. When you look on the websites. I pick those 2 countries at random. I'm sure they're very good. As Tickner's in again, guided into the ground, back at a square, and again fielded by Caleb Jewell. Just having a look first thing this morning. 100 overs have now been bowled, so 10 more for those bonus points for those interested in that sort of thing. 3 for a win, 1 for a draw, that'd do me. And we could all get on with the rest of our lives. And the over 8, again, for those interested, +1. In comes Tickner and bowls to Hill, who tries to flick this away down the leg side. Was perilously close to just feathering that through to Brooke Guest, it seemed from my angle, but again, he's got his back to us. Might have been close, it might not. And it remains 362 for 4. Richard's got serious, he sat down. He's into it now. He's had his ice bath. Tickner, I always want to say he's on his way in, but he bounces for about 4 or 5 seconds, and then he's on his way in again. It's down the leg side. This time Hill removes his bat from the scene. And it goes through once again to Brooke Guest behind the stumps. He's got Wayne Madsen alongside him. Caleb Jewell's windmilling his arms. We will not see him bowl. He's at gully.
You're very confident about that.
Oh, he's never going to bowl. Yeah, I'm fairly sure he's... I must look it up. I'm sure I looked it up once before, but that was a few days ago, or weeks, or months. As Tickner is in the bowl to Hill, who defends this into the onside. Excuse me, and it's fielded by Aaron Donald. That's another maiden. What's going on? Tickner's bowled 3 overs, 3 maidens this morning. If only. 362 for 4. Holland has 1. Hill has 134.
I was shamefully remiss yesterday in not checking my emails. I got 6 of them arrived.
6?
Indeed. Different ones. From people commenting about what was going on yesterday. Will Jennings, dear Richard and Fletch. The Fletch is in brackets.
Yeah, no, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that.
You were kind enough to read a comment I sent in during the reverse fixture in April about club cricketers suffering after making their seasonal bow. Your esteemed counterpart, I think that's you.
It could be you,
Esteemed
of course, but,
counterpart.
Esteemed. I'm not sure it's me.
Zach, come back to that in a moment. Zach Chappell is in and bowling to Holland. That stays look perhaps to stay a touch low and thick inside part of the bat as half forward Holland squeezed the ball out towards square leg. No run. Your esteemed counterpart says it gets worse before it gets better. The suffering. I'm here to update that it's now July. I played on Sunday and my knees are still growing on a Tuesday. Growing? Could that be groaning?
I think so, yeah. It must be.
It could be swollen knees, I suppose.
Well,
is this how cricket commentating careers begin? In goes Chappell and bowls. A little bit more forceful from Holland there as he plays it out towards wide-ish mid-on. Higher backlift and a little bit more follow through, but certainly not out of the middle as far as he was concerned.
well, I'm still groaning.
I hope your knees feel better now, Will. Or starting to feel a bit better now.
If they're not feeling better by Wednesday, his place in the side for Saturday might be in jeopardy.
Chappell is in and Holland is again forward, again pushing wide of mid-on, this time sufficiently so to take on Lewis Rees, who had to move to his right. Remember, he's a left-hander as well in terms of throwing. And Holland and Hill, aware of the fact, decide to take the single that is comfortably there for the taking. Holland on to 2, 363 for 4. Richard Ray 23 at gmail.com. I know I shouldn't be telling you that.
Outrageous.
In goes Chappell and bowls very full and punched by Hill, but not quite a full-on drive. And it ran more or less straight to Rees at mid-on. No run. Robert Coe was in touch as well. I hope I'm not tempting fate tomorrow. He's talking about today, of course, but if Handscomb gets a ton, would it be the first time ever in first-class cricket both openers got ducks and the next 3 go on to get hundreds? In goes Chappell, bowls a bouncer. Hill leans back, lets it go through to Guest. Mr. Griffiths might be able to
I don't think he would.
tell us.
No.
Well, he could if it was solely dealing with Derbyshire v Leicestershire fixtures.
Oh no, or any Derbyshire fixture, yeah, but not.
But
well,
not for
he
first
might be able to
class
ask somebody in the
cricket
ACS,
as a whole.
the Association of Cricket.
We'll try and find out for you, Robert, but it's
Well, I'd rather eat at lunchtime if I'm entirely honest with you. But no, it is the strangest looking scoreboard. Scorecard.
Chappell bowls a little bit short again. Hill goes for the pull. It rather loops through tennis ball style slowly down to Guest on the leg side, and Hill raises his eyebrows to the heavens as the pull doesn't come off, doesn't get anything on it. And we were talking about this beforehand. On comes the physio and Leicestershire's 12th man, despite the fact we've had 6 overs.
Yeah.
Today,
6 overs in half an hour. He already needs a drink and a wipe down, and that's why. Well, it's down to the umpires, and they've said the same thing in test matches. Umpires have to be stronger and say, no, we'll have a drinks break after an hour. That usually works quite nice. Or if somebody's out, you can run on and give the batter who's still there a drink, because I'll bet a pound to a penny, or is it the other way around, that Hill had a drink when Handscomb was out. They'll have brought drinks on, because they always do. Why do you bring drinks on? Well, we always do. Well, that's not a reason.
I presume he had a drink before he started as well.
Yeah.
He was properly hydrated.
You'd think so.
Only half an hour
This is
ago.
not a criticism of either of these two out there at the moment, by the way. This is
It's just why
cricket
overrate
takes so long to
rubbish.
And yet we're +1, so it doesn't really matter, because we're in credit. 363 for 4, and Blair Tickner, who's yet to concede a run today, is on his way in and bowls, and still hasn't conceded a run as the ball bounces into the ground there off Ian Holland's bat. He pretends to stand guarding the ball, and Harry Kane may have crossed paths at Hampshire. I think they're a different generation almost. I don't know how old Ian Holland is.
Just on that point of 2 ducks and then 3 centuries, I noticed that the sort of scorecards, when they put up a little summary of them.
Here comes Tickner again. 2 slips in place, bowls to Holland, short delivery, ducks underneath it.
They often list the top 4 scores, and Leicestershire's had the 2 Centurions and Handscomb on 99, and then it had Rishi Patel naught.
It'd be better. You feel better if you left off that one, don't you?
It seemed a little harsh. I think I would have reduced the list to 3 in those circumstances.
Sol Buddiger punching the air when he saw that.
They both had smiles on their faces when they came down the steps yesterday at the end of play. That's how it goes sometimes when you open the batting.
Well, yes, absolutely. There was a video this morning you may have seen as Tickner comes in and bowls, and he's beaten the edge of Holland's bat. Rather fencing at that one outside the off stump when he didn't really need to, but decent from Blair Tickner, which said cricket is essentially a game of failure. And the perfect example is Don Bradman. For all the centuries that he scored, he had as many scores of 30 or less. So the trouble was with Bradman, whenever he scored a century, there were quite often double centuries, but there we are. Here comes Tickner again, in and bowls. That's pushed into the offside by Holland, and there is no run, and that is now 3 overs and 4 balls this morning that Blair Tickner hasn't conceded a run from.
He's also fairly famous for his last innings duck, his final innings duck, which meant that his average wasn't 100, it was 99 point whatever it is. Was it Hollies who got him out?
Yes, I believe
Eric
it was.
Hollies.
I believe it was.
Because he was famously asked, wasn't he, Hollies, do you think it was because of the ovation and Bradman had tears in his eyes?
Tick the ball, short delivery, he falls over as he delivers it. It'll be okay.
So he couldn't see, and apparently Hollies replied, so and so Bradman never had a tear in his eye in his life, he said. So that wasn't the reason.
I found, you may have it, David Hops's book of quotations, cricket quotations. I found it for Hops. He'll be delighted to know, for 25 pence in a charity shop. The way it's laid out, if you get hold of a copy, I would urge you to do so. There are some terrific quotes in there. As in comes Tickner and bowls to Holland, and Tickner's bowled a 4th successive maiden, having failed to bowl one at all yesterday. 363 for 4 it remains. Hill on 134 and Holland on 2. I've since donated it to, only got it last week, donated it to David Griffin, so he'll be pillaging it for quotes. That's the end of Blair Tickner for the day, by the way. Well, not the day, for this spell. He's going off the field. He did fall over, but he does fall over. I don't think that's the reason he's going off. I think, as Richard said, he doesn't look 100% necessarily, but then again, he often doesn't. And Ben Aitchison is coming out to replace him as the 12th man.
It was a really impressive little opening burst, but yes, he's heading dressing room woods.
Yeah, he's had enough. And Lewis Rees is starting to contort at mid-on.
Chappell resumes from the racecourse end, bowls to Lewis Hill, who's solidly forward, and he's pleased with the shot because he holds the pose for a few minutes. It usually means the batsman feels he's got it technically right and everything was nice and close together.
I think there was a riot act read last night in that changing room.
You suspect that the bowling group in some way has either been admonished or got together and spoken about it, and let's try a bit better this morning. Let's at least start by keeping things tight. Chappell is in. Hill again is required to play carefully and straight to the straight delivery, which he pushes it out to Rees at mid-on, almost sort of on the walk. Everything close together there. Rees pushes up the peak of his Derbyshire blue baggy cap and takes a little bit of sweat off his brow, puts it on the ball, gives it a polish. and then continues to do some violent swinging of the arms in preparation for taking over the bowling at the City end. Chappell is in, bowls short, and Hill leans backwards, showing impressive flexibility for one of his advanced years. Just a joke.
Well, I certainly couldn't have done that.
Not without falling over backwards.
No,
It's the coming back up that's the difficult bit, isn't it?
Always.
Straightening up again.
Even if I'm just sitting down. I go all light-headed.
Chappell, 32 on his back, runs away from us and bowls to Hill, short and wide. That's where Hill likes it. He's cracked it away square for 4. Well, Chappell not quite able to keep up the consistency. It's been an impressive spell otherwise, but just once or twice short and wide to Hill is absolutely meat and drink, especially on this pitch with this ball. Just sits up, and there is a man out there, but he's on the backward point boundary. And although, as we've said, the outfield here is relatively lush and slow, there's no real chance for him to get up and make this stop, and he couldn't do so. Chappell is in. Hill is tucking him off his body down to fine leg and taking the single. So, is that the first boundary of the day?
It's the first boundary since for more than 20 overs.
Is it?
The last boundary was in the 82nd over.
Yes, you were saying that Handscomb only had, was it 5 in his century?
Yeah.
He was busy, but
well, Hill's only got 10 in 139, so he scored the thick end of 100 runs that haven't been boundaries.
Well, they have only scored 11 this morning in 8.5 overs, 7.5 overs, 8.5, 7.5. Chappell in, bowls fuller, good length to Holland, because he likes to stay in his crease, Holland, and it did come back on him a little bit, but again got everything behind it one way or another and turned it out wide of Reese. Chappell a little disconsolately turns at the end of his over, but it's been a good opening burst, I think, from Chappell. 16 overs now, 2 for 49, best figures. Well, he's the only Derbyshire bowler to have picked up 2 wickets. Got Rahan Ahmed yesterday and Peter Handscomb this morning.
After both had just got themselves in.
Yes.
And the sadly lesser spotted Harry Moore has just brought a helmet on for Brooke Guest, who's going to stand up to the stumps for Lewis Rees, who hasn't quite worked out where he wants his field yet, sadly. I should imagine he'd want them pretty much where he normally wants them. Harry Moore is also now bringing out fielding pads and a helmet for Anira Donald.
Is that Thompson swinging his arms at
yes, it looks like
mid-off, so it looks like going to be a double change.
He does start warming up early for a spinner, Alex Thompson, I always think. I sort of got used to Samit Patel doing one jump in the air and then coming on, but
Samit's time at Derby is done then,
yes.
I understand.
Yes, he had a 2-year contract. There were rumblings that he might be offered another one, but Mickey Arthur gave quite the interview after the final T20 match, in which he suggested that the team was past its sell-by date. His words, not mine. Here's Lewis Rees around the wicket to Lewis Hill, who just turns that into the leg side nice and gently for a single, first ball of the over. And Leicestershire move on to 369 for 4. Certainly some of the big players who were brought in to propel Derbyshire to finals day didn't quite work, which was a real shame. I think last year was the year it was going to happen, if it was ever going to happen, and this year was well, it never looked like happening. And Aaron Donald's got his pants around his ankles at the moment as Rees comes in and bowls. That one is defended by Holland. He's just put in his fielding pads on. He actually pulled his trousers up without having fastened the one on his right leg. The one for his left leg is still beyond the boundary rope. along with the helmet. So now he's got one pad on. It's like little dumpling, my son John at the moment. He's just got the one pad on. That's one for the nursery rhyme lovers out there. 369 for 4. And I'm sure there are plenty. In comes Reese again. And that's turned into the leg side by Ian Holland, who moves on to 370 for 4. We're in the 105th over now, so they're sort of getting into the kind of territory where they might miss out on 400 before 110th over. I'm sure they'll not be too dismayed by that if they go on to make 500. Put Derbyshire under an enormous amount of scoreboard pressure. Slight change to the field. Well, initially Caleb Jewell looked like he was going to move out of gully and move to extra cover, but in fact, Wayne Madsen's gone there. It's an area vacated by Ben Aitchison, and Caleb Jewell's got into it's almost like a fly slip in it, but it only looks like a fly slip because the keeper's standing up. It's probably second slip. As Reese is on his way in, and that one is turned to Aitchison at mid-wicket. And there is no run. The 2 cars arrive. The sun just started to glint off the windscreens of the cars in the car park as it threatens to break through. It felt like a sea fret at about 10 o'clock this morning. It was a very strange, sort of dull light and quite misty, but the sun is now breaking through as Reese bowls to Hill, pushes that one into the leg side where it's fielded by Jack Morley, who practices his bowling action. I rather fancy it'll be Alex Thompson before him though. 32 overs for 106, Alex Thompson. 16 overs for 66, Jack Morley. The spin options yesterday. David Lloyd did bowl 5 overs for 30 as well, but I'd be surprised if we saw him before either of those two. As Reese bowls, it's driven but not timed back towards the bowler. He bends down like me really, to pick the ball up, and he misses it. You know, when you bend down and you don't quite reach the intended target the first time, and you have to bend down a second time, which is exceptionally annoying. 370 for 4 at the end of the over. You won't know about that, Richard. You're a supple young man who does lots of exercise.
On comes Zach Chappell's sweater, cap and sunglasses.
And Alex Thompson.
As you say, the off spinner's going to have a bowl. How many overs did he bowl yesterday? 32. He's going to plenty, didn't he?
He's going to bowl around the wicket now, Rich.
Yes, which I have to admit did baffle me for quite a long time. And it was, I think he did try a few overs, a few deliveries over the wicket, but not until he'd bowled 10 overs round the wicket, and appealed unsuccessfully for leg before on 4 or 5 occasions. To umpire Chantry. Looks around him. Seems to have been a long time since the end of the last over, but in he goes and bowls, tosses it up outside off stump, slap driven really by Holland, whose eyes rather lit up as the ball floated down towards him, but didn't quite time it. And it ran out to Chappell, who's at a slightly deeper mid-off, as is Reese at mid-on. Thompson is in, and a reverse sweep is attempted and missed, hence the appeal. But umpire Chantry is not interested, and it did look as though it pitched outside leg. Did straighten, but if it wasn't pitching outside leg, which I think it was close to doing, it might just have been turning down leg as well. Thompson is in, bowls a full toss, low full toss though, and reaching for it a bit. Holland drives it firmly, but again, not past Chappell at mid-off. Thompson Steps in and bowls. Ooh, a little bit short. Goes on with, I thought it was going to be a little bit short. Certainly Holland went back. It went on with the arm and it very nearly snuck through. It took the thick outside edge and fortunately for Holland ran past slip and down towards short third man. But that was nicely bowled by Thompson. Nice bit of flight and went on with the arm.
Flight and guile.
No reward for the off spinner, who is in again, this time to Hill, who's waiting and tucking it along the ground past short leg as far as mid wicket, where Harry Kame is the fielder. Thompson is in, Hill is sweeping, top edged, could be caught. Oh, got his hand to it, but couldn't quite hang on, and it goes over the ropes for 4. Well, that is really unlucky, actually, on the part of both Thompson and the fielder. Is it Jewel down there? And he was about sort of 10 yards in from the ropes, and I'm amazed it flew as far as it did, because Hill was obviously looking to keep it down. They have great edges, these bats. It flew high to his left, a good, 60, 65 yards from the bat, and he leapt high to his left. He got his hand to it, couldn't hang on. It sort of came out and rolled over the ropes, so could so easily have perished there, Hill. But no luck for Thompson. Good effort from Jewel. Hill onto 144, 375 for 4.
He looks massively disappointed, Caleb. Jewel, he shouldn't be. It was a terrific effort. Left hand, and he is left-handed, but Harry Kane went to try and console him with the low 5. He basically ignored him.
I wonder if he feels he sort of misread it or something, but he was in from the ropes, but I think he'd been brought in from the ropes.
Lewis Rees from the City End bowls to Holland, who clips that into the leg side, and there is no run fielded by Jack Morley. Just had an email, a BBC email. The BBC Philharmonic Orchestra and 5 Live are marking 20 years since the Ashes of 2005, obviously, with a special radio collaboration.
Right.
I can think of nothing I'd rather listen to less. Yeah, one of the most, it says here, as this one is hitting the pad of Ian Holland. Joining forces to celebrate one of the most iconic moments in British sporting history.
Come on.
Or one of the most iconic moments on free-to-air television in 2005. It's almost as if nothing happened in cricket before 2005, or indeed since. I'm sure it's a worthy programme when you can listen to it on BBC Sounds. I'm not sure I'll be listening now. As in comes Rees again. I'm probably going to get into all sorts of trouble for saying that on BBC Sounds. 375 for 4. But, yeah. There's a narration by the acclaimed actor Charles Dance, well, of course, which will make it sound like the Big Fat Quiz of the Year, because he does a very good turn on that, where he reads celebrities' autobiographies in the Charles Dance way. So, anyway, you better find that on BBC Sounds. Here comes Rees and bowls, and Holland defends into the offside, where it's fielded by Wayne Madsen.
Yeah, I hadn't mentioned Lewis Hill's top first-class score but it is within reach now. I deliberately didn't mention it, but I'm getting messages about it now.
Not one
so
of those people, are you?
Well,
I'll mention it. I won't. If you don't mention it, Richard.
It's 20 short.
That's right. Okay. Rees bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside. It actually beats the dive of David Lloyd. Harry Kame is chasing it hard out. Oh dear. He touched it about 3 times and then gave himself up because he touched the rope as well. Fair play to Harry Kame for doing that. Just a slight misfield, 2 slight misfields almost there. One from the mustachioed Lloyd and one from the diminutive Kame, who's actually taller than Lloyd. 379 for 4. Holland moves on to 8. And in comes Rees again. Balls. Oh, and he's got him behind, has he? Yes, he has. And Holland goes for 8. Just a little tickle through to Brooke Guest. Lewis Rees has his second wicket. And Leicestershire are now 5 down. 379 for 5. Again, a sort of wafty looking shot. I'd like to see it again. Holland, to say, goes for 8, 28 deliveries. We will see a replay, I'm sure. Another catch for Brooke Guest as well. That's 3 catches now, I think, for Brooke Guest. Second wicket for Lewis Rees, as I say. And 2 wickets this morning, which is the same number of wickets they got in the first 8 deliveries.
Yes, it was a bit of a...
It just looks a bit bit wafty.
Wafty, reachy.
Yeah.
Pokey.
Yes, all of the above. But, they'd be disappointed, I think. Is that Liam Travaskis?
It is.
There we go.
Slightly to my surprise, but clearly his hand injury, his right hand injury, is not too bad, because there's plenty of other strong batters to come. There it is again. Sort of stepped out looking as though he was getting ready to drive, and perhaps it was a little bit wider than he thought, and he kind of went through with the shot in a half-hearted way and took his bottom hand off the bat and crossed with himself rightly.
Yes, I was going to say, as he probably should be.
Rightly.
In all honesty, not what he'd have been looking for at all.
Now then, Derbyshire have 3 more overs in which to pick up 1 more wicket, should they want another bowling bonus point. But Leicestershire's bonus point, 21 needed from 3 overs. It looks like they're not going to get 4, let alone
just
5.
slipping away, isn't it? I mean, they'd have been odds on.
Well,
Certainly
indeed, I think we talked about
night.
it towards the close when they needed something like 58 off 21 or something like that, and it looked an absolute certainty.
So many maiden overs this morning. It's remarkable what happens when you bowl maidens, though, isn't it?
I believe we did discuss it. Controlling the scoreboard, etc., etc. Alex Thompson to Lewis Hill. He's ready to go, but actually, as he did so, Madsen was still directing traffic behind square on the leg side. Hill went back, tried to turn it into the leg side and hit the pad. So Hill wasn't aware, but Madsen was certainly not ready for a catch. Had one come, that one is nibbled around the corner by Lewis Hill down to fine leg, where Jewell is the fielder and 1 run is taken. Hill on to 145. Now, this is going to be interesting.
Deeper there, Caleb Jewell, wasn't it? Did you notice?
He was. He'd gone back those 4 or 5 yards that would have made all the difference.
I'll say.
That catch, wouldn't it?
I'll say.
This could be interesting now. Thompson going over the wicket to the left-hander. He's finally got some rough to... Well, he had rough to bowl into the right-handers, but obviously
and the
far less effective.
The rough's been there since a week last Thursday. A used pitch for those people who weren't with us yesterday. If you're just watching pictures for the first time and wondering how on earth a pitch can look like that after 1 day's cricket.
Caleb Jewell will be watching with a little bit of interest. Thompson is in, bowls on the leg stump, of course, to Travaskis. Nowhere near the rough, and Travaskis just pushes it past square leg and jogs a single.
Yeah, full toss on leg on your pads.
You've been waiting for that for a day and an hour. Oh well.
Cricket, eh?
Stays round to Hill. Hill is back, turning it down firmly into the ground and past. Short leg did a little bit of a dance there. He wasn't able to make the stop Nidong. And Hill moves on to 146. 382 for 5. 18 short of that 4th batting bonus point. Thompson into Travaskis, tosses it up, but it's too full and Travaskis can just push it into the gap in the covers. And there is the sweeper out for the new batsman. A little bit surprised about that. But it did give him a single. Lloyd comes jogging in from the boundary. Thompson stays round to Hill, who goes back, turns it past We said it about 4 times in this over. It feels past Madsen, who'd moved across to leg slip and down to duel for the single. So 4 consecutive singles from the 4 last balls of the over. 384 for 5, 16 needed from 2 overs. If you'd think it'd be discussed, wouldn't you? But perhaps it hasn't been. Hill and Travaskis having a chat in mid-pitch.
Well, Rees and Madsen have a chat. Umpire Neil Pratt. Caleb Jewell and Aaron Donald have a chat at mid-wicket. I mean,
it did come up, didn't it, that as well this morning in discussions about
Caleb
over rates.
Yeah, it was Jack Morley.
Can chats not take place between deliveries perhaps, or in dressing rooms? Or
Yeah, after the day's play at 6 o'clock. Lewis Rees around the wicket to Lewis Hill on 147, and he just guides that into the offside, but straight to David Lloyd.
Gosh, it's gentle stuff, isn't it? When it was effective, picked up the wicket of Holland in the last over, but Rees is just settling into, just trying to keep a lid on things. It's been better.
I refuse to talk about Lewis Rees's pace. I mentioned it in an interview earlier in the season with him.
Did you not get away with it?
Not quite. 384 for 5 as Hill mistimes a drive up towards mid-off. It's fielded by Alex Thompson. I'd made a perfectly legitimate point in my own mind that it wasn't the out-and-out pace bowlers who'd taken the wickets. It was interesting. It was the... It wasn't... And he said, I thought I bowled quite well. So I don't doubt that you bowled quite well, but you would never necessarily describe him as express pace. He's in now, and that one is turned into the leg side by Hill. Nice piece of fielding by Ben Aitchison, the substitute fielder, who actually threw the ball towards the stumps while he was lying on the floor facing the wrong way. It's not Ben Aitchison at all, it's an Aaron Donald, and I apologise. Aitchison's no longer on the field. I just saw a 1 at the beginning of his number while he was rolling around on the floor. And Aaron Donald. Black Tickner is back on, and he's at mid-on. As Rees comes in once more, and that one is driven towards Tickner, who dives but misses it, and it's gone for 4.
150 for Lewis Hill.
Off at 309 balls. 388 for 5. I just think, I've said it before and I'll say it again, I just think 150s are a strange thing, aren't they? There is no category.
They are to me.
Well,
yes. Not a score I ever reached, alas.
That was his 12th. 4. But there's no category, really. As in comes Rees and bowls. Oh, and that's got him. He's been caught behind Lewis Hill. Just nibble at it. He doesn't look massively certain about that, although he's now gesturing as though the ball just left him a touch off the pitch. And Lewis Hill, the ball after getting to 150 is dismissed. And Leicestershire are 388 for 6 now. This has been a reasonably good fight back by Derbyshire this morning, in all sorts of trouble overnight. They've picked up 3 wickets now. 2 of them have been 2 of the 3 Centurions. Hill goes for 151.
Well played, Lewis Hill, but he will be disappointed. As with Holland, it was a ball that he could very easily have left. Just poked forward. I think whether he was trying to guide it down to third man or what was in his mind, only he will know. Perhaps just a little moment of fatal relaxation after going past the landmark of 150, and that's the applause for him. But and a second bowling bonus point for Derbyshire has been achieved. 3-2 now on the scoreboard, and that's how it's going to stay for a while, because Leicestershire aren't going to go past unless Louis Kimber, who can hit a big ball,
Love to know
comes out and biffs a couple of sixes.
What they're actually thinking about the bonus points on the old scoreboard there. But anyway, I'm sure they know what they're doing. Come on, get the
It'll
second
get
one.
there.
Get the second one. Yes, book the open top bus. Dear, oh dear. But they have. I mean, they're not going to dismiss Leicestershire for fewer than 400 now, I'm fairly certain, but that had to have been some kind of target. They had to have given themselves a target. Restrict them, certainly, number one.
What is it, 31 for 3 this morning, so it is a good fight back. They have bowled much better, much more tightly.
Low bar, though.
Yeah, wasn't a good day for the bowlers yesterday.
As the man with the ball in his hands now has got 3 for 54 from 20 overs and 5 balls suggested to the media last night. He's in now and bowls to Louis Kimber. Plays the ball a long way away from his body, pushes it out into the offside. Goes through for a single. 389 for 6, so they need 11 runs off this last over before 110 is complete. Lewis Rees gets a little ripple of applause for his efforts, and quite right too. He's bowled nicely so far this morning. We will have an update momentarily for BBC Radio Derby, as Alex Thompson is going to continue from the racecourse end. Lewis Rees gets the applause from the supporters down below us. Remains capless during his spell. A lot of discussion again going on. And further delay as Blair Tickner moves into leg slip. Takes the helmet from Brooke Guest. And we're almost ready for cricket. Kimber on strike, he has 1. Liam Travaskis at the other end has 2. And Thompson is in and bowls. That one is clipped nicely into the leg side, beyond the reach of Harry Kame out towards David Lloyd. And Kimber now moves on to 2. And Leicestershire to 390 for 6. Zach Chappell is being moved a little squarer at long on. Jack Morley moved a little squarer on the leg side boundaries. I mean, just back at a square now, as Thompson is in and bowls, and that's defended by Travaskis. Good morning for Derbyshire. Just 33 runs conceded in the first hour. As Thompson bowls, gets a little bit of turn. Pushed back at a square by Travaskis on the offside, fielded by Caleb Jewell. He hasn't gone in at leg slip anymore. He's a sort of second slip on his knees, very, very, very close to the bat now, Blair Tickner. Too close, really, as Thompson bowls, and that one is defended into the onside this time. Lewis Rees asking if he should come up, as is Zach Chappell, and they're both being told, no, get back to where you were. Zach Chappell hasn't moved. Rees has come back to the boundary at long off. There's an expansive looking drive, cut shot rather, from Travaskis there. Bounces into the ground and is fielded by Wayne Madsen. Moving around from slip. 1 ball to go in the over. Here comes the update. Well, it's been a good morning for Derbyshire. They had a bad day yesterday, but a good morning today. Just 33 runs scored by Leicestershire and 3 wickets have fallen. Peter Handscomb for 101 was the victim of Zach Chappell, and then Lewis Rees picked up the wickets of Ian Holland for 8 and Lewis Hill for 151. It got Derbyshire a second bonus point. Liam Travaskis has 2, Louis Kimber has 2, and Leicestershire now 390 for 6. The final ball of the over was a dot ball as well. Alex Thompson's now bowled 3 overs for 11 this morning. Lewis Reese's current spell is 3 overs, 2 for 11. And he's managed to dismiss Ian Holland and Lewis Hill. There's more arrivals in the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground, making their way to their seats as Rees is in to bowl to Kimber, who drives straight at Wayne Madsen, who drops it. It was driven hard. He's now covering his face with his hands because he knows he should have caught it, really. It was straight to him and it was sort of throat height.
Yeah, maybe about sort of chest height. He got 2 hands to it.
It'd be a very fine piece of camera work if they catch this. They don't.
Quite.
But it would have been great.
But Madsen's a sort of player, he's such a fine fielder, you would have backed him to take it.
Yes, absolutely. Then comes Rees again, bowls to Kimber, who guides this along the floor, this time out to cover. It's fielded by Harry Kane. He's reasonably close in at extra cover, Wayne Madsen. Doesn't drop many, and that is very much a thing from a Wayne Madsen perspective. Just looking here, he's got 13 catches this season. Caleb Jewell ahead of him on 16, but 2 slippers normally. Jewell in at slip at the moment as Rees bowls, and it's guided into the offside by Kimber, just backward of square, fielded by David Lloyd. And once again, there's no run, so a little bit of a let-off for Louis Kimber very early in his innings on 2. Close catches in front of the bat on either side for Rees. Jewell quite straight at slip, and that one is driven, and this time Madsen catches it, and Kimber didn't learn his lesson. He's played the same shot but hasn't hit it as hard, and Wayne Madsen, I was going to say a trickier one. It was trickier in the fact that it was closer to the ground than the first one, but it didn't cost an awful lot, and Kimber goes for 2 and Leicestershire 390 for 7. That is a bizarre piece of cricket, if you don't mind me saying.
I don't know what to say. That's just astonishing.
Well, he's played the same shot twice in 3 balls. It's the definition of madness.
Having got away with it 2 balls earlier, well,
yeah,
I don't know.
No, absolutely.
Sorry,
absolutely.
But
it happens, doesn't it? It's the same shot. It's why we love it. It's absolutely why we love it.
It is terribly hard to understand
because it's put a smile on so many people's faces. Oh dear, oh dear. And that now means that it's 33 for 4 this morning. It's just a shame it was 357 for 3 yesterday, but and it also means that Derbyshire are another wicket closer to batting. They're going to have to bat reasonably well, but the 500 that Leicestershire would have wanted, it's going to take some hard graft from here, isn't it?
I'm afraid it is now, and well, there hasn't been much hard graft.
Don't let one shot sully your entire day
an
hour.
I'm just looking at the dismissals today.
Yes, a couple of shots that needn't have been played.
Fiddling around. Yeah, there really were. Just shows though, Rees is sort of not trying to push it through at any sort of pace. Really, is just popped it, just maybe short of inviting the drive just outside off stump. Go on, then see if you can. It's a club cricket tactic, but it's a good tactic. It can work, and it's Leicestershire sort of falling between 2 stools almost, really, and they're not quite sure what to do with it.
Well, after yesterday, they've effectively ground to a halt because they scored 110 runs a session yesterday as Rees comes into the new batter, who is Benny Green.
But it's not 70 mph, is it? It's sort of 65s almost. It's really gentle, medium pace, just popping it outside off stump and saying, do what you want with it, do what you can with it, and Leicestershire can't do anything with it at the moment. And I'm sorry. But
that's how I felt yesterday, Richard. You're all right. Here comes Rees around the wicket to Green, who just pushes this one out into the offside. They almost have to wait for the ball to get there, don't they? They sort of get into a defensive position and wait for Lewis Rees and his family are going to hate me for saying this after it wasn't an altercation, by the way. He took it in very good spirit earlier in the season, because he knew I didn't mean it in a derogatory way, but they have to wait for the ball to arrive, and then they almost sort of flick at it when it does arrive, and it has caused the downfall of Hill and Kimber and Holland.
He didn't suggest you strap on a pair of pads and get in the nets and I'll show you what.
If he had, I'd have run a mile. Well, a couple of yards, certainly, but
as
no.
far as the net would have let you.
We had Blair Tickner up for some T20 commentary in the early part of the T20, and I criticised somebody's fielding, and he said, right, in the interval, out there.
Thompson round the wicket to Travaskis, who leans forward and just pushes it back up the pitch. And what a contrast to yesterday this has been, in part caused by a considerable improvement on the part of the Derbyshire bowlers in terms of accuracy, at least. In goes Thompson, bowled a little bit of width and a little bit short, and Travaskis can go back and cut it out to David Lloyd on the point boundary and take one. But losing, as I say, 4 quick wickets, and in the way that they've lost them, not getting the 4th batting bonus point, it has been a very ordinary morning as far as the Foxes are concerned.
That's what you get in the game between the top 2 sides in the division, of course.
It is. Yes. Thompson is in and bowling, and it's a thick inside edge. It came off the pad of Big Ben Green and bounced past Blair Tickner off the pad. Umpire Chantry raises his right knee, gives it a bang or two. Tickner, as Derbyshire fielders are wont to do, once they go down, they stay down, and he's still down on his knees. I still don't think he's...
because he tried to leap using his knees, which is a very difficult skill, I would suggest.
Sort of spring off his knees.
Yes,
because he's fielding on his knees.
I don't think that's possible.
No, that leg's he's still down that on his knees. In goes Thompson and bowls to Travaskis, who gets forward and smothers the spin.
Trying to spring up off his knees, and then is now admonishing himself for not getting back to his full height to stop the ball, even though it came off a pad. I mean, give yourself a chance.
Thompson in, a little bit shorter. Wait, says Travaskis as he steers it very carefully, cautiously out towards Kame in the covers. He's what, maybe 2 yards from the bat. Thompson is in. It is a sort of leg stump line, and Travaskis just paddle sweeps it around the corner, doesn't really put everything into it. Keeps it down towards wide-ish long leg, and takes his single. 393 for 7. Travaskis onto 4, keeps the strike. Green yet to score.
Very good from Derbyshire this morning.
Yes,
credit where it's due. Has always been my motto, as everybody knows. Things have just stopped again. Lewis Rees hasn't even removed his sweater yet, so we've got a few moments. Oh, come on, Fletcher, sort yourself out. I don't want that. There we go. Touchscreens are great, except when I get impatient and you touch something twice and you don't think it's been touched, and then it does it, and very irritating. But there we go. 393 for 7 then. I was being rather fanciful when I suggested they might keep them below 400. They won't.
Well, you know, I raised my eyebrows when you said that.
You looked like I was a fool.
But you've been proved perfectly correct.
Not quite, but
yeah, well, it is time.
It's well,
the way they're playing.
It's been very good from Derbyshire this morning, and take nothing away from them. The only thing I would say, and we've been saying it all season in the T20, is Rees comes in to bowl to Liam Travaskis, who gets, I don't know where the ball ended up hitting him, but it didn't go anywhere. It just dropped down at his feet. He has his back to us, the left-hander. Mickey Arthur came up to us at Chesterfield after Derbyshire had beaten Yorkshire for the 500th successive game at Chesterfield in T20 cricket, whatever it is, 8 it actually is. And He said, I just wanted to see Fletch smile. And I said, oh, I'm smiling all right, Mickey, but where has this been? As Reese bowls, and that strikes the pad. Immediately, umpire Pratt looks down at his hands. And the appeal is stifled. And it's a bit like that today, for me, as to where was this yesterday. Conditions haven't really changed. It's perhaps a little more uniformly overcast. It might be a little bit heavier. But they got the ball to move first thing yesterday, and then all of a sudden stopped bowling well. Whereas they have pretty much bowled well for the last hour and a quarter this morning. And Reese comes in and bowls to Travaskis, who turns it into the leg side, fielded by the short leg and Aaron Donald. And there is no run. Glamorgan taking a firm grip on their game with Kent in Cardiff at 200 for 4, now leading by 45. Glamorgan, the bolters. Middlesex 400 for 3 against Northamptonshire at Merchant Taylors, and Lancashire 366 for 8. That's at the end of 110 overs there against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham. As this next delivery, Travaskis pushes into the onside, where it's fielded by Wayne Madsen. You can hear all the games on the BBC Sport website, of course, and app. And there are games in Division 1 too. They haven't started at Scarborough because of rain. They're going to inspect around now. Worcestershire have just been bowled out for 333 by Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Here comes Reese again, bowls. Travaskis turns it backward a square on the leg side, down towards Zach Chappell, and picks up another single to move to 5. 394 for 7. Essex 236 for 4, leading Sussex by 32. Hove, Nottinghamshire. Oh no, I shouldn't have pressed that. I'll be with you again in a minute. India, the test match has started, of course, as we knew, because that's where.
India have lost 14 tosses in a row.
Have they?
Yeah. Odds against us, something like 16,000 to 1. So you imagine the conspiracy theories swirling around Tinterweb.
It'll be the umpire's fault. That seemed to be a large topic of conversation last evening and this morning. India 47 without loss in the 16th over. They got all the way through to 16 overs in an hour and a quarter there. Well played. Here comes Reese again around the wicket to bowl to Ben Green, who pushes this one out into the offside, and it's fielded by an Aaron Donald. The over comes to an end at 394 for 7. They're in the third innings. Of course, Taunton and Durham are currently 101 for 6, trailing by 4. That'll be over.
It's going to be finished by tea, isn't it?
It could be over today.
Yeah.
Not.
Well, presumably there'll be some sort of inquiry.
What's happening?
What's the picture?
I thought there was something happening here then when I looked up, but there isn't. Well, no, there are no pitching. It's down to the match referees now, isn't it? There are no pitch inspectors anymore.
Well, but presume the match referee is going to send some sort of. I mean, there must be something going on.
I think the only criteria is it can't be dangerous these days. I think you can pretty much do what you want as long as it's not dangerous. But 26 wickets have fallen in a day and an hour and a quarter. This is a terrific effort.
4 here this morning as Thompson goes in, bowls a nicely flighted delivery to Travaskis on off stump. Travaskis stretches forward, blocks it out to backward point. Jewel, the fielder, Tickner down. Tickner, remember, fielding on his knees at a very, very close sort of second slip. Thompson is in, turns, and well, Travaskis curtain railed the bat back inside the line. He was perilously close to having a little poke at that one. We will be generous and give him the benefit of the doubt. They just withdrew the bat in time. Thompson in again to him, and he definitely played at that one, and it turned past the outside edge. This is a better line from Thompson as well, and that one did turn.
Not a good sign for Jewel. Rees.
Thompson in, drops short a little bit, stays a bit low. He went back to try and cut it away. Travasky's thick bottom edge, and it bounced down to Wayne Madsen at first slip. Missed out a little bit there. Thompson sporting this sort of strange modern haircut that is so popular. In he goes, bowls outside off stump, pushed by Travasky out to Jewel at a backward point. It is an odd one though, isn't it?
You got woofers and tweeters with that, Grandad?
Grab the phone.
Yeah, it is. Yes,
It's a sort of...
It's a sort of mulletish.
Yeah.
Where they shave the sides but leave a tail.
Goes in and bowls, nicely flighted again. Travasky stretches forward, thick outside part of the bat, runs it down to Jewel. Nice over. Good over from Alex Thompson, who is unlucky to be sitting on figures at the moment of 37 overs, none for 119. Lewis Rees, 23 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 56, has improved his figures dramatically today. In fact, that's the score, is what his figures are this morning. But it should be on the spell.
Who was that?
Lewis Rees.
Lewis Rees's current spell is 5 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, really good spell from him. Sorry, I was concentrating.
Leicestershire limp on 394 for 7.
It's a completely different game at the moment, isn't it? With 7 down. And not that they took many risks yesterday, they didn't have to. But all of a sudden, if you're going to play an expansive shot, it looks more risky. And here comes Rees again. 4 wickets under his belt already, and he goes past the edge of Green's belt. He's bowled him. Off stump gone. I didn't see that at all, because the stumps were shielded by Brooke Guest, and it's a 5 for Lewis Rees. 5 for 56 as Green goes without troubling the scorers. And it's 394 for 8 now, and it still might happen.
Now that was a good ball. It did straighten on Ben Green, and sort of delivered left arm round the wicket, sort of arrowing in towards the stumps, and then just straightened enough, hit the top of off. So to a new tail ender, having just come in, although Green very much an all-rounder, that was a good ball, and that is a nice delivery with which to take a 5 for. But what a morning it has been for Derbyshire, and 400 is still very much on the cards.
Only just. My apologies for not making more of that. We don't get the view that we're currently watching on the screen, you have to say. And if I'd have looked really closely and used my eyes, I'd have seen the off stump move. But yeah, well bowled Lewis Rees. Just brought it, pushed it away, didn't it? Just nipped away.
Nipped on the seam.
Yeah.
Well bowled.
Such as it is. Lewis Rees's 6th 5 for in first class cricket. Best figures of 7 for 20, so he can't achieve those with just 2 more wickets to go. And it's Logan Van Beek, and I refuse to say it any other way. 394 for 8. I'm happy for him to be called Van Beek, quite honestly.
So what's that, 37 for 5 this morning?
Oh,
is that right?
Yes, yeah.
4 of those wickets to Lewis Rees,
who was used sparingly, it felt, yesterday. Bowled a bit more towards the end. He bowled that initial spell of 7 overs and picked up the wicket, obviously, in the first over that he bowled. But he's more than made up for that this morning, and Derbyshire, while still some way behind, are fighting back. 394 for 8. What's Logan Van Beek going to do here? In comes Rees and bowls to him, and he clips it into the leg side aerially. No short leg, of course. And Brooke Guest running around from behind the stumps, couldn't get there either. Rees this morning has got 4 for 12, which isn't bad at all for the all-rounder, who more latterly in his career has dropped down from opening to the middle order. As he bowls now to Van Beek, who's very watchful, pushing it out towards Wayne Madsen. Brookguest spotted something. Because he's raced down the pitch to have a word with Lewis Rees as he walks back to his mark. Sort of vice-captain Brookguest. We were never told who the vice-captain is.
Mate, I've taken 4 for 12 this morning. Get back behind the stumps.
I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Looks like we're going to have somebody feeling close in because Aaron Donald's just picked up his helmet. And now he's asking if he wants somebody at point. He's got 2 fielders at the moment. He's got a sort of a gully and a point who are almost in line, so they have to move slightly. Lloyd and Jewell. Now Lloyd's being pushed further back. Everybody's happy. In comes Rees to bowl to Van Beek. It's a little bit squared up by that one. Ball goes off the edge of the bat into the offside. So there is a short leg. There's mid-wicket, mid-on, deep backward square leg. Second slip, third slip. Caleb Jewell, point, extra cover, and a mid-off for Lewis Rees. Turns and comes in around the wicket to Van Beek, who lifts it straight to Wayne Madsen, who takes the catch. Wow, we've seen that shot before. And Van Beek goes for a duck as well. Just count the ducks and count the centuries. 394 for 9, as Mystic Fletch said earlier. They could well not get to 400 here, Leicestershire, as Van Beek goes very cheaply indeed.
This is just quite astonishing.
A 6 for now for Lewis Rees, a second catch at extra cover for Wayne Madsen. Low down, this was trickier than either of the other two. Nice catch from the Derbyshire skipper. And, well, I can't believe what I'm watching, if I'm entirely honest with you, as the hulking figure of Josh Hull comes out to bat. Let's have a look at that on the replay again. It was just fairly straightforward. Well, is he threw the shot a bit early? I'm not sure. Help me out.
I got nothing, as they say in America here, because it just baffling. Lewis Rees is bowling gently, sort of 65 mph, something like that, and inviting Leicestershire to do their worst, and boy, are they doing their worst.
It's 4 ducks and 3 centuries. The Leicestershire scorecard is one of the more bizarre things. If you've got access to a scorecard anywhere on the app or on a laptop, just have a look at that scorecard. It goes 0-0, and then there's 3 centuries, and then absolutely nothing. Poor old Liam Travaskis is in danger of being left stranded here. He's got 5 off 23, but it will be Josh Hull.
You would have got very, very long odds on Lewis Rees having figures of 6 for 56.
They're not bad figures, are they, really?
After yesterday, at the end of yesterday's play. But that's what he's got, and he's got a 5 for this morning. For nothing.
Yes,
much.
5 for 12. Remarkable. Look at that leg side field. There are 3 mid-wickets. In comes Rees and bowls to Hull, who goes forward and turns it into the leg side. He fancies a single, but it was the last ball of the over, so Travaskis has said, no, I don't trust you. I'll face the next ball, but a successful over for Lewis Rees, a double wicket maiden for Lewis Rees. 394 for 9 now, Leicestershire. Travaskis on 5, and Hull, having faced that one delivery, yet to get off the mark. Madness.
Well, as you know, I like you, I'm baffled, and in terms of what it might mean when Leicestershire come to bowl, it might offer someone of the pace of, say, Ian Holland, who's bowled very sort of fairly gentle, sort of medium pace, and taken a lot of wickets this season, a bit of encouragement. Applause for Rees as he heads down towards sort of halfway back at long off, because we're back further. Leicester, they've decided that Josh Hull can't bat Derbyshire, and therefore they will give.
Is that true?
Well, no, he's not. He's number 11.
He's not.
But he's not.
Pat Brown.
He's not.
I love
competent
watching
with,
bat,
with bat in hand.
You never get to see much of him. It's
Anyway,
37 for 6
this
morning.
bizarre morning continues because every Derbyshire fielder is now on the boundary. I don't know. Thompson is in, 2 Travaskis who's forward and steering it down to third man, and they don't take the single.
I was going to say it might be because Hull's left-handed, but of course so's Travaskis, so that makes no difference.
No,
This
this is genuinely pointless now, because Travaskis isn't going to flog it around the place. Thompson is in, bowls to him. He jabs down on attempts to jab down on a delivery outside off stump that turns, keeps a bit low and doesn't get anything on it taken by Guest. What an extraordinary morning this has been. Thompson in, bowls, tosses it up, does turn a little bit, finds the thick outside edge of Travaskis' bat, but he gets on top of the bounce and it bounces before it's taken by Madsen at first slip. He's going to take a single off this ball, the 4th perhaps. Thompson bowls, no he's not, because it's straight and sort of middle stump line and just push to short leg. The fielders involuntarily, well not involuntarily, without being told initially, start to walk in, but now they do get the signal from Guest as much as from Madsen, although Madsen is pointing, Guest is beckoning with his gauntlets, and indeed the field, with the exception of deep backward square, does, and also mid-off. Rees had come up to a conventional mid-off and is being sent 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. Thompson into Travaskis, who fiddles one off stump really, very uncertainly. And Madsen emerges from behind Guest and fields at gully, and there is no run. Thompson is in, Travaskis is sweeping, but deep backward. No, not deep backward, he's at sort of short fine leg really. In the end, Donald makes the stop, and Thompson bowls a maiden. So Leicester have gained nothing whatsoever from that over.
Neither have Derbyshire really.
No,
apart from Josh Hull
apart
being
from keeping
strike.
Hull on strike. So it's been an ordinary morning from Leicestershire's point of view, an extraordinary one, and delightfully so as far as Derbyshire are concerned.
I'm glad they didn't take a run then, because I've still got 6 runs to play with here.
You're the favourite now. What a call that was!
Well, it was more of a target than a prediction. If you go back, Your Honour, if you go back on the tape. We have 3 mid-wickets and a short leg. There's an extra cover who's quite close in as well, and a leg slip for Josh Hull, as in comes Lewis Rees, and Hull plays a perfectly respectable forward defensive shot to that one. I would repeat the question, where was this yesterday? From a Derbyshire perspective, I mean, who knows? It might be that Rian Ahmed, Lewis Hill and Peter Handscomb all played beautifully, which they did. They were helped a touch. You can't imagine that Leicestershire won't have learnt from that when they come to bowl, as Rees bowls down the leg side. Hull tries to flick it away, sort of. Didn't get very close to it. The ball goes through to Brooke Guest behind the stumps. It's a 7-2 leg side field, very much. The only men on the offside are the short third man and an extra cover. Everybody else is just waiting for the ball to balloon up into the leg side. Will it? Well, we'll wait and find out. 394 for 9. As Rees is in and strikes the pad. Rees turns around half-heartedly and then apologises to the umpire for appealing. Broadcast joined in momentarily and then decided that it was pointless. Back to us, no idea. Similarly with the replay, back to us, no idea. As Hull waits, suggestion it was one of the slower ones there from the walkie-talkie. As this next delivery is defended again by Josh Hull. England man. Once upon a time. He has the height to play for England. Mind you, so does Alex Thompson. 394 for 9. And 2 more balls of this Lewis Rees over. Hull, 2 more balls to survive, it would appear. And this one is down the leg side. He's going to get 4 byes. It definitely moved off the pitch.
It did.
But it was sort of on leg stump and moved further down the leg side. So Blair Tickner, helmet and all, comes jogging down to the boundary to pick up the ball. It's 398 for 9 now. That is very galling.
Almost popped. Maybe one of those pitches where the slower you bowl seam, the more response you get.
Final ball of Lewis Rees' 25th over. 6 for 56 he has. He bowls to Hull, who clips it aerial into the leg side, but it bounces short of Caleb Jewell, who is the squarer of the 3 mid-wickets.
Leg slip, short leg, three short mid-wickets.
7-2 leg side field. 398 for 9 then. Hull yet to get off the mark. Travaskis has 5. Well. Lewis Rees having a bit of a joke with Jack Shantry. It was probably a little bit quicker than that. From memory. Bowled off the wrong foot, of course, as you were discussing last night, I noticed. It was most disconcerting watching Jack Shantry bowl back in the day, to retire early through injury.
Yes, indeed.
Now making his way up the ranks. We saw him 3-4 years ago in Shropshire. I think that was the first time I came across him as an umpire.
Thompson is in. Two Travaskis is bowled him. He's gone back to one that hurried on to him. It didn't really hurry on to him. It went on with the arm, and Travaskis, who has been jabbing a little bit in a sort of pulsed style at several of the deliveries, went back and tried to do so again. It went past his inside edge, hit the top of middle, and Alex Thompson has belated and I think thoroughly deserved reward. But what a morning this has been for Derbyshire. They have picked up 7 wickets, and Leicestershire have added just 41 runs to their overnight score of 357 for 3. And nobody except Fletch would have predicted as much, but Fletch said all out for less than 400.
No. What Fletch said was
let me gild the lily a little bit here.
Was that they would have a target, and perhaps their first target would be to keep Leicestershire below 400, because at one stage yesterday 550, possibly even 600 looked like it was a possibility, which would have put Derbyshire so far out of the game that it's not true. They're still in a fair amount of strife, 398 behind, as Lewis Rees walks off, quite right too. 6 for 56. Terrific effort from Lewis Rees. Holds up the ball, looks at David Griffin, he gets the shot he wants, and he leads the Derbyshire team from the field. He gets a slap on the back as well from Logan Van Beek as he walks out to warm up. One of his victims this morning. Rees in his most recent spell, absolutely remarkable. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 12. Lewis Rees this morning, and he's helped Derbyshire bowl Leicestershire out for 398. A quick race through the bowling figures. Most bowlers won't want to hear them. Rees, as I say, 6 for 56, 1 for 67 for Blair Tickner off 17. Zach Chappell 2 for 49. Jack Morley 0 for 66, wasn't used today. Alex Thompson finishes with 1 for 119. David Lloyd not used today, 0 for 30. Centuries for Peter Handscomb, for Lewis Hill, and of course for Rian Ahmed yesterday. The heavy roller's back, everybody. Let's have a round of applause for the heavy roller. And we will be back for the start. What's it doing out there? We'll be back for the start of the Derbyshire innings in the fullness of time. It won't be long. T20.
To bowl from the city end,
His
Ian Holland.
first bat out in the middle since Bristol, when he batted with a runner. And Ian Holland, who you thought might be the most effective bowler on this surface, if he bowls anything like Derbyshire bowled this morning. His first delivery is pulled right slightly aerially out towards Cow Corner, 4-2. Nice piece of filling down there. Josh Hull in the distance, because he still looks as tall now, and he's in the far distance as most of the other fielders out there. Derbyshire up and running 2 without loss, but it wasn't the most convincing of pull shots from David Lloyd. He will bat like this, which is a slight concern, I would suggest. In comes Holland again, and Lloyd pushes this out into the offside. Nicely fielded there by Saul Budinger. A backward point, full stretch, both hands to the ball. There are 2 slips, 3 slips, 2 slips in the gully, a point, a cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, fairly standard in fact, and a long, or deep backward square leg, long leg kind of person. Away to our left hand side as Holland is in again, and that one's down the leg side, taken by Handscomb, who is of course keeping wicket captaining, scoring runs. Probably wrote the theme tune as well. Behind the stumps, just stretching out. Hard to imagine that he was batting at 11 o'clock with Leicestershire just 3 down. Holland in, bowls to Lloyd, who defends this one. Holland almost falls over, then manages to regain his balance and field the ball in his follow through, which is an exceptional effort. And it remains 2 without loss. So a brief exchange with Fletcher Jr. He made some good points. Some not so good. Here comes Holland again. And they've bowled him, left it alone, David Lloyd, and he's gone for 2. Derbyshire lose their first wicket. The 5th ball of their innings. David Lloyd goes for 2. Derbyshire are 2 for 1.
Dangerous leave, as they say, but suggestion from one correspondent that the pitch may have started to grip a bit, and that did come back. But how far did it come back? It did come back, you know, but Lloyd took his life in his hands and paid the penalty, really. It wasn't that far wide. It didn't jag back. Came back a bit off the seam. Hit the top of off.
Derbyshire lost both openers in the first innings against Lancashire at Chesterfield, neither of whom offered a shot. Just saying, Mitch Wagstaff 2 for 1, Caleb Jewell 11 for 2 in the absence of David Lloyd in that match. And they weren't the only ones either. Anuj Dal was bowled, not playing a shot as well in that match. You've got a bat, boys.
Well, Leicestershire were 0 for 2.
Derbyshire in front.
Hasn't been a good day. Hasn't been a good match for openers so far, has it?
No.
Caleb Jewell will be hoping to change that. Harry Kame comes out to replace the departed Mr. Lloyd.
Paul Rogers, thank you for your email, Paul. Nothing else to say except please don't predict Derbyshire 60 all out. It wasn't a prediction, it was a target. It just happened to be very close to the target that I predicted. No, it wasn't a prediction. It was. I just thought I'd give Derbyshire something to aim for. Really, that's 8 wickets that have fallen this morning. Now, it's as bad as Taunton, really. And Harry Kame facing the final ball of Ian Holland's first over, the first over of the innings, and he plays it into the leg side. And Logan Van Beek does the fielding. There is no run. We have had 1 over of Derbyshire's first innings in reply to Leicestershire's 398, and they're 2 for 1.
Well, Van Beek is going to take the what time is it? Oh, he'll get might get 3 overs or 4 overs in before lunch. He's going to take the first from the racecourse, and I just feel that it might be the sort of pitch on which the likes of Holland and Green get more movement than the sort of all-out pace and hitting the deck hard of the likes of Holland, Logan van Beek. But this is what Leicestershire have done all season, really. The opening pair has been Holland and van Beek, and they're going to continue with that combination.
It's been a relatively successful formula, though, hasn't it?
Yes, no, you can't, I can't argue about that. It's just horses for courses, etc. In goes van Beek and bowls outside off stump. It doesn't move at all, and Caleb Jewell steps across, but then lets it go through.
You're right, though. I did a little bit too quick to do too much off the pitch.
Sometimes you get that with. It is a characteristic of certain English pitches and Welsh pitches, no doubt. Just the 2 slips for van Beek. Third man, long leg and deep backward square as he bowls to Jewell, very wide outside off stump. Jewell has to sort of reach for it, but he does, and gets on top of it and steers it as much as anything down to Travaskis, who's at a wide-ish third man. One is taken, so Jewell up and running. So openers are now 3 for 3 in this game. All those runs scored by the Derbyshire openers, 2 to David Lloyd. And 1 now to Caleb Jewell. Came. Looks around him, sees a gully has been brought in. Ben Green is in there for the right-handed Harry Kame. Van Beek is in, bowls a little bit short and onto the body of Kame, who can go back and just turn it to square leg. Budinger runs across the field, but it's behind square the ball is running. So Kane too is off the mark. That incidentally was Ian Holland's 29th wicket of the season, so he's up there now alongside Ben Green. Van Beek has 30. In he goes, bowls to Jewell outside off stump, straight through it goes, taken a little bit low by Peter Handscomb. So 8 wickets this morning for 45 runs. Van Beek turns, runs in, bowls to Jewell, leaves, good leave as well. It was a lot closer to off stump than the previous deliveries that he's left even. And there's a little bit more lift to the delivery as well. Jewell wanders off towards short leg and just raises a finger at umpire Pratt, just checking that there is just the 1 delivery to go in the over. There is. Should surely get 2 more before the close, before lunch. In goes Van Beek, bowls, and it's an off stump line. Jewell solidly forward, blocking it out to Budinger at cover. End of Van Beek's over, not particularly threatening, certainly bat not beaten in it. Derbyshire 4 for 1 after 2.
245, I think, the follow-on target. Just putting it out there. I don't think they'd enforce it, mind, in a relatively low-scoring game. Unless they skittle them for...
It's the only way they'd lose,
60.
isn't it, if it were to happen. Derbyshire get 150 ahead and then
bowl last on a pitch that's fallen apart. Here's Ian Holland, who's got the only wicket to fall so far in the Derbyshire innings, bowling to Harry Kame, who gets right behind that one, turns it into the leg side. Van Beek at mid-wicket does the fielding and starts to get to work on the ball. 87 on his back. He did explain it to us, but I've completely forgotten. Oh no, it was the number of. He always has 7 at the end, and 8 is the. He just moves up 1 each time he plays for a new team.
So this is his Leicestershire's 8th.
Potentially. As this next one is played off the back foot by Harry Kame. I think he's played more than 8 sides, I would guess. He's played for a few in this country, isn't he? Worcestershire, Derbyshire, Leicestershire. That was pushed up to Liam Travaskis at mid-off by Van Beek. There we go,
Netherlands,
just for you.
Leicestershire, Canterbury, Derbyshire, Wellington, Worcestershire. 1, 2, 3,
That's
4,
only-
5, 6.
That's 26, so yeah, 17 he'd start at. If he started at 17, then that works out. Holland in and bowls to Kame, who has a nibble at that one outside the off stump. A little bit of extra bounce for Ian Holland, and perhaps a little bit of movement away off the pitch. Harry Kame comes down and prods it very accusingly, but that looked like a very good delivery from Holland. Bowled and just sort of held its line, really. Couldn't help himself having a nibble at that one. Derbyshire's number 3. 4 for 1. As Holland is in again, and this time he's right behind the ball and pushes it up to Hull at mid-on. And there's no run. He got told us he got married over the winter, the English winter. Enjoying his cricket. Top man. Top man. Logan Van Beek. As Holland is in again and bowls to Kane. Possibly didn't have to play that one. Came off the bottom of his bat and goes out into the offside. There's no run.
Keep a bit low as well. So
He didn't. He just. His bat was a fair way away from his body. Harry Kane. But no damage done. As Holland comes in again, and that one is pushed by Kame up to Hull at mid-on, and the over comes to an end. It felt like a maiden, and it was 4 for 1 at the end of 3 overs. This could be the last over before lunch. Probably will be at 12:57.
and the fact Leicestershire are not hurrying.
No.
Peter Handscomb in long conversation at the bowler's end with Van Beek suggests that they have accepted it will be the last before the interval.
That's not going to stop Rian Ahmed practicing his bowling action. He's not going to get a go before lunch. I think we can safely predict that. The two batters had a lengthy chat as well.
That would have been an interesting decision.
Well,
In goes the newly married Van Beek. Bowls outside on off stump really, and solidly played by Caleb Jewell. Out to Budinger.
I'm fairly sure he told me that.
Wanted to be a Michael Jackson backup dancer when he was growing up. He tells the cricketers who's who, Logan Van Beek.
Mm-hmm. He's certainly a character.
Yeah, and as you say, a thoroughly nice chap. Off the field, in he goes, bowls outside off stump, bit of width and cut away firmly by Caleb Jewell. Travaskis sprints up the rope from third man to a slightly wider third man.
No
Makes
protection.
the stop.
No protection on either his hands.
No,
Whichever, it's
so
his right hand that's obviously the issue, is it?
It was.
Yeah. I can't see anything from this.
But,
It's a long way away, but
Clearly he's okay now.
yeah. I was going to say he may well have a big part to play, but of course spin's taken 1 wicket.
Yes. And that was one with didn't turn.
One with a very straight delivery.
Jewell on to 2. Kame now faces as Van Beek is in, bowls to him straight. Very solid sort of walking forward defensive press from Harry Kame. Pushes it out to Ahmed at mid-on.
It's 1 for 215 to
The
spin. I mean, Lewis really skews those figures alarmingly, but
Van Beek bowls. Kame is squared up a little bit and something of a leading edge as he looked to go back and turn it towards square leg. Whether it just held up a little bit in the pitch. And he turned his bat a fraction too soon. It took the edge, leading edge, and lobbed out into the offside. Not very far. Hill at extra cover, really, between cover and extra cover, with Hull at mid-off. Was a long way from it when it landed. In goes Van Beek, and Kame does does what he was trying to do the previous delivery, because that just is a little bit more leg stump line and the same sort of length, and he can just get up on his back foot and turn it around the corner down towards Travaskis, and does. So Kane joins Jewel on 2. 1 o'clock ticks up on the clock. So this will be the last delivery of a quite extraordinary session of cricket. Van Beek's going to go round the wicket to Caleb Jewell. Charges in and bowls. Jewell leaves, and Derbyshire will take lunch with bat in hand, which is surprising to start with, on 6 for 1.
Still trailing by 392. Thank you, Richard. We'll both be back after lunch as this game starts to move on at a bit of a pace, really. Caleb Jewell on 2. Harry Kame on 2 as well. Kame has faced 11 deliveries. Jewell has faced 2. The man out, David Lloyd, 4-2, bowled by Ian Holland. 5th delivery of the Derbyshire innings after earlier. Lewis Rees took 6 for 56. 5 for 12 this morning as Leicestershire were dismissed for 398. 41 for 7 this morning. Quite a remarkable day's play so far. It's 47 for 8 in the morning session. 8 wickets falling. And we'll be back, as I say, in around about 40 minutes' time. Hello, hello. Welcome back to the Central Co-op County Ground in Derby for the afternoon session of what has been a remarkable game of cricket so far. We've seen 3 centuries, 4 ducks. We saw 8 wickets fall this morning. 7 of them were Leicestershire wickets as they went from 357 for 3 to 398 all out, with Lewis Rees taking 5 for 12, and then David Lloyd out, not playing a shot, 5th ball of the innings, for 2. Harry Kame and Caleb Jewell are the Derbyshire batters out there. I'm Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby. And this is Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester.
Afternoon, everybody. Well, if it's half as entertaining as it was this morning, if entertaining is the right word, which it probably isn't, mind-blowing is another. It'll be hugely watchable cricket. Ian Holland is in from the city end. Kame is reaching forward a little bit for that one. His bottom hand came off the bat. Just an indication how far forward he had to reach to get there. He did get there, got on top of it, but you could tell from the reaction of the Leicestershire close fielders, lots of oohs and ahs, that he wasn't perceived as being in control.
There's a chap up on the grandstand, looks like he's in a banana suit.
Yes. Holland is in. Bowls almost snuck through. He got forward there. It came back into him, thick inside edge, and he wasn't sure where the ball had gone. And it trickled down past his left foot, he having shuffled across. Not really too close to the stumps, but could easily have gone on. Handscomb shed a gauntlet and went running up to field. Holland is in and bowls. Kame leaves outside off stump. That was sufficiently wide to be tolerably sure it wasn't going to cut back in the way that the delivery left by the unfortunate David Lloyd before lunch did, and hit the top of off. That one went more or less straight on, just the single slip. Now they've put Green, who was at gully at that short extra fielding position. In goes Holland and bowls, and came again forward. It seems back in, but he manages to work it behind square on the leg side and take 2 in the end. Had to dodge around Holland, who just stood at the end of his follow through. So Kimber has gone in there at that short extra position, and I beg your pardon, Green has gone in there at that short extra position, and Kimber has gone to Green's position in the gully. So Patel a solitary slip at the moment. A bob of the knees from Harry Kame as Holland is in, bowls to him outside off stump, goes straight on. Kame lets it go straight on. Nice lunch of sort of veggie curry thing. I enjoyed it.
Same as usual.
Pretty much.
We had I don't know what it was, some kind of meat. Indeterminate, really.
Peppers were involved in ours.
Oh, were they? Oh, no, there were no vegetables in ours. From what I could see.
Holland is in and bowls again, looking to bring it back into the right-handed Kame, who is equal to it on the back foot, defending out towards mid-wicket. Logan van Beek runs into field and continues to stay by the stumps, because as he chats away to Holland, or to his captain Handscomb, listens to what Handscomb has to say, he is going to resume the attack from the racecourse end of the ground.
I do think at lunch I've solved the problem of the world rice shortage, though.
They're running a big warehouse at the Derbyshire County Cricket Club.
So. I think they've got them a special room for the rice. No, it's very nice, as it always is, often is, sometimes is. I'm not sure that is a banana out there. I think that might just be somebody wearing yellow. So Logan van Beek's going to bowl over the wicket to the left-handed Caleb Jewell. Initially did go round the wicket for a delivery before lunch. 8 for 1 Derbyshire. Van Beek is in and Jewell drives but mistimes it. Looks at his bat. Signature shot for Caleb Jewell, the cover drive. Which is why you'll have spotted, I'm sure, on social media when he signed his contract for next season. there was a whole reel full of cover drives, because it is a gorgeous shot, as it so often is with left-handers. You can also get them into trouble, of course, as Van Beek bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump by Jewel to go through to the keeper. Just the one century this season. It was a big one, 200 plus against Kent in the last match here, not the last home game, the last match here. Plenty of 50s to go with that. 6 of them. He's just behind Wayne Madsen in the number of 4 scored and in the total number of runs, as he pulls this one. Very controlled shot out to the man on the square leg boundary. I think is Lewis Hill.
It is.
And they go through for a single. Jewel moves to 3, 9 for 1. Yeah, so Wayne Madsen starting the match with 903 runs. Jewel beats him in the top trumps of highest score with that 232. Martin Anderson actually has a couple of centuries as well, and 250s. He's had a very good first season. As Van Beek is into Kame, who drives into the ground. And there's a slight misfield from Josh Hull, but I think they pretty much decided there was going to be no run because the ball went straight to him. It's a long way down for the long barrier, and it just sort of ricocheted off his knee. Josh Hull.
But when formed by Hull, it is a very long barrier.
Yes, not much gets past that.
Covers about 5 degrees, doesn't it? Of a circle.
He is enormous. Van Beek in, bowls to Kame, who just goes back and slightly hurried by that one, pushes it up towards Rian Ahmed at mid-on. 2 slips and a gully. Man down at third man, there's the thing.
They've done it throughout the season.
Yeah, no,
a long leg and a third man.
I like it. Is the third man Travaskis then? Or is he at long leg?
I think Travaskis is at long leg with that slightly sort of bow-leggedy aggressive stance as Travaskis has.
Very northern, even though he isn't. That one is. Is he? He's from Cumbria, isn't he?
He is.
Travaskis, yeah, pushed out to the offside the final ball of the over. I suddenly thought it's a very Cornish kind of name, but
it is.
He's very much a product of the north.
But his origins are Cornish.
Right.
He wasn't born there, but the family name is, as you say, Cornish.
So it was Ian Holland under the sun hat at third man. And you know that because he's discarded it and he's coming up to bowl. 9 for 1 at the end of the over, then 4 to Kame, 3 to Jewel.
First time that I think Holland gets to bowl at Caleb Jewell, who how many overs are we in? 6 overs in, and he hasn't faced anything. So 3 overs Holland bowled, all at either David Lloyd or Harry Kane.
Does he like a left-hander to bowl at?
I think particularly in terms of bringing the ball back in. Let's see what he can do. In he goes and bowls to Jewell. His bat is well in front of his front pad as he blocks that one away from sort of middle and leg out towards mid-on, where Travaskis examines the ball minutely before giving it a polish on the bottom of his sweater. Holland is in. Jewell leaves. There is just a suggestion of a little bit of shape back in through the air as it was pushed across him. That's what he's looking to do from over the wicket and then sort of bring it back into the left-hander. Just a suggestion of that. Certainly Handscomb behind the stumps took it reaching to his right. Didn't have to move to his right, but a little bit of hope for Holland, who is in and bowling. Good leave by Jewell, stylish leave. He absolutely in position to cut it away and then perhaps seeing a little bit of shape to the delivery, let it go through and held the pose up on his sort of toes in a crouch on his toes, if that makes any sort of sense.
He was taller standing up than he was when he jumped. Kind of phrase.
Holland goes around the wicket to the Australian now, who leaves outside off stump. That floats rather through on the bounce. And Jewell looks askance back down the pitch. Holland has seen enough of that one delivery.
Yes, that's not.
I'm not going to go around anymore. Don't like that. I'm going to go back over. But it did give Jewell something to think about. Handscomb decides that he wants Van Beek a little bit sort of wider at deep backward square, as in goes Holland and bowls again. Bat well in front of Pat from Caleb Jewell as he defends that one out to mid-wicket, where Rahan Ahmed is the fielder. Police car goes down Sir Frank Whittle Way. That dual carriageway?
It is, well done. Not for knowing it, but for saying it correctly. Bradders famously didn't.
In goes Holland. Bowls. Full chipped in the air just above his head, and it's going to run down to the long gone boundary for 4 mid-on. Couldn't get there either. Stuck up his right hand. Jewell again looks completely baffled by the way he played that shot. He stopped on him and up went Holland's right hand, and he couldn't quite get there, nor leaping across from mid-on could Travaskis, and it runs out to the long gone boundary for 4. Must be just stopping a bit, that sort of short of a length delivery. But Jewell moves on to 7. Came has 4, and Derbyshire after 7 overs are 13 for 1.
He was barely even playing a defensive shot.
No, it
And then it's raced to the permanent temporary stand for a boundary. Remarkably, the first boundary of the Derbyshire innings. Is Van Beek from the racecourse end, bowls to Harry Kame, who goes back and defends it straight back to the Dutch Kiwi.
What did our man from the Malverns call the road then?
Well, it was a spoonerism, so you'll have to think about it yourself, and I can't say it on the radio.
He didn't.
Oh yeah. Yeah. We have evidence. Yeah.
Fiddle. Was one half of the spoonerism, presumably.
Brittle indeed. In goes Van Beek. Balls to Kame, who just turns this round the corner for a single down towards Liam Travaskis, and through Liam Travaskis' legs. I'm going to defend Liam Travaskis here because I like him. The outfield is awful at Derby. If you look at it down below us, it's pretty much, it's not quite as bad everywhere as it is down below us, but it's not good. They're replacing the outfield with part of the money from the sale of August. So
that's definitely coming, is it?
It is coming. Well, the money, well, that's another question. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. If and when the sale of August is finally negotiated, they're going to replace the outfield and the floodlights. As Van Beek is in, that was defended by Harry Kame. We moved to 8 with that boundary, 17 for 1. But it is bobbly, and somebody will lose their teeth if they don't replace it soon, is the general consensus. And I think it's a fairly obvious consensus. But went to Chesterfield for the home game, and obviously you know where we sit at Chesterfield, ground level, just near the. Have you ever been?
I've never been.
So
no, I've seen the pictures.
So
I've seen your, the videos and things, of course.
As Van Beek is in, and he's flashed at that one as Harry came. It's gone flying through to Peter Handscomb with the gloves on, at a good height as well. Umpire Chantry just suggests to Logan Van Beek in the most subtle of umpiring ways that he might be very close to the front line. But that wasn't a shot that's going to get Harry Kame very far. If he plays it too often, he hasn't played one before. Let's hope he doesn't play another one. Van Beek is in, and that one is turned into the leg side by Kame. Picked up by Sol Budinger at mid-wicket. Yeah, so we were walking. You walk up. I mean, it's ground level, and the outfield's there, and it's a much better outfield at Chesterfield, sadly, than it is here. This one really suffered at the beginning of last year in the very wet weather. The entire game was abandoned without a ball being bowled. It was underwater. It's never really recovered, I don't think. As Van Beek bowls, defended by Kame, up towards Josh Hull. This time the over comes to an end. 17 for 1, 4 overs each for Holland and Van Beek now. Either side of lunch. Kame has 8, Jewel has 7, 17 for 1. Derbyshire in reply to Leicestershire's 398. The major surprise is that in 4 overs since lunch we haven't seen a wicket, because we've seen a lot of them today. 8 in total. 7 Leicestershire ones and 1 Derbyshire one, and that was just for the addition of 47 runs this morning.
Holland staying over to Caleb Jewell with that short extra cover, is in and bowls on leg stump, and again Jewell is not being squared up by this, but he's playing with that bat in front of his right pad.
It's slightly unorthodox, isn't it?
A little bit, but he's playing with a reassuring degree of certainty at the moment as far as the Derbyshire supporters massed in the temporary permanent stand are concerned. Holland is in, bowls very full outside off stump. Jewell has nothing to do with it, rather skids through low to Peter Handscomb, who takes it down on his knees, and Holland says, okay, we'll try around again. Leicestershire have yet to announce what they're going to do with their 15 million or whatever it is.
20 odd million.
Is it? Holland bowls and on off stump, steered carefully with an angle bat by Jewell through backward point away from Kimber at the gully, along the ground all the way down towards wideish third man, and he takes 1.
As I understand it, you have to pay your debts off first.
Well, that will pretty much take care of it.
Because Derbyshire, of course, hadn't on.
No.
So that puts them in a healthy position as far as the LED lights that we've been told about and the new outfield.
Oh, it's going to be transformed. Holland over the wicket to Harry Kame, who is turning that one nicely off middle and leg out towards mid wicket, but well wide of Sol Budinger, who has to trot after it to the edge of the square. Trot he does, and Kame takes 1.
Because the major concern is that, as I understand auctions, I mean, I don't go to many, you bid on an auction and then whatever price you agreed to pay, you pay. So they had an auction for August, and now they're renegotiating the price and the details.
Holland is in on off stump to Caleb Jewell, who is solidly forward. His head stays sideways. So everything sort of is correct and in position, but it is slightly individual the way he plays, and again Holland is going to switch to around the wicket.
Keeping him guessing.
And he comes and bowls to Jewell outside off stump. He leaves, no real movement there for Holland. Jewell and Kame have played without alarm since lunch. That one sort of flashy attempt to carve it away through the offside from Kame saw ball beat bat, but that was sort of almost self-inflicted, wasn't it? There hasn't been much else going on.
Caleb Jewell's boundary down the ground was a little unorthodox.
Oh, there was that, yes indeed. The punt, whatever it is.
I'm entirely sure how you describe it, rather than the loopy drive. The loopy check drive, I think I'll go for. Here's Logan Van Beek then, in balls, and Kane was initially tempted to try and pull that one, short delivery. It's actually given us 1 for the over, which seems a little harsh, but I don't think it really matters, ultimately. It was a dot ball. He's got 2 slips in the gully. In Holland, putting his sweater back on him. Sweating cobs in the commentary box.
I nipped out at lunchtime and it was quite sort of chilly. There was that fret was back in the air.
Beak balls, defended by Kane. A little way away from the body, pushes it out into the offside where it's fielded by Lewis Hill.
It's about half and half as far as the Leicestershire fielders are concerned. Plenty wearing sweaters, but some not.
Well, the good news is that the sweaters have numbers on the back.
Indeed.
Which is a major help to those of us stupid, not too stupid to actually recognise faces. Take note, Middlesex. In comes Van Beek again, and that was left alone outside the off stump by Kame to go through to Handscomb. Again, comfortably left alone. It was quite a long way outside the off stump. My 2 o'clock alarm has gone off. I have to have an alarm for 2 o'clock because I always miss the 2 o'clock one because it's so soon after the restart. 3 deliveries to go in the over. Van Beek runs away from us and bowls to Kame, goes up on his toes, pushes it out into the offside. Josh Hull moves to his left to field and the batters scamper through for a single. Kame moves to 10. 20 without loss. Still 378 runs behind. Just trying to work out with the naked eye. I might have a look with the binoculars after the update, but there's still quite a few in t-shirts out there, so it is July after all. The Leicestershire over 8's +1 already, which is a remarkable achievement. As Van Beek bowls, defended by Caleb Jewell, and Van Beek falls over. Is he prone to that? I don't remember him being prone when he was here.
He has done it a few times. Flings himself off his feet in his enthusiasm to propel the ball down to the end as fast as possible.
That's too subtle. And could you do this last one when I do my update?
Absolutely. Oh, I see. Okay. Yes, indeed. Van Beek goes around the wicket and bowls a slower delivery to Caleb Jewell, who is forward a little bit too early. Nicely bowled by Logan Van Beek, but nicely played by Caleb Jewell, who wants to shed his sweater. We were just talking about sweaters, and he's gesturing away at the dressing room balcony at his sweater. He could always take it off and hand it to the umpire, and 12th man will come on. In fact, Leicestershire's shedding sweaters now, so perhaps that sort of sea fretty thing, that chilly mist that was in the air, Fletcher talked about that a bit earlier, is now being, that has returned, has now been dispersed again. 21 for 1, Derbyshire 377 behind. I would have feared it would have been a lot more, but they had the morning to remember, as Holland is in, bowls outside off stump to Caleb Jewell, who gets in position to cut it away, but once again lets it go through, and it loops rather apologetically through to Peter Handscomb behind the stumps. Fletcher's brief update.
20 seconds. Quicken. 20 seconds timed.
Holland, past umpire Pratt, bowls on off stump. Jewell is solidly forward on off stump, blocking the ball out into the covers. Ben Green, who I suspect will be the next Leicestershire seam bowler to be thrown the ball.
Be good to see him without his cap on, get the full Ben Green effect.
Holland is in and bowls again on off stump. Again, it's played out on the front foot by Caleb Jewell to Green. And they've decided to bring in a close fielder at Leicestershire. Rishi Patel goes running out into the covers. Sol Bunninger takes the helmet thrown, lobbed gently to him by Peter Handscomb, and goes in at short leg. So no slips, despite the fact it is only 21 for 1 as bowls full this time. Holland, it's on towards middle and leg, blocked firmly but essentially defensively by Caleb Jewell, out past his teammate Harry Kame, but an easy enough stop for Travaskis at mid-on. Holland is in, bowls and almost gets through. There's a very late appeal from Holland. Handscomb went up straight away. It obviously sounded very woody, suggesting that it was mostly bat, but the suggestion also from Handscomb was it might have been pad first. A big thick inside edge onto his pad, so...
Yeah, Holland was almost embarrassed to raise his arms, wasn't he, really?
It was in response to the banshee-like scream from Handscomb. Holland is in, bowls, drags his length back a bit. Caleb Jewell is waiting for it and just plays it down into the ground on the leg side where Budinger feels. And now Jewell, who had been waving, he said, oh, this is what he wants. He wants a short sleeve instead of a long sleeve. So he still wants a sweater, but just the short sleeves.
When we were down in Cardiff, it was gloriously hot towards the beginning of May, when we were having some really nice weather. Spotted Caleb Jewell in a hoodie, long trousers, I mean, he's Tasmanian. It's not as if he's from...
No, I was going to say...
It's not from the Gold Coast or Brisbane or Darwin, but he feels the cold, bless him. Just imagine if it hadn't been a warm summer. We've had a few of those. Here's Logan Van Beek then, 21 for 1. Derbyshire bowling to Harry Kane, who pushes this one towards Rian Ahmed. At mid-on, he has to move a few paces to his right to do the fielding. The leg spinner, as he's now turned into after being the centurion in the batting innings. Quite when we'll see some spin, I'm not sure, because it wasn't massively effective for Derbyshire, although it did turn occasionally when they pitched it. In goes Van Beek and bowls, defended again by Harry Kane, and there is no run. Just going to check and see if that game at Taunton's finished. It can't be far away. They're only 7 down now, Durham. They lead by 53 in their second innings. 158 for 7.
Goodness.
Nottinghamshire only had 96 and a half overs at Southampton, 403 for 6. In goes Van Beek and bowls, pulled into the leg side, a long way in front of square by Harry Kane for 4, out towards the marquee. Dropped it in short, Van Beek, and Harry Kane did the rest. Picks up a boundary, moves to 14, 25 for 1.
That was a dismissive hook, wasn't it?
It was a long way in front of square. 6-3-29 for 4, leading Sussex by 125, but glorious Hove. I do miss Hove.
Likewise, our colleague from BBC Radio Leicester, Adam Whitty, doesn't, because he's there right now. He's taking in a bit of county cricket.
Oh, very nice.
On the south coast.
Is he paid? As Van Beek bowls, that's ducked underneath by Harry Kane.
Good question, actually.
Well, it's worth asking. Just take the pass with you, just in case. They're so accommodating at home.
They are.
They'd probably... Oh, BBS, come in. Adrian had sorted it all out. Yorkshire 349 for 4 against Surrey at Scarborough. I won't say any more. And Warwickshire 36 for 4 in reply to Worcestershire's 333 all out. As Van Beek goes in again and bowls to Kane. That one's turned into the leg side. They'll just go through for a single as the ball is fielded by Green. And Harry Kane moves on to 15, 26 for 1 in the division that really matters. Morgan 269 for 6, leading Kent by 116 at Cardiff. Just moving into a reasonably strong position. Middlesex 495 for 5 now against Northamptonshire. And Lancashire 445 for 8 against Gloucestershire. Lancashire, I still fancy they'll fancy their chances under Stephen Croft. As Van Beek goes around the wicket to the left-handed, Jewell goes up on his toes and pushes it out into the offside. The ball is fielded by Sol Budinger, who immediately removes his cap, shoves it down the back of his trousers because he's going to wear the helmet. 26 for 1 at the end of the over. Although as good a job as Croft has done at Lancashire. There was a report in one of the trade papers this week, I note, that they may well be about to approach Peter Moores for a second time, which is quite frankly staggering. He's done all right with Notts this year, but I mean they've underperformed for 2 or 3 seasons now, haven't they? I mean they've underperformed in Division 1, obviously, but in fact they went on that horrible winless run, which was ended, of course, when they played Derbyshire. And Derbyshire kick-started the current run towards the title.
Changes to the field as Holland comes in to bowl to Harry Kame. Forward goes Kame. It got nowhere near the pitch of it. It wasn't quite there to get forward to, and it rose up on him slightly, and it rather popped off the top part of the bat in the air towards Holland, who pointedly stopped at the end of his follow through. So there's no slip, there is a short leg, a gully. Van Beek's been brought up from third man to backward point as Holland is in and bowls. Kame is calmly forward, just half a step really. Kimber practices a couple of off spinners that it wouldn't be outlandish for an off spinner to have an early bowl. You wouldn't have thought at Caleb Jewell into what rough has been created outside the left-hander's off stump. Holland is in and bowls. Came again. He's just leaning forward. This time pushing the ball off middle out towards mid-wicket. Kimber continues to warm up. I think his selection is a surprise, so it must be with a purpose other than sort of late order hitting, which obviously didn't come off. And you would have thought that the spin might be that reason. In goes Holland, bowls Fuller this time, and rather jammed out than on driven by Kame. Solidly behind it there, out towards Hull at mid-on.
He did hit it. Well, he hit it twice to Wayne Madsen, but the second time he held on to the catch. Twice in 3 balls, same shot.
Just wonder whether Kimber, who is the closest fielder just about to his captain Peter Handscomb, has had some sort of word. Holland is in, bowls on off stump, Came forward respectfully again. Back up the pitch on the offside goes the ball. Holland lets it roll to Green. His loan is being extended by sort of 2 matches at a time at the moment. Holland in, bowls, Kames this time stays on the back foot but head nicely over the ball as he blocks it off stump. Again, played that over pretty well for the most part. Harry Kame, he is on 15 now. Caleb Jewell has 9. 26 for 1, the Derbyshire score.
Spin.
Interesting.
Fielding pads going on.
Will it be Ahmed? Will it be Kimber? It will be Kimber. Off spin to the left hander into the rough.
Buddinger, I think, putting the pads on, isn't it?
So
Ian, who says he's still in Barcelona. Very nice too, following on the
why wouldn't you be?
On the stream before heading to the beach. She says that my girlfriend Elizabeth insisted on the stream, as she says that your voice helps her get off for a nap. Thank you very much. I don't know to be insulted or feel proud. Great fight back by Derbyshire. He says, time now to address the former captain.
What did Prunty say about your voice? That it should be employed reading out dark noir thrillers, crime thrillers, and audio books or something like that.
I am available for work.
Send in an audition tape of.
I'm just going to wait to be
Ian Rankin or something like that.
Wait to be headhunted, I think. I don't want to go for it. I don't want to do interviews and that kind of thing.
No. I am what I am.
Yeah, you know where I am.
So this could be interesting.
Yeah, then we come into the left-handed Caleb Jewell. And the floodlights are coming on, interestingly. Clearly the umpires feel it's getting a little gloomy out there. Kimber bowls and it's swept by Caleb Jewell out towards deep backward square leg, where Holland is fielding in his very optimistic sun hat. And Kane moves to Jewell moves to 10 rather, 27 for 1. I'm glad he is wearing it though, because it makes him very easy to spot. It almost looks like a trilby rather than a sun hat from here, but I'm sure it is a sun hat.
It is.
Great if he fielded in a trilby.
And a cravat.
Yes. Kimber over the wicket to Harry Kane, who gets a full delivery, drives it but mistimes it. Kimber fields off his own bowling.
The stripy blazer.
Well, Wayne Madsen went out to the toss in his stripy blazer.
Good man.
His Derbyshire blazer. I think Peter Handscomb had a green blazer on, didn't he? So that one is turned into the leg side by Kane. Again, there's no room. Good to see some traditions remain.
I'm trying to think if there are any other captains who do the toss in jackets. Kent always used to.
I think they should. His next delivery is turned into the leg side along the floor towards green. But when Leicestershire Deploy took over the captaincy from Billy Godleman, he borrowed Wayne's blazer to go out to the toss. This one, you'd think that Middlesex would do it, wouldn't you? That one's turned into short leg, but in under the lid. I'd be surprised if Middlesex didn't. They've always been a bit hoity-toity, haven't they?
Well, they're hosts.
This next one is defended. When you say that, into the
Middlesex
ground.
as well, you reckon?
Well, Middlesex refused to play Derbyshire until the 1920s because they were louts, but that was at Lord's.
Because Middlesex were louts, or
No,
they
well,
perceived Derbyshire
I
to be
think-
louts.
I think more Derbyshire. And yet the MCC played Derbyshire at Lord's without any problem at all, but Middlesex refused to play them. So we're going to see Josh Hull, are we?
We are.
Yeah, so I would say that that Middlesex are as hoity-toity as, perhaps if not more hoity-toity than the MCC. They allow us to walk through the long room now to go and do the interviews. And
Yes.
up the stairs. It's all very
Without a tie.
without long trousers.
Fletcher's worked his magic.
Yeah.
He does have to escort us, though, doesn't he?
Well, he does,
Just in
but
case we're
we're still allowed in. I mean, there was
Yes,
a time.
there
was a time, wasn't there?
indeed.
He'd have
had
been,
to
he'd have been
yeah,
rugby
jacket and
tackled to
tie.
the floor by an aged steward.
in a white blazer
Yeah.
and whipped with an MCC tie.
See, that's another good tradition.
I believe it still goes on in this whole from the city end, then looking to swing it away from Caleb Jewell. Also, how long since the last over ended? The field still being set. It takes an over to the length of time in which an over could be bowled to set the field. With a deep square leg and a long leg and a slip and a gully as Hull comes in and bowls to Jewell nice and straight, and he digs it out rather. Caleb Jewell there, that looked a little inelegant. It was full and straight, threatening middle stump, and Jewell behind it, but you wouldn't say he was comfortable in the way he played it.
No.
Good start from Hull.
It's been very much a learning experience for Caleb Jewell and all overseas, really. Only here for the first time, really.
Hull runs in, bowls down the leg side. Jewell sort of gestures at it as he steps across, taken by Handscomb, of course, moving to his right. Josh Hull this season, he's played in 4 games. This is obviously his 5th and bowled in 8 innings. He's taken 13 wickets at 24s, basically, which is pretty decent.
Injured at the start of the season, wasn't he?
He was. He has a best of 3 for 13 this season. And he comes. Bowls, looking for the leg stump Yorker. Didn't quite get it right. Wasn't a bad attempt though. Jewel down on it in time to just turn his wrists on it and push it out to the vacant square leg area. Travaskis comes running into field. Jewel takes his single onto 11 now, 28 for 1.
Of course, the bowlers and the fielders have to get used to the overseas as well, so we've not bowled at Caleb Jewell before. Peter Handscomb will have played against him at some point, Sheffield Shield possibly. I imagine he has.
Kane opens his stance slightly with Hull coming in over the wicket to him, outside off stump, little bit of shape back into him, but a good leave from Harry Kane. Getting it through at a reasonable pace, Hull.
There's a little bit of haze out there as well, isn't it? If you look at the trees beyond the first line of trees, they're just... Yeah, it's a little bit misty in the distance. There must be some moisture in the air. The lights are on. How much difference 25-watt bulbs make, I've no idea.
Hull bowls too wide this time, outside off stump, and Harry Kane has nothing to do with it. Yes. The extent to which they're improving the light is
And it goes darker initially when they come on. Freddie's on the camera. I'm so disappointed he hasn't picked out the banana yet. Somebody needs to get him a message. Or get a message to him.
Hull bowls, a little bit short, a wristy pull off the front foot almost by Kane, and he's got that one down to the mid-wicket boundary as well. It wasn't quite as dismissive of the pull as the pull he played off Van Beek, but it was equally effective. Very wristy shot, and without a mid-wicket, it's tolerably safe shot as well. Wasn't in the air for that long. Got on top of the bounce, and a nice way to end the over as far as the Derbyshire right-hander is concerned. He moves on to 19. Jewell has 11, and Derbyshire continue to make a steady inroads into Leicestershire's 398. They are 32 for 1.
Next listening up in Cheshire. Got his left leg on a stool with frozen peas on his shin after being hit fielding at mid-off yesterday. I used to have a packet of frozen peas. I think they were about 5 years old by the time I eventually chucked them away. Kimber bowls to the left-handed Jewell, who just cuts that one away to the point boundary.
I hope it was silly mid-off and not conventional mid-off, when he was sort of staring vaguely into the distance at something else. I
think it might be veterans cricket.
Right. Do tell Nick.
Which is akin to walking cricket, isn't it? At the risk of upsetting everybody, Kimber is in, bowls to Kane, who just flicks that backwards. We've seen a lot of that.
Was it? Yeah.
It was in the air for a moment. A leg slip or a leg gully might have been in business, and now looks like we're going to get another helmet for possibly another helmet.
We are.
Yeah, he's going to have to wear one.
He's following the ball.
But not yet, because the helmet, there's nobody reacting to the call of, can I have my helmet, please?
Oh, Kimber had walked off to have a chat with Ahmed.
And we're ready, aren't we?
And somebody said, hey, he can bowl.
There's a game of cricket going on here, boys. 33 for 1. Kimber in, bowls to Kemi, uses his feet, just clips the ball into the leg side. Again, it's Travaskis who does the fielding. I think whoever is on, there we go. They've all sprung into action in the Leicestershire changing rooms. Helmet being brought to the bottom of the stairs, but of course he's not required for the left-handed Caleb Jewell. As Kimber comes in around the wicket, it's a bit of turn. Jewell just guides it into the onside of a very angled bat. 34 for 1, 364 behind still. I think 245 is the follow-on target. I'm not very good at those. As Kimber comes in again, and this time Jewel pushes it into the offside where it's fielded by Van Beek. Oh, I've called him Van Beek now. Won't happen again. Who's now in front of the bat, having been at leg gully. That one again just fiddled into the offside, backward of square by Caleb Jewell. The over comes to an Ipswell Budinger, who did the fielding. 2 overs for 3. Louis Kimber, 34 for 1 Derbyshire.
Yeah, there hasn't been much wrong with them. Kimber, he's found a consistent length, the right length probably as well.
We haven't bowled many full tosses yet,
No.
which is slightly disappointing. Certainly he's got some way to go to catch up with Derbyshire's full tosses.
His hair has sort of gone back to its normal colour. He came back from Australia at the start of the season with hair looked suspiciously like highlights, but he insisted, maintained stoutly, it was bleached by the Aussie sun. In goes Holland, bowls, and it's blocked back to him by Kame.
It's famously stronger there, isn't it? Famously.
Apparently.
Nick says it was conventional there.
Conventional mid-off.
Yeah, he said he nailed it, couldn't get his hands there quickly enough. He said he did get 3 for 12 or 4 overs though, so...
that will have eased the pain, I'm sure.
Along with 17 pints afterwards.
It's the sort of salve you like, isn't it? Yeah, I can point to my bowling figures as I rub my shin.
That's behind me bruise.
Oh, longish run, but it's quick. It's quite smooth these days, bowls, but that isn't the best of deliveries because it's too far wide outside off stump, and Harry Kame ignores it. Would certainly have been given a wide in T20. It was probably just about inside the white line, as opposed to the blue, which is still just about visible. This pitch having been used thrice previously for one-day cricket.
Yeah, that's a giveaway, isn't it?
Yes, you don't have to ask whether it's a used
All
pitch.
the footmarks.
Oh, bowls straighter this time. Well played again on the back foot by Kame, who, don't want to jinx him, is playing very solidly here, looking pretty good. Harry Kame.
Imagine having played on this pitch twice before, the men, most of them wouldn't need to go out and do any visualisation before a day's play. They're all very used to it.
All turns, in he comes. Bowls, Kame gets a slightly shorter delivery just outside off stump, plays it nonetheless off the back foot, guides it out to point, where the padded underneath his whites figure of Saul Budinger is fielding. Well, Leicestershire have settled into their usual sort of tight lines. They're not creating chances as such, they're not beating the bat very much at the moment, but they do have that sort of control over the scoreboard that they've tended to have this season. The 34 for 1 has come off 16.4 overs, so at the moment Derbyshire just going at 2s. Hole is in, outside off stump, good pace and good bounce, but too wide again. And Kame can and did leave. Could and did leave.
Yes, at this rate it's going to take Derbyshire about 180 overs to get level.
Around about Thursday lunchtime. No, well, that's Thursday's tomorrow, isn't it? Finish on Friday, don't we?
Your guess is as good as mine, in all honesty. It's about for several days.
Hole in, bowls outside off stump, driven in the air, thick outside edge. Ahmed feels at third man. and he hurt himself in so doing. He's hurt his, what's he hurt? His left knee? Seems okay, he's jogging away now, although he's all expressions of great agony on his face, and I'm not entirely convinced that his back leg wasn't actually over the rope there.
I thought it might have been in the air.
However,
I didn't get a good view of it, if I'm honest. But
he sort of asked the spectators afterwards, and
he wouldn't really.
checked.
He probably wouldn't know, would he?
No.
And thankfully, we're not on television, so we're not going to get a 10-minute stop while they dissect it in minute detail and eventually decide that they can't really make a decision and just keep with the decision on the field.
He was late on the shot, and it was in the air as it sort of went through sort of wide of gully. So
just after you said how well he'd been batting. Kimber balls to Caleb Jewell and beats him. Really nice delivery. Absolutely. Beautiful delivery from Louis Kimber. Straightened nicely. Yep, there we go. A little bit.
Could have left it, probably.
Yes. Not a huge amount of turn either. That one, he plays into the offside. Kimber is already showing the Derbyshire spinners the majority of their bowling. Although Alex Thompson bowled quite nicely at times. The way forward here with his off spin around the wicket to Jewell. Again defends. Like most openers, he's probably happier against quicker bowling.
Doesn't have a first-class wicket this season, Louis Kimber. But then this is only his third first-class game.
And he comes again, and that one is cut away by Caleb Jewell out towards Travaskis. Doesn't let this one go through his legs. And they pick up another single. Jewell moves to 13, 37 for 1, trailing by 361. It's a long way off when you're going at 2 and over. An awful long way off. Keeping wickets intact until this ball is just like a rag is probably the main objective. Short leg and a leg slip or leg gully here as Kimber bowls to Kane, who pushes it up towards Rian Ahmed. And they go through for a single. Harry Kane moves to 23. 38 for 1 now. Here comes Kimber again. Round the wicket, bowls to Jewell, who clips that one into the leg side. There is nobody particularly close in there, so Josh Hull has to move in and do the fielding. And does so. They go through for a singular. Jewell takes it, goes up to 14, pinches the strike. 39 for 1 Derbyshire. Harry Kane on 23. Durham are 8 down now. 71 in front at Durham in the 2-day game in the First Division. Now, what would have been amusing if had that been the Nottinghamshire game and Josh Tongue, who was going to be allowed to bowl on days 3 and 4, turned up to discover the game had finished.
Anybody tell him? Yes.
All to do with the integrity of the First Division, of course.
Hull then do the left-handed Jewell with a slip and a gully. Bowls and hurried slightly as he defends on the back foot, but solidly behind it, pushes it out to Budinger and the covers. Here's that short extra as well. Mid-off, Holland. Mid-on Green is the only notionally single saving fielder on the leg side. Travaskis is down on the square leg boundary and Ahmed at long leg. There is also a third man as Hull runs in and bowls again very straight. He's keeping Jewell honest. Blocks it down to Green at mid-on.
Your coach is sitting with somebody I don't recognise.
Claude Henderson, I think.
Claude,
Yes,
yeah,
the director of cricket.
Then. That would make perfect sense. Yeah, you're right. looking suitably relaxed.
You're going to say refreshed then?
No, I don't believe so.
Hull is in and bowls. That one is drifting onto the leg stump and nicely played off the back foot, nicely timed, and an extraordinarily theatrical dive, unnecessarily so. He won fields from Travaskis, who sort of ran along the ropes, reached down to his left with two hands and sort of did a parabola dive through the air.
Cumberland roll, I think.
It reminds me when I started working for BBC Sport online, I was sort of subbing away in Birmingham on regional sport, and BBC Cumbria used to send through occasional reports on Cumbrian wrestling, none of which everybody understood really the terms therein. In goes Hull and bowls firmly off the back foot. Jewel defends out towards that short extra, Logan van Beek. It was the pictures that used to amuse, though. The gentlemen in sort of, it's a sort of white undergarments and on top a sort of baggy pair of satiny shorts. Can you imagine that? It was
I'm trying not to.
No, it's but it's an extraordinary get-up. But tradition is all in Cumbria,
yes,
it would appear. Much more so than utter humiliation, it would appear. Hull is in and bowls down the leg side, looking for the leg stump Yorker, but it's too full. And Jewel steps across, again flicks at it, doesn't get anything on it, taken on the bounce by Handscomb. Exactly that, yes, there you go.
Put Cumberland Wrestling into your search engine. The first picture is a man wearing a pair of black tightish shorts, but with flowers embroidered on them.
Yeah, they had stars, flowers, all sorts of things sort of embroidered on them. Happily worn over their sort of white long johns and top.
It's peculiar. Each to
Can't think why that sport didn't spread out of Cumbria. Hull, as a slip goes to leg gully, bowls outside, just outside off stump. Jewel is cross with himself. He was looking to punch that away through the offside and didn't really time it. Came off the inside part of the bat, bounced back down the wicket towards Josh Hull, who has bowled his 3 overs for just 9. 41 for 1 from 19. Derbyshire in reply to Leicestershire's 3-9-8. And all very different from this morning's chaos.
Yes, a couple of poorish shots this morning, and then the domino effect. 3 centuries, 4 ducks, and many single-figure scores on top. Louis Kimber to continue. Both Lancashire and Middlesex have gone past 500 now in their first innings against Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire respectively. That's Kimber. Over the wicket to the right-handed Kame, who plays it into the ground, and Buddinger's reflexes are good as he catches it on the bounce and threatens to throw the stumps down. He didn't. As Kimber's next delivery is defended again by Kane. This time the ball barely goes a yard away from his feet as he kills it any spin completely. I was just looking at the 3 bulbs that are out in the floodlights just to the left of the members pavilion. Another one missing in the one to the right of the players pavilion. There's at least 3 missing away to our right as well. Those new floodlights can't come quickly enough, really. The man has just gone into mid-wicket. They've got only 2 fielders on the offside, much like Derbyshire did earlier on today. That one has gone through everything and will go away for 4 byes. Or was it hit? Yeah, 4 byes. I didn't think it had hit anything. So Derbyshire move on to 45 for 1. Down, speared down the leg side really from Louis Kimber, who is in conversation with Rian Ahmed. Well, he waits for the ball to be retrieved. Poor old Rishi Patel Had to go and get the ball. He settles down now at slip. As Kimber bowls, and that one is defended. Lots of oohs and ahs out there. That seems to come off the middle of his bat. Harry came. The television doesn't think we're paying attention. Mine went off 3 times, or threatened to go off 3 times on Sunday when I was watching the golf.
Yes.
The 3rd time I thought, I might as well get up, really. What's happening here? Well, Logan Van Beek's holding something. It looks like part of his helmet has broken. The umpire is not allowing Louis Kimber to bowl until it's been fixed. Is it the strap?
The grill?
Chin strap? I can't work out what it is now. He brushes his hair back and he pops his helmet on, and we can get on with the rest of the game. He's at leg gully. Kimber bowls, and it's played not too far away from his right hand and races down to a fine leg for 4 runs. It was simply off the bat. So a leg slip would have been in business, but the leg gully couldn't react quickly enough. And Derbyshire moved to 49 for 1 with Harry Kame on 27.
Kind of why he's there, isn't it?
Was trying to stop that. That shot has been played so many times to the off spinner.
It's a heck of a risk. We've got a leg gully to push it past him in the air, but
he barely reacted though, did he?
no.
Now he's moving sort of to his right, so he's probably leg 3rd slip, if there is such a thing. As Kimber bowls, and that's turned into the ground by Kame, fielded by Budinger at short leg, and the over comes to an end with Kame on 27, Jewell on 16, and Derbyshire on 49 for 1, trailing by a mere 349. They've got to give the other spinners a go at some point, sure. I know he's bowling nicely. He's bowled 4 overs for 10.
Yeah, they will. I would imagine that Hull will probably only bowl 5 overs at a time, and this is his 4th about to start.
The ECB still control him, or?
I think to a certain extent. He's not got any sort of central contract that I'm aware of,
okay.
so
Slip's gone.
2, a deepish leg gully. Well, he's going to have to. He's there for the clip off the legs. It's going to be travelling. Hull is into Jewell, and that is outside off stump. He jumps in the air, the Australian, as he tries to punch it away through the offside. And it would not be an exaggeration to say mistimes it slightly, because it comes off a thick inside edge and bounces down into the onside. And again, it all gets a little bit ugly as far as Caleb Jewell is concerned. He keeps it out. It wasn't a threat, but just at the moment, he's struggling for timing and rhythm in his batting, so to speak. His 16 has come off 51 deliveries. Leans over his bat as Hull comes in, bowls to him, and he turns it around the corner to Rishi Patel, who's at that deepish leg gully, bounces a couple of times before the Leicestershire opening bat makes the stop. Eternal sound of the traffic from the Hexagon roundabout. Pentagon. Hexagon? Pentagon. They're just the 5 roads off, is there? Hull is in and bowls. Jewell is back defending. Straight-ish delivery, midland leg pushed out towards wide-ish mid-on, where green fields.
Yeah, 5. I wasn't sure if there was one more road than there were the number of bits in between, but I'm not very good at that. Whatever that is, that's geometry, isn't it? Isn't it hexagons, geometry?
I suppose it is, yes. It's a number of sides to a shape. Hull working up a decent pace, is in. Bowls full and straight and played firmly, dacked through long on. Mid-on dives. Holland can't get there. I thought everything seemed to happen in slow motion there, rather. It was nicely played by by Caleb Jewell. Holland running across the mid-off, put in the slide and looked like he was favourite to get there. He couldn't quite get there. The ball continued over the advertising mat, which is pinned out depending on who the advertiser of the competition, or the sponsor of the competition is, and got across the ropes before Green could get back from mid-on to save. So Jewell on to 20. Hull is into him again, bowls, and bottom hand off the bat as he jumps in the air, defends it, dropping it out to short mid-wicket, and it's called to for the quick single by Harry Kane. 54 for 1. I missed remark. No, yeah, 54. So that 4 did bring up the 50. I missed remarking upon it, but isn't really remarkable, is it?
No, not
first
really.
50.
I don't think so. The shot itself was another one of those defensive shots that races away. I mean, he must have a terrific bat. I'm sure he's got a selection of terrific bats, but
Kane twiddles his bat in his hand before awaiting the arrival of Hull, who bowls to him down the leg side. There's a sort of gentle cry of celebration from Handscomb as it perhaps flicked the thigh pad, something like that, before being taken by the keeper, but his was the only voice, well, it was barely even raised. 54 for 1 after 21.
just increasing the run rate slightly. Going at 4 and over for the last 5 overs, which is twice as many as there were before that. So as a result, the overall run rate's gone up to 2.5, which is fine at this stage. Excuse me. Bit of a tickle.
Wasn't me.
No, it wasn't. Skimper. He's on his way into bowl to Caleb Jewell. Just pushes that out into the offside. Harry Kane set off for a single that wasn't there, and subsequently was sent back quite correctly by Caleb Jewell. He's waiting again now. This next delivery from Kimber turns, and he actually sort of chases it as it turns away from him and bounces, almost like drawn to the ball. Fortunately couldn't catch up with it because it was taken by Peter Handscomb behind the stumps. Turned a long way, as we have seen deliveries do. This next one is well, it's smashed into the leg side. It was a little bit too short really from Louis Kimber, and it was pulled violently.
Fairness, it's the first one, isn't it?
Oh,
that
yeah.
He's 4.3 overs, and he's finally bowled a bit of a short ball. I've been impressed up to now by Kimber's consistency of line and length.
Jewell moves to 25, 58 for 1. As Kimber is in again, and Jewell goes back, cuts into the offside, nicely fielded by Green, tumbling away to his right hand side. That cover. Gets up, throws the ball in as if it's something that you would do every day, which he probably does.
Yes.
He's now having to move a little squarer because Logan Van Beek is in at extra cover and has just moved slightly squarer too. It's a bit more rare. There's a big appeal for leg before wicket. There's half a chance for a catch. I'm not sure what it came off. I don't think it hit bat.
Sounded a bit.
Rishi Patel put the dive in. He's at slip but couldn't reach it. Looks like a fly. With those sunglasses perched on top of his head as Kimber bowls, and that one is smothered to backward point where Budinger does the fielding. And there's no run. The over comes to an end at 58 for 1. Harry Kane has 27. Caleb Jewell There's 25. Derbyshire are still 340 in arrears, but have negotiated an hour and 10 minutes since lunch without too much trouble. I say too much trouble. There's been the odd delivery, but they haven't lost a wicket, which is important. There has been a 4 in each of the last 3 overs, I notice, one way or the other.
It was just 4 overs from Holt in the end, and it is now going to be Ben Green. So
excellent.
Not as quick as Holt, of course, but be looking for movement off the seam.
Terrific man.
Big all-rounder. Has been very, very good with the red ball this season. 29 wickets at 20.
Do you get to keep him if he comes back for a 4th time, or?
I think we ought. I think negotiations will continue. Every chance of hopefully securing his services for the final 4 championship games as well.
He's quite a big part of the T20 team down at Somerset.
Well, he is, yeah. In he comes and bowls outside off stump. The ball does all sorts, but from so wide that Kame could and did leave it, but there's a certain amount of chortling from the Leicestershire players out there. It sort of popped up and looped through and hit the seam hard, and Handscomb, who tried to well, didn't stop it cleanly, managed to stop it somehow or other, immediately dons the helmet and decides to stand up. It probably is safer.
It took so long to get to him.
Weird that was. Green into Kame again. Comes back into him a bit. Plays it well, just turns the wrists on it and pushes it on the bounce to Budinger at short leg. Roughly of a height, Budinger and Kame. Two of the shorter players on their respective sides. Green is in and bowls. Side off stump, comes back in to Kame, but again is solid behind it on off stump. Handscomb comes out to not field as much as pick the ball up, it having rolled pretty much to a halt.
I just noticed that the school bus has gone.
I was just thinking no ice cream van today either, just the temperature, isn't it?
Nice one there.
Was it? In goes Green and bowls. Worked from outside off stump towards short third man. Running back from backward point is Rahan Ahmed. And Kame takes
just behind the white wall.
Oh yes, so it is. Yes, it's the same one.
The art of ice cream.
Yeah. Just taken up a slightly different position, which fooled me completely. 58 for 1. Kame 27, dual 25.
So much less on offer for supporters during the championship matches. I've just noticed that's magnificent. Salt Budinger's shirt, which goes down to his knees. That is a remarkably long shirt. Good effort.
It is skirt-like,
Well.
isn't it, almost? Green around the wicket to the left-handed Jewel, who gets everything together as he gets behind it, but had to bring the bat back from outside off stump.
Should have WA on the back rather than number 11. Wing attack. Harry Kame used to wear shirts like that, it was great.
Green is in and bowls. There's an appeal for leg before, hit him outside the line to me, but it was a good shout. Now we'll get a very quick look at the replay. It'll be at normal pace. Will it be from behind the bowler? Yes, it will. Right, let's have a look. Oh, fast pace. It was outside the line.
Yeah.
The suggestion may have been from the Leicestershire appeal that they feel that he
shot.
Wasn't playing a shot, that he tucked his bat behind his pad. Had the umpire agreed, then that would have been a close decision.
Trying to peer and see who's on the buttons at the moment. That was excellent work No, it's Matt. That's a shame.
A thumb appears through the window.
There are so many people here to do stuff today. As Kimber begins a new over, turning to the leg side, first ball by Harry Kane.
It's like being at Surrey. The resources of this club are extraordinary.
They provide a magnificent service to the students from the University of Derby.
Bless them.
Doing it only for all the food they can eat, all the biscuits they can eat, and a couple of cups of tea every day.
They do us a favour by eating all those biscuits, don't they?
Wow.
Save us from ourselves.
Here's Kimber into bowl to Jewel, pushes this one out to the outside. He offers the single to Harry Kane, and says, yeah, go on then. And through.
Rambo? Well, go on, Rambo. Who's known as Rambo?
Well,
Kane or Jewel?
Well, neither, as far as I'm aware.
There's definitely a...
Yes, there was. You're right. But I would say that neither of them particularly looks like Rambo.
No.
In fact, if you put them both together, you would barely get a full Rambo. 61 for 1. Kimber's in, and that was given plenty of flight and was driven for 4 to extra cover by Harry Kane.
First full toss, so we've had the first drag down in his previous over.
That was full in the end, was it?
And it was, in the end it was.
Almost got that one in focus. Well done, boys. I think they have had a spot of bother with one of the cameras, just with a bit of autofocus. It focuses on the lens itself rather than anything else. The pictures are very good though. 65 for 1. Back goes Kane and plays it straight to Sol Buddinger. Might have hit him on the half volley. Did well in the end. Did it go? Yeah, about a yard in front of him.
Yeah.
About that far in front. So as a result, he moves 6 inches closer. Kimber is in and Kane goes back and pushes it to Green, fielding at mid-wicket. There's no run. 65 for 1. 1 ball left of Louis Kimber's 6th over. 0 for 20 his figures at the moment. He bowls to Harry Kane. And his figures will remain 0 for 20 as he plays it into the leg side towards Lewis Hill. And the over comes to an end at 65 for 1. Jewel has 26. Harry Kane has 33. Caleb Jewel, given his full name. Derbyshire still trail by Triple Nelson, 333.
And we're halfway through the day's play.
Well, it seems 5 minutes since we started. Yeah, so 16 overs until tea. Which means that tea will be out. What time is it? 4-ish. Just before. About normal, really. 20 minutes late. Over 8's +2, that +1 though, so...
Alfonso Thomas continues his perambulation around the ground as Green is in round the wicket to Jewel. Straight. Meets a straight bat in response. Jewel just leans forward on off stump and blocks it out to Van Beek, who's at that short extra. About 3 strips, 2 3/4 strips back.
I was always told that that noise was somebody trying to ring the line.
Yes, but it's never been
it's
borne out. That in goes Green and bowls down the leg side, nicely flicked around the corner by Caleb Jewel. Nicely played, and it doesn't quite hit the effects mic, but it hits the advertising hoarding very close to the effects mic, as you, I'm sure, heard.
Yeah. Not far off. There's a little gaggle of Derbyshire supporters down there.
If the ball is going soft, it doesn't sound as though it's going soft, does it? When it hits the hoardings.
There's a lot of fruit down there. I noticed strawberries and apples and all sorts of fruit down there being eaten.
Green is in, bowls on off stump, foolish delivery, leaning forward is Jewel, pushing it just wide of point. Travaskis moves across from cover to field. One is taken. Almost updates time for D. Fletcher.
come back. Some dreadful modern music being played. Not that modern, actually. They might play a day of Ozzy Osbourne songs.
Just thinking.
That's what they should be doing.
Green is in. 2 came, who's turning it on the bounce past the reaching Budinger. Again, Travaskis, who's now at mid-wicket to the right-hand, has to jog to his right to field. And as Fletch said, in the last few overs, these two have begun to sort of rotate the strike and keep the scoreboard moving quite nicely. 71 for 1 now from 24.4.
Last 5 overs, it's up to 5 an over now, so the overall run rate's edging towards 3.
As Green bowls 2 Jewel, who goes back, sort of tenses as he blocks that one out into the offside, off the back foot. And Bake, the fielder, it continues to be very much Derbyshire's day.
Well, it means it's only going to be another 100 overs before they get level.
Green in, bowls on off stump and worked towards a sort of deepish gully, but then just sort of scrambles across to his left of field. And Jewel decides not to take a risk. Why should he at this stage? And calls for a drink. Fletch is going to do his update now. Green takes his sweater from umpire Pratt. 71 for 1. Derbyshire trail by 3-7 now, and the Kimber experiment is over. A couple of looser deliveries. It was a good effort from Kimber, really. 6 overs, none for 20. Just a couple of loose ones, but Travaskis is now going to, the front line spinner, if you like. He's going to have a go from this racecourse end. You're not missing any cricket because the Derbyshire 12th man is still on the field with the drinks and towels and what have you. Lewis Hill politely hands Caleb Jewell his bat. The Australian still has his gloves off though, so but it will be Harry Kame who's on strike. Now how is Travaskis going to go? He's going to go round the wicket. The left arm spinner, formerly of Durham of course. Came to Leicestershire when Callum Parkinson went up to Durham. Left arm spin for left arm spin. Travaskis, sort of a little hop as he goes in and bowls, and wristily on the back foot worked back down the pitch towards him by Harry Kame. Long sleeved shirt for Travaskis. He pauses almost next to umpire Chantry, steps in and bowls. That was a nice loop, and it did turn, but from sort of 8 inches outside off stump to about 12 inches outside off stump. It's marked the turn, but it's not particularly quick, and obviously from outside off stump, not threatening. In goes Travaskis, bowls straight, but that one then goes of course straight on. Kame can go back and work it off. Leg stump out towards deep backwards square. Kimber down there. Usually closer to the wicket than that, which is why I was vaguely surprised to see him. Has a very good pair of hands. Catching with Louis Kimber.
And other things.
I'm sure. Josh Scholl uses his for throwing farm animals around, of course. Farming family, the Hulls. Presumably catch sheep and things like that for shearing. In goes Travaskis and bowls to Caleb Jewell, who goes back. It turns into him and keeps a bit low. And had it wrapped him on the pads, don't think he would have waited for the decision, but got his back behind it. Travaskis is in, a little bit short and a little bit leg sidey as well. Jewell misses out a little bit. He goes back and looks to work it into the leg side, doesn't really time it. Green fields.
animal throwing, was that something else you were subbing from the Cumbria correspondence?
Is that one of their
I don't know. It sounds like it should
fell
be.
side occupations? In goes Travascus. Oh, my word, that turns to an appeal for a catch. No, says umpire Chantry. It looped off the thigh pad of Caleb Jewell, but it both bounced and turned quite markedly. Let's have a look, see, and he did sort of gesture at it as he took his bottom hand off the bat, but it was just a thigh pad. But there was both bounce and turn there for Travascus, so a little bit of hope for the Cumbrian. 72 for 1.
Martin Anderson shuffles on and now is getting slower and slower as he makes his way off. Missed the game because of a back spasm that he suffered before the T20 match on Friday. Still not quite right. And not sure whether running on and off the field is necessarily what you want when you've had a back spasm. Maybe the alternative is Harry Moore, who's got a stress fracture, so or is recovering from a stress fracture. Not too many alternatives. Pat Brown, who was in the squad, was skipper in the seconds. And here is Green beginning a new over to Harry Kane, who turns it into the leg side. And there is no run. So 72 for 2. Derbyshire would be delighted to get through a session without losing a wicket. Still some way to go until tea, with 14 overs including this one. And Green is in again. Kane cuts quite fine. There's no third man, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. And it was there to be cut. And Harry Kane moves on to 39. 76 for 1 now. Liam Travascus is currently upside down on the edge of the square, stretching his back out. Rather bizarrely. It was nicely played that by Harry Kane. His 6th boundary. Sol Budinger is the designated clapper at short leg, shortish leg. And at Green bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Kane, picked up by Van Beek. He starts polishing the ball. He keeps looking at it and then giving it a little polish. Almost no point in polishing the ball at this point, even though it is only 26.5 overs old. As in comes Green again. Kane watchfully pushes forward Kimber, who is now closer to the bat than he was in the previous over. Fields at extra cover. Gentleman in a red hoodie. Just caught my eye. It's quite bright. Up to the by the old scoreboard.
And Banana Man is back.
Oh, excellent. Ah, yes. Green bowls driven by Kane. I'm not sure he's going to beat the fielder, and he isn't. Holland with a tumbling stop at mid-on. He's got to be doing that for a bet, hasn't he? Because none of his mates appear to be in any kind of fancy dress. But he is most definitely a banana. Probably. Yep, he's got his hood up now, so he looks even more like a banana. It's a big chance to get him on film. Green bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Harry Kane to go through to the keeper. 76 for 1 at the end of the over. 31 to Jewell, 39 to Kane. He's got a couple of pals with him. He's got the world's largest bottle of water as well, the banana. And if that's not a bet, I'd be very surprised. Youngish, and it's good to see. I mean, toppers would be disgusted that young people were watching Championship cricket, but believe me, it happens.
My word, that's a noisy motorbike going up Sir Frank Whittle Way as Travascus continues from the top edge sweep that is going to bounce well short of wide long leg, almost deep backward square. Holland runs around to his left of field. We saw plenty of those during the Leicestershire innings, sort of sweeps that were top edged and fell a little bit short. You're on to 32. Travaskis back round to Harry Kame, who is not caught behind. Did that turn, or did it come off the pad? Looked to come off the pad. It was taken by Handscomb in the end, but he was looking to play it on the leg side. Oh, it turned. It just turned, ripped that one. Travaskis is in, bowls a quicker ball, and back goes Kame, looking to work it on the leg side. It actually drops down at his feet off the bat, but Travaskis is getting more turn than Kimber, as you would hope, really. Full time as opposed to occasional spin. In he goes and bowls. Back goes Kame, plays it off the pitch. It does straighten on him. But Travaskis is definitely getting a little bit more from the pitch. Blows on his bowling hand, grips the ball, steps in and delivers. Back goes Kame. And again, very wristy working of the ball into the leg side. The howl of frustration was from Rishi Patel at first slip. Travaskis bowls, lobs that one up a little bit, and Kame can get to the pitch of it and push it just wide of Hull at mid-on and take the single. Another good thing about Travaskis is he does get through his overs quickly. Whips through them, really. 78 for 1 after 28 now, Derbyshire.
Harry Kame's having a good season, averaging 46 with the bat. That game at Taunton is moving on apace. At Somerset have been set 86 to win, and currently 16 for 1. Could be a nipper. Almost certainly won't be. It's raining in Scarborough. It's Yorkshire for you. Contractually
that'll improve JD's mood, won't it?
Yes. I'm not sure anything would really. Glamorgan have been bowled out for 327 in the 101st over of their innings, as Green begins a new over to bowler Harry Kame, who defends the first ball straight back to the bowler.
Good position for them now, two, so that's 5 bonus points from the game for them.
And 172 run lead on first innings.
So they've got a good chance of picking up 21 points from that game.
Lancashire bowled out for 557 by Gloucestershire, who are 2 without loss at Cheltenham. Here comes Green again and bowls, and that one is pushed into the offside once again by Kame. At Middlesex, they've just decided to bat forever. They're 561 for 7 against Northamptonshire at Merchant Taylor's.
Which is, I'm sure, roughly the position many people thought Leicestershire might be in about this time.
I certainly did. Yes, absolutely. As it is, their lead is 320 as Green bowls to Kennett, like a slightly quicker delivery, and it's turned into the leg side out towards Lewis Hill. He's filling out there at backward square leg. For a single by Kame, it moves on to 41, 79 for 1. Just take 2 off the total. You have the partnership after David Lloyd was out for 2 bowled by Ian Holland before lunch. Fifth ball of the innings. So not quite as dramatic as the first over and a half of the Leicestershire innings, when they lost 2 wickets but went on to make 398. As Green is in to Jewell, pushes that one square on the offside. Buttinger picks up. Looks like the figure of Zach Chappell at the top of the stairs. He looks well muffled up. It looks like he's got a big hoodie on. Looks like plenty of. I would imagine it. Well, they all know each other anyway, don't they? But he started at Leicestershire, got that high score in his debut here at the county ground. That one is pushed, driven by Caleb Jewell, tumbling stop by Travaskis. 96, I believe, on debut here for Leicestershire.
I remember it well.
I'm sure I was here, but I don't remember it. Unless it was before 2016, in which case I wasn't here. Here comes green again. Jewel just pokes at the ball as he pushes it out to Van Beek at extra cover.
2015.
Ah, well, that's why I don't remember it. I didn't see it. So thank goodness for that. 79 for 1 at the end of the over. Kame has 41. Jewel has 32. 11 overs to go until tea.
One questions everything one reads about him in the who's who.
Yes, just be careful what you're reading out here.
And I'm hoping I'm not reading out any sort of euphemism when I say the surprising fact about him.
Oh dear.
He says is, quote, I love otter watching.
I wouldn't have read that. I don't know what it means.
No, neither do I. Well, I'm hoping it means what it says it. After a previous experience.
Yes.
Travaskis round the wicket to Kame, plays him off the back foot, just dabs it down. Just not quick enough the turn, is it, to really discomfort. Kame's playing it very nicely off the back foot for the most part, if he can't get forward. Travaskis is in again, back, and wristily defending it out into the on side. Budinger picks up. Travaskis bowls. A little bit too middle and leg line. And Kame able to get forward to that one.
I think you're safe.
Defends it. Travaskis is in again. Kame gets forward gets to the pitch of the ball, smothers the spin, pushes it out into the offside. A lone pigeon flies in front of the commentary box. Heads off north as Travaskis is in and down on one knee, and a scoop by Harry Kame that goes over, well, first slip in the end, down to a very fine third man boundary for 4. Well, that was
nowhere
out of the blue.
Nowhere near where he was trying to play.
No, he was trying to scoop it on the onside, and that took something of a leading edge almost. Let's have a look.
Yes.
He was looking to try and get it across leg slip, and it went over first slip. Travaskis is in, he goes back and defends a fuller delivery. So he got away with it. He got what he wanted from the shot, but it was a little bit question mark over it. He moves on to 45. Caleb Jewell has 32. And this partnership builds steadily. 83 for 1 now, Derbyshire.
A long way to go to match the two big partnerships in Leicestershire innings, of course. So 169 between Rian Ahmed and Lewis Hill, and 191 between Peter Handscomb and Lewis Hill. And eventually out for 151. Terrific innings. The former skipper. And we're going to see Ben Green continue after a bit of a polish of the ball and a discussion about the field, perhaps whether they want the jam on first or the cream on the tea time scones. Ten overs until they can eat them. Looks more like to be energy gel, which isn't particularly romantic. Green bowls to Jewell, who pushes that out into the offside. Well bowled, Greener. Fielded by Van Beek. Lewis Hill looks like he's warming up to bowl. Is that likely?
It isn't.
No. Less as likely as Caleb Jewell, presumably. This next one is defended by Jewell. He looks, I think he looks keen. Rian Ahmed might have something to say if he came on before him, of course.
It's a business of putting lad after the nickname is quite a sort of Yorkshire thing, isn't it? And Greener lad and
Brazzy lad. Here comes Green, bowls, and that one is cut away beautifully by Caleb Jewell. He's threaded the needle there because there are 3 fielders, and he managed to get it to the right of Budinger and the left of Hill, all the way to the boundary for 4. That was beautifully played by Jewell, who moves on to 36 now, 87 for 1.
Apparently, Brian Close used to do it all the time, so every teammate was first name Lad, but he used to do it with all the sort of Yorkshire employees, and once famously did it to the tea lady Mabel Lad.
Here goes Green, and he tries to repeat the shot but mistimes it straight to Logan Van Beek, or Beaky Lad.
So legend has it. In God's own county. I'll have mine with 2 sugars, Mabel Lad.
Tough man. 87 for 1. Green in and bowls. That's left alone by Jewell. Big puff of dust came up from the landing foot of Ben Green as he delivered that one. I'm in Halifax on Sunday.
Final pre-season friendly?
No. There's a small get-together of people who've endured Radio Leeds over the years. This next delivery, that's working for them, not listening to it. Turned into the leg side by Caleb Jewell, fielded by Kimber. The over comes to an end. 87 for 1, 45 to Kane, 36 for Jewell. Now looking forward to it for a couple of current and a number of former reporters / commentators from Radio Leeds. I didn't realise I was a former Radio Leeds commentator. That's pretty much drawn a line under that one. Organised by a former sports editor. It'll be a laugh, hopefully.
He smiles out there at the moment for Leicestershire. Travaskis continues from the racecourse end. Slip and short leg as he bowls too full to Harry Kane, who can reach forward and clip it out to deep square. Kimber lopes around the boundary to field. It's the only possible description of the way he runs, really. And 2 is taken. Kane approaching his half-century. Travaskis 80 on his back. In and bowls. Kane plunges forward rather at that one, smothering the spin, pushing the ball out into the offside. Van Beek picks up. Travaskis lobs that one up and lobs it to the extent that it is a full toss, and Harry Kane says thank you very much, that is a very nice way to go to my 50, whacks it out to mid-wicket and raises his bat around the ground, gets a shake of the hands from Caleb Jewell, but I said a while ago how well he was batting, and he continues so to do. His 51 has come off 102 deliveries.
8 fours, the 7th time he's got to 50 this season. He's gone on to make 100 once.
There's good consistent scoring as Travaskis goes in and drops short this time. A drag down. Kane goes back and works it out towards deepish mid-wicket. Doesn't quite get as much of it as he would have liked, so Hull can run around from mid-on to field. Kane takes his single, moves on to 52.
Played in every championship match. Worked his way into the T20 side as well towards the end of the disastrous campaign.
Hiatus. Well, Leicester should decide where they want Van Beek. He's at almost a sort of short fine leg as Travaskis goes in and bowls to Jewell on off stump, middle stump really. Jewell is forward, closes the bat face on the defensive shot, pushes it out into the onside. Travaskis in a little bit short, pulled, cracked away for 4 by Caleb Jewell. Anything short, he fastens on very, very quickly. Not a great over from Liam Travaskis, who started well. This must be frustrating for Handscomb. You hear those figures? Kane confirms what we've already told you. But he's the frontline spinner, and I would imagine Handscomb would have been relying on him to bowl quite a few overs. But that's 4 overs for 18, but the last 2, the first 2 were very good, the last 2 not so good. And well, Green, how many overs did he get? 5 overs, none for 16. He's being replaced now. And Leicestershire see if the little man with a little bit of magic about him can work that magic for the Foxes. Effect a breakthrough. Rehan Ahmed's going to have a go from the City end.
7th bowler used. Let's imagine Peter Handscomb starting to feel like Wayne Madsen felt yesterday.
Maybe Lewis Hill will get a bowl at some stage.
Still windmilling his arms around. Man out on the mid-wicket boundary is being pushed straighter out there. As Ahmed is in and balls a half tracker that does turn and sufficiently to force Kane to reach for it, and as a result he can only play it straight to the man at extra cover. Next delivery a bit more on target, but is cut away by Kane. They've run the first one quickly. Kimber gets to it, fumbles it in his hands, and then throws in, but that enables him to come back for 2, and the Derbyshire 100 comes up. 100 for 1 in the 33rd over, which will tell you that they are now going at 3s rather than the 2s that they were going at the very start of the innings. Ahmed bowls, left alone by Kane to go through to Handscomb behind the stumps. And on the cover boundary, a sort of deepish gully. There is a slip. Man at short fine leg as well, as this one is allowed to go through by Kane. Again, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man on the mid-wicket boundary. Two balls left in the Rehan Ahmed over, the first of which is played very precisely back to him by Kane. He's on 54, Jewell is on 40. Not in. As the final ball of the over is pushed to the man at extra cover. That's Travaskis, I think, who picks up the ball, threatens to roll it at the non-striker's end, and then holds on to it because it looks like he's going to continue to bowl from the racecourse end. 100 for 1 Derbyshire after 33 overs. 7 to go until tea. Kane has 54, Jewell has 40, and the Derbyshire now trail by 298. I was trying to make out who that was on the Ian Holland, who's now wearing a cap, rather disappointingly. That's on the deep backward square leg boundary.
Travaskis over the wicket to Caleb Jewell. Suggestion of turn back into the Australian. He goes back and defends it out to Green at mid-wicket. Travaskis in, driven back to him underneath his 2 hands. Looks a little, shakes his right hand that was injured, but as Fletcher said, is not now bandaged and obviously isn't too much of a problem for him. Picks himself up, grips the ball, walks in and bowls, lobs it up, full toss, driven back past him, he dives to his left, can't get there, and it runs down to a very straight boundary just to the onside for 4. 100 partnership is raised with that shot as well.
Shake of the hands between the two of them.
They're aware of the fact. Caleb Jewell now on to 44, and his partnership providing now a more than useful foundation for a big first innings from the home side. Travaskis bowls, drops a little bit short. Jewell goes back and punches it away through the offside. Kimber runs in that sort of languid style, but he does cover the ground quickly. Picks up around 10 yards inside the ropes. And Jewell takes 2.
He's quite bouncy, isn't he? In his run.
Louis?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Looks like a sort of distance runner wearing those illegal shoes.
you'd certainly recognise his run. In goes Travaskis, bowls, turns a touch, but it's a little bit short. It turns onto leg stump and it's played firmly out deep mid-wicket. Lewis Hill chases back, and Jewell taking plenty of runs in this over. 8 of them already, I believe. 108 for 1. Jewell on to 48.
I think they're only illegal in the races, aren't they? You can buy them. It's not illegal to own a pair.
Special running shoes that give you extra bounce.
Yeah, the marathon runners have been wearing them and running really quick times.
Travaskis is in. That's well bowled. And Jewell forward, using his pad as much as his bat to cover up just outside off stump. But another inconsistent over from Liam Travaskis. 5 overs, none for 26 for him now, and his head is down a little bit as he walks away.
Do you not have a pair of those?
I don't. Probably couldn't afford that. They probably cost a fortune, don't they?
Was it? I think it's with the swoosh. I think they do them.
Okay, well, definitely cost a fortune then.
It's got like, it's the sponginess, isn't it, of the sole and the inner, and it helps you run quicker apparently. That and blood doping. 108 for 1. In comes Rian Ahmed for ball to Kame, who drives very pleasantly out into the offside. Louis Kimber on the cover boundary does the fielding. He moves on to 55, 109 for 1. Caleb Jewell's on 48. Sweater removed by Ian Holland. And now folded very nicely and neatly, placed by the helmet. If it is him, no, it's Logan Van Beek. All swapped places. Ahmed around the wicket to Jewell, who goes at that one. I'm not entirely sure what it's come off. Is it a boot or is it just flown? It's just flown. And it's signalled by 110 for 1. That was remarkable. What's that hit? Foot mark and then just goes. Yeah. Ahmed in again, balls to Kame, who goes forward inside edge into the leg side.
It's amazing how few wickets have fallen to spin, given
Yes, that it is
the
turning.
occasional. Yeah.
Yeah, at 1, I believe, so far. As Ahmed bowls to Kame again, that one's pushed up towards mid-off, intercepted by Travaskis. Lights still on at the Central Co-op County Ground. As Ahmed's next delivery is defended into the onside this time by Kame. Fielded by who was that? Lewis Hill? No, he's at short fine leg. Fielded by the man at mid-wicket.
Holland, I think.
Oh, thank you. That's his next delivery. What's he doing there? He's pushed into the offside by Kame. Van Beek had already fooled me by being on the boundary. They're just switching it about. Caleb Jewell removes his helmet at the end of the over. He'll be on strike for the start of the next. He has 48. Harry Kame has 55. Derbyshire 110 for 1.
Travaskis taken off after just 5 overs on a turning wicket.
That's why he was fielding out there.
And Van Beek is going to replace him at the racecourse end. So the over 8, which had improved dramatically. It wasn't bad in the first place. It is still being shown as +1. What it will be at tea, I don't know. But
+2, I'd have thought.
I would imagine it will be.
It won't be far off. We were told what they took into consideration before. I still couldn't work it out how it was plus.
In fairness, it's only 3 overs until tea, and it isn't going to be so very late. And had the spinners, had Travasky's been bowling, it might have even been close to being on time. Combination of Travasky's and Ahmed. But Van Beek gets through his overs rather more slowly. Bowls a loosener to Rehan Ahmed, who's at mid on. In his Leicestershire, in his smart Leicestershire cap with a gold fox there on. Round the wicket goes Van Beek and bowls on the legs of Caleb Duell, thumps into the pad, was going a long way down the leg side. It trickles, slowed down by the pad en route to Hill at long leg, and the leg by is signalled by umpire Chantry. 1-1-1 for 1.
A lot of ones. Somerset are already 3 down now.
Needing 70 odd, you say, to win the game.
They only need another 39. The target was 86. I hope he's booked an open-ended rail return.
Yeah.
Be stuck in Somerset for 2 days.
Van Beek bowls, back goes Kane, turns it towards mid-wicket. Duell, momentarily interested in the possibility of a quick single, is sent back, rightly, I think, by Kane. Budinger quickly onto the ball, square leg. Yes, there'll be a few hotel bookings, presumably down there as well, which won't be fulfilled.
Paid in advance.
I would assume so. Van Beek is in and bowls outside off stump. Left by Kane.
The Test match is crawling along, isn't it? 50.5 overs, 146 for 3. India.
Oh, 3 wickets post lunch then. Because there was 70 odd for none last time I looked at lunch. Van Beek in, Kame is forward. Plenty of time to play that one off stump. Defends it. Out towards green at extra cover.
Liam Dawson's got a wicket, good to see. 1 for Wokes and 1 for Stokes. Bumrah's playing, I hadn't realised. That's his last test of the series then.
Van Beek looking for the Yorker. Nicely played off the bottom of the bat, of course, by Kame. He examines the bottom of the bat for damage. He's happy with what he sees. Managed to turn it out to Budinger at mid-wicket.
4 down Somerset now.
Astonishing.
And they still need 38.
So 34 wickets in 4.5 sessions. Van Beek bowls, Kane playing slightly across his front pad, pushes the ball again out to Budinger at mid-wicket. End of the over, the 36th of the Derbyshire first innings. Van Beek's 7th, none for 16 for him. Only Holland, of course, has taken a wicket so far for the Foxes, and every chance now for these two to go through the session unparted. 8 wickets in the first session, quite possibly none at all in the second.
Yeah. It's hard to know who'd be most grumpy at Taunton, isn't it, really? Be a great listen. It'll be available on the BBC Sport website and app, but not for long. Get it while you can.
Why would Anthony be grumpy? Or just because he naturally is? Or?
Well, no, if Somerset lost from that position.
Oh, if they lost,
yeah,
yes,
difficult to know
absolutely.
who'd be most grumpy. Rian Ahmed begins a new over, bowling to Caleb Duell, pushes the ball out into the offside. They take a single as he moves on to 49. I don't think either are particularly grumpy. I've not worked an awful lot with Anthony. Just one-day cup matches. Derbyshire and Somerset's paths seldom cross.
Yeah.
112 for 1. Ahmed bowls to Kame, who cuts out to Kimber on the point boundary. Moves on to 56, 113 for 1. 4 overs after this until the tea interval. So the update will come slap bang in the middle of it. Joy. It's getting a little bit hazier, it seems to me, as Ahmed bowls, and back goes Caleb Jewell and gets to his half century. Joins Harry Kame in getting 50. Does Caleb Jewell. Nicely done by the Tasmanian opener. Raises his bat, gets a handshake off Harry Kame. It's the 8th time he's got to 50 this season. On one occasion he's gone on to make a century. It was a big one. 232 he made. Caleb Jewell, 94 balls. Came on strike now, pushes this one out into the offside. Just the 7 fours for Jewell's half century. And the stand continues to progress. Ahmed bowls. Ooh, he's hit that and he's caught. Harry Kame goes at mid-on. He's tried that shot 2 or 3 times, and it's the straight pull almost. And Harry Kame goes. Derbyshire lose their second wicket, their first of the afternoon, at 114. 114 for 2. He just didn't really get hold of it, and it was comfortably taken by Ian Holland. And they'd be disappointed not to have lasted the full session.
Was that so? 7 50s and just 1 century, or 8 50s now and 1 century for
That's a terrific question.
Harry Kame.
He's got to 8. Yeah, 8. He's got to 58 times, and once he's turned one of those 50s into.
You want to improve that conversion ratio, because
Yeah.
he played really well for his 56, and he'll be hugely disappointed he didn't go on. It wasn't the greatest ball Ryan Ahmed's ever bowled.
Here's Wayne Madsen, everybody.
Oh, joy.
Incoming batter, Wayne Madsen.
Has a reasonably good record against a number of counties, including Leicestershire.
Must be the best record against Leicestershire.
Oh yeah,
his best record.
Yeah, I think so. I'm going to double check that at tea, but if he's still there, I'm fairly sure. I did print out. Oh no, I've got that here. There we go. We can sort this out. Once probably. No, I've not got it here.
That's a very nice collection of
Printouts.
carefully kept printouts.
Yes, I do precious little with, quite frankly. Oop. But it hasn't got the one that I wanted, really. I'll have to go searching for that. So some joy for Leicestershire and for Rian Ahmed, who picks up the second wicket to fall, caught by the man who took the first wicket to fall, Ian Holland. It's a sort of mistimed pull shot, really. Comes Ahmed again, bowls to Madsen, who just pushes the ball straight back down the ground, and there's no run. That was the last ball of the over as well, so a successful over for Rian Ahmed. 3 overs, 1 for 6, 114 for 2 with 3 overs to go until tea.
Caleb Jewell's 50 came from 94 balls and contained 7 fours.
So it did. Madsen yet to get off the mark. Caleb Jewell is on exactly 50. Jane could have announced that, I'm fairly sure, during the departure of Harry Kame, but chose not to.
It's a busy time. It's a busy time for scorers, though, isn't it?
As is her prerogative.
Van Beek round the wicket to Jewell outside off stump. He's reaching for it a bit and gets a thick inside edge, and instead of going through the offside, it somehow runs out to deep square. He takes one.
You asked for it. Wayne Madson's got it is Leicestershire. 2,150 runs going into this innings against Leicestershire at 65.15.
Just in the first class.
In first class cricket, yes, 6 centuries, including a high score of 172 not out. That's in 41 innings.
And, yes, I suppose I've seen pretty much all those 2,150 runs. As in goes Van Beek and bowls. That's a decent shout for leg before. Is it going down the leg side? Madsen survives, and the signal is a leg by. So there was no edge on it. Was it just going down?
Looked good, didn't it?
It was very low. It certainly wasn't height. Going down. Just going down. Jagged back and hit him around about the knee roll on the left pad. And Madsen, the old campaigner, did manage to sort of get his left leg quickly. Make sure it would look as though it was outside.
Spread his legs, didn't it?
Yeah. Van Beek is in dual defence, a little uncertainly on the back foot outside off stump. Again, reaching for it. Madsen can be a slightly loose starter sometimes.
I think that's fair.
But if he gets through his first sort of, once he gets to 8 or 10, then it's usually that against the Foxes. Van Beek bowls down the leg side, and off his feet he ends up sprawling over the pitch again. So you've now seen him fall twice, never having seen him fall previously. Oh, he's hurt himself a bit. No, he's just bending down to dry his hands on the outfield.
Madsen, of course, missed out at Grace Road. At 96 in the second innings.
Van Beek bowls on off stump, again from round the wicket. Angled bat from Jewell, steers the ball to backward point where Budinger fields.
He'll have been disappointed in that, I imagine.
Mary was out. Let's have a look. See.
Got all these notes.
Yes.
And it's almost impossible to find.
Van Beek outside off stump. Jewell lets it go through.
I've got the right day. He was bowled by Ben Mike. In 96.
Saw Ben Mike earlier, doing a little bit of work. Had a hamstring problem. And well, could see him holding it in the warm up for one of the early T20s, and then shouldn't have been bowling in that. Did, made it much worse, and he's been out for the best part of 2 months now.
Rian Ahmed bowling to Wayne Madsen, who's yet to get off the mark. He waits and goes back and chops the ball down to fine leg for 4. Saw Budinger gritting his teeth almost as he started to chase that, and then decided there was no point as it raced down to the boundary below us. 120 for 4. Still 278 behind, but only 2 down. You just go in there then. Member of the Derbyshire, whatever it's called, board. Comes Ahmed again, and this time Madsen goes back and punches the ball into the offside. Travaskis does the fielding, and there's no run. 120 for 2. And comes Ahmed again. Madsen drives a little upishly into the offside for a single. No damage done though as he trots down to the non-striker's end. 121 for 2. Somerset now 5 down. Still leading further, 24 to win at Taunton.
Astonishing.
Nipper, absolute nipper down there. I'm going Durham win. Let's have a look and see who's getting all the wickets and what it's doing. Ahmed bowls, and that's just guided square on the offside by Jewel. He moves to 52, 122 for 2, 1 over after this one until the tea interval. The update won't be slap bang in middle, but won't be far off. Two balls left in Ahmed's 4th over. Oh, he's edged it and he's gone, and Wayne Madsen goes for 5. He went for quite an expansive looking shot there. That may well be tea actually, as Madsen went for the big shot. He's punching his bat now. It was a very straightforward catch indeed, wasn't it? Was it Rishi Patel in there?
Usually is. I wasn't sure whether it was Rishi or Ben Green actually, but I'd have
either
to.
way, he's picked up 2 as Rian Ahmed, and that is tea. Wayne
It was
Madsen,
Rishi.
yeah, goes for 100. No, he doesn't. He goes at 122 for 3, and he goes for a 5-ball 5.
That was an un-Madsen-like.
Very, very loose shot, really, from the skipper. He walks off. It's not tea. You'd have thought it would have been, wouldn't you, really? Oh, no. It's the next over, it would be tea. My apologies. I don't know what I'm talking about. Not for the first time. And 2 for Rihan Ahmed.
I'm not sure whether he's ever got a century and 5 wickets in an innings in a match
now,
yet.
aren't you? You're getting all excited now.
Looking at possibilities for much further down the line, but that was a proper wicket, wasn't it? The first, really.
Yeah.
You can argue about the shot, but it did bounce and turn a little bit.
Very straightforward catch in the end, really.
Yep.
2 wickets fall in 2 overs, having not seen a wicket fall in the entirety of the afternoon session.
And a bonus point, bowling bonus point.
Extending that lead by another couple of points at the top of the table. Soon be there. Booking hotels on the South Bank.
We have played at the Oval quite a few times.
I'm not saying you haven't.
I'm
Just
just thinking where I'm trying to remember where I stayed.
I've never been. I'm very proud.
They
never
do
to
look
have,
after you very well.
Very proud never to have been to the Oval. But it is a place I'd like to go because I understand it's good.
It is, and they're very welcoming. Show you around the pavilion and what have you.
Rian Ahmed's final ball of his 4th over, and Brooke Guest defends it up towards mid-on. Rian Ahmed's figures 4 overs, 2 for 12. Why wasn't he bowling earlier? 122 for 3, Derbyshire with 1 over to go until tea then. Jewel has 52. Lewis Rees in next, or possibly an Aaron Donald. I'm not sure which way around they'd go. In fact, an Aaron Donald was sort of slated to come in after Wayne Madsen. Whether it's an Aaron Donald pitch, I mean, it clearly is because he scored runs on it in the T20, but this is a different kettle of fish altogether. I'd have to look up how many he scored. I'll do that at tea, I think, if I remember. Against Worcestershire and the Bears.
Round the wicket goes Van Beek to Caleb. Jewel defends on the back foot, dropping the ball out to point, or backward point. No run. Got a job to do now, Jewel. He has to sort of dig in a little bit and make sure that Guest at least gets established. I'm sure he'll have greater ambitions than that though. Leicestershire's rejuvenated in the field, making lots of noise as Van Beek is in, pleasantly driven by Jewel, but can't steer it wide of Budinger. Handscomb's pointing at what? No obvious changes as a result of The skipper's gesticulations. Van Beek kicks up his heels, runs in and bowls on off stump. Joel playing it off the back foot, hence the U's in R's. It was on him quite quickly, but he played it nicely with an angled bat down through the vacant gully to third man, where a morose and solitary Travaskis, head down, disappointed with himself, I suspect. Hasn't had a great day. 5 runs with the bat before being comprehensively cleaned up by Alex Thompson. And 5 rather, well, 3 very ordinary overs. First 2 were okay, and the last 3 less so. Back over the wicket goes Van Beek. Bowls to Guest, who is nicely correct as he leans forward and then pointedly puts his back foot back down into the crease, just in case Van Beek, who'd fielded the ball in his follow-through, was inclined to hurl the ball at the stumps. He wasn't.
3 half-centuries this season. Brooke Guest. Just a touch over 35.
Solid.
Yes.
Number 5, as in goes Van Beek. Bowls fuller this time. Guest leans forward, plays it firmly down into the ground. The athletic Van Beek reaches out to his left, fields, and then gives the ball to Ben Green, who was perfectly capable of fielding it himself in the first place, I think.
Always looks like he's going somewhere, doesn't he, Logan? Well, he's going somewhere, obviously.
He's a purposeful man,
yes,
isn't he?
It looks like it's all business, isn't it? It's all business out on the cricket field.
Turns, runs in and bowls straighter, but Guest solidly behind it, leaning forward, playing it to mid-on, and that is T. 123 for 3, so, well, just the 2 wickets in the session, but because they came at the end of the session, it's probably Leicestershire will go in with their tails up slightly higher than those of Derbyshire, despite an excellent century-plus partnership between Harry Kame and Caleb Jewell. Jewell is still there, he's 53 not out, but Guest is the man is with him, because Harry Kame mistimed a pull off the bowling of Rehan Ahmed, was caught by Holland at mid-on for 56, and a few moments ago, rather uncharacteristically, Wayne Madsen went for a big drive before really getting himself back in at a leg spinner from Ahmed that bounced and turned a little bit, edged, and the catch was taken at slip by Rishi Patel.
Beautifully summed up, Richard. Beautifully summed up. If you're going on the outfield, don't take any drinks or food, for goodness sake. You'll get kicked out. We'll be back in just under 20 minutes with the evening session of 32 overs of this game. Nicely poised-ish. Derbyshire still with some work to do, trailing by 275, but inching closer to that follow-on target of 245. I'm not sure that it would be enforced in any case, but you can find out what happens in the last 32 overs by either staying where you are or coming back in under 20 minutes. Hello. Welcome back to the evening session. Well, not welcome back to the evening session. Welcome to the evening session. You have been here before. Of Derbyshire's County Championship match against Leicestershire here at the Central Co-op County Ground. Derbyshire 123 for 3, which is probably 2 wickets more than they'd hoped for to have lost, because they lost Harry Kame and Wayne Madsen very late in the afternoon session. Kame for 56, Madsen for 5. And just having a discussion at the tea interval in the communal area, as we like to call it. I don't think anybody's ever called it that. Leicestershire's innings of 398 is the lowest score in a completed innings that included 3 centuries in the County Championship. And that goes back a long way. Dave from the Cricketer, been doing some research. Rian Ahmed bowling to Caleb Jewell, first delivery, a very full length one, almost sneaks under his bat.
Well, was it 370 of the 398 runs scored by those 3 players?
Incredible.
28 from the other.
The previous
8.
lowest was in the 400s. Ahmed bowls, pushed into the offside by Jewell, fielded over fashion by the bowler.
We like to break records.
Yes, that's a good one, that. I like that. In comes Ahmed again, bowls to Jewell. This one's on leg stump and just played off his hip by Jewell to Van Beek at short, fine leg. They go through for a single. Jewell up and running in the evening session. 124 for 3. Somerset won by 5 wickets, incidentally, at Taunton. So
it did get done before tea.
Get the early train home.
2 days off.
Yes, the dream. You've had a few days off this
Had
season.
2 days off here, mate.
Here comes Ahmed and bowls. He's rather reaching for that. Is Brooke Guest, a tumbling stop by Liam Travaskis.
First season, 2 days blown away by.
Did you?
Yes, we were by the left arm, footed. Footed.
Ahmed bowls, and that's driven by Brooke Guest. He'll get his first run here. He won't get more than one though, as it's fielded out there by
your batting
Kimber.
coach Ben Smith will tell you all about it. He having been Leicestershire's head coach at the
Oh,
time.
was he? He's never mentioned it.
No.
120.
I remember him turning to me as I sort of approached sheepishly at the end of the game.
Ahmed bowls, he's trapped in front, is he? Yes, he's gone. Caleb Jewell has gone. Rian Ahmed strikes in the first over after tea. Jewell is not convinced at all. He tucks his bat under his arm now. He's on his way. Ahmed strikes again, and Derbyshire 125 for 4.
Right. It was in danger of being a celeb appeal, that wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
But it was answered in the affirmative, so we can see it from the back anyway.
Come on, boys, you're better than that. It's Freddie's. Come on.
Kind of looks fair enough, doesn't
Freddie,
it? I'm not
the
sure.
other end, mate. The other end, Freddie. Come on. There we go. Well done. You don't just slow the run up down. Let's have a look.
It did a lot.
It did an awful lot.
You know, that was the only question, whether it was going to go on and miss leg stump, but well bowled by Rehan Ahmed, who's getting plenty from the pitch. Jewell well played, but he's gone for 54.
Still 273 behind Derbyshire.
The game swings again.
Yes, in the matter of what, 4 and a bit overs, 4 overs. Either side of tea. Here is this could go one of 2 ways. With the greatest of respect to everybody watching in South Wales. And Aaron Donald strides out for his first innings of the season in the County Championship.
Or an Iron Bevan, as he was called at Grace Road, as he was announced.
Yes.
By the loudspeaker.
I think with a certain amount of pride.
Yes.
Yeah. But yes, this could go one of two ways, I think. So we haven't seen him in first-class cricket so far.
Usually can.
This season. Well, yes, you know what I mean.
Yes, I do.
This is either going to be gloriously entertaining or horribly brief. And I'm not saying that out of any kind of spite or anything like that. It's just, well, it's the way he bats. It's so entertaining.
Well, we look forward to it, whatever happens. Josh Holt, so Leicester are going for the spin and pace combo. Hull is going to have his first bowl from the racecourse end, and he's going to go around the wicket, interestingly, to the right-hander outside off stump, and Guest sort of chops it down into the ground. It trickles rather than runs out towards Holland, who's at point. And he and Budinger, whether at their own volition or instructed by the captain, swap positions.
Rather disappointingly, the two scores that he got on this pitch in the T20 were 0 and 12. In between he got 71 and 54, and the game before was 85.
Hull then into outside off stump into Guest, who leaves. Hesitating there because I've just realised that the bonus point still hasn't gone up on the scoreboard, and it's been ages, ages.
It's on the proper scoreboard, though.
Yes, why not on the electronic? Who operates that?
Somewhere in the written press room.
Might have to have words.
It's nice first class match since last September against Leicestershire at Grace Road.
Hull emerging from behind the umpire, bowls outside off stump, played firmly down into the ground, but again only as far as point by Brooke Guest. I say emerges from behind the umpire, probably in fairness he does, because Jack Chantry is almost as tall as Josh Holt.
Probably see his shoulders.
You probably can.
About it.
It'd be curious visual effect, I imagine, for the batters, because Jack Chantry, the umpire, is very tall, and he's got his Panama on as well. So here comes Holt, bowls to Guest, who cuts it this time past point, but down to third man, where Lewis Hill is lurking in front of the old pavilion. Now, what do you call the building now?
It's the members
pavilion.
Yeah. That's what I call it. There on the top floor.
Very nice it is too. I've been in that restaurant a few times.
Chairman's box to the right.
I remember doing an interview with Alex Hales in there when he just was hoping to break through into the England team. Now, that was a long time ago.
Whatever happened to him?
Made a fortune, didn't he?
Yes.
T20 franchises around the world. Had a bat would travel. Hull is in, balls far too wide to Nye Donald, who can happily leave. Almost has to have a look at that one. So far wide.
That last match that Donald played in was the one where we lost the first 2 days due to the rain. It absolutely torrential, wasn't it, at times? Notable for a couple of things, a century from Wayne Madsen.
That doesn't make it a notable match against Leicestershire.
No, that's true. 105 not out.
Par for the course.
Leicestershire used 9 bowlers.
Hull is in to Donald, who flinches as that one rises a little bit on him. Kept it down well in the circumstances, but the way his head jerked back there, you would have thought it was really spitting up at him. Certainly hit the upper part of the bat, close to his bright orange grip. End of the over, 126 for 4.
Those 9 bowlers included Ben Green, who was presumably on loan, where he spent most of his career on loan at Leicestershire, hasn't he, it seems. Travaskis, Wood, Alex Green, Tom Scriven, Sam Wood, Ian Holland, Ben Mike, Sol Budinger and Lewis Hill.
Hilly bowled how many overs there then? Because he's only bowled 9 overs in his entirety of his first-class career.
1 over for 4. Fair play to him. Yeah.
I remember seeing him wobbling in against Essex about 200 years ago.
Remarkable. David Lloyd picked up 3 for 43. Rian Ahmed comes into bowl to Brooke Guest, who just guides that out into the offside. They go through for a single. This is the matchup.
This is the confrontation.
This is the matchup,
right.
I think.
Right, you are.
Yeah, I think so. Stand by your beds, everybody. 127 for 4. Guest on 3, and Aaron Donald, who's faced 2 deliveries, one of which discomforted him a little bit as it spat up off the pitch and forced him to remove his bottom hand from the bat. Will he take?
Mid on and mid off both up.
So he can go back over the bowler's head if he wants. When he leaves the first one, I'm not sure I like that. I'm not sure I like that at all. In comes Ahmed again. There's the big swish. The bails are removed. He didn't move his back foot, but there's the first sign of intent from an Aaron Donald.
Right across the line.
Yes. Donald, who's played 72 first-class matches, averaging 30.
Sure, he's got runs against Leicestershire for Glamorgan in the past.
High score of 234. We all remember that. As Ahmed is in again, and he's gone for the slog sweep again across the line and missed it. I think this is the way he's going to approach the leg spin. He's going to go for it, which that's probably the right way to do it, in all honesty. And he comes again, and this time slightly uncertainly pushing it into the.
I've never been to Colwyn Bay.
Have you not?
Nice.
No. Hot, and balls flying in all directions off the bat of an Aaron Donald. It was the fastest first-class century at the time. He swept this one off the bottom edge down to Logan Van Beek at shortish fine leg, and he's gone through for a single, which means he's pinched the strike. He's off the mark as well. 128 for 4. 245 is now Derbyshire's target to avoid the follow-on. And if they do, and they are not asked to follow on, which I'd be surprised if they were, just tends not to happen. Leicestershire have been aggressive in forcing follow-ons this year.
I'm trying to remember on which occasions they've had the opportunity so to do. Well, they won 4 in a row in 3 days, all in 3 days, if that makes sense. So I'd have to look back through my notes, I'm afraid, like yourself. Talking to Mel yesterday.
No chance.
Hull is in to Guest outside off stump, and Guest leaves. Yeah, her memory was disconcertingly.
Yes, it was, wasn't it?
She started talking about the day we.
You were at Wormsley.
At things that, yes, when she mentioned them, then I sort of remembered them, but astonishing stuff, really.
Impressive.
Give her another 20 years, things might be different.
It'll all come by then.
What's impressive, though? Hull hasn't found his line from this end yet. Goes in and bowls outside off stump, and Donald spars away, and that wasn't convincing either. Misses it by quite a long way outside off stump. Wanders down, prods at the pitch.
If anybody in South Wales can get a message to him. No need. Well done, Freddie.
Hull in bowls, and again a huge booming drive that does not connect. And Donald has now played and missed, swung and missed at 5 of his last 6 deliveries.
He's there for a good time.
Calculations.
He's definitely there for a good time, isn't he? He's cut down his chances of getting the fastest double century back. That's since been broken by somebody or other at altitude.
Nepal?
I think so, from memory, but I could be wrong.
Hull. Bowls, and that's better from Donald. Stays on the back foot to a delivery that's slightly short of a length on off stump and blocks it back past Josh Hull up towards the wicket, taking Rehan Ahmed.
Yeah, 3 for 16. Definite fiver on the cards.
To go with his century yesterday. Thus far, a good match for Rehan Ahmed. And there'll be plenty in the press box. Desperately trying to think of different things to say about him that they didn't say yesterday. In goes Hull and bowls. Donald again defends very competently on the back foot, this time off middle and leg, pushing the ball out to mid-on, where Van Beek is the fielder.
I'm not sure they're too worried about saying different things on different days, are they?
It was the same thing, is what you're trying to avoid, saying this sort of just leading on Ahmed, basically.
Say it again.
We do.
Well, there is that. Yeah.
That was always one of the slight difficulties in the old newspaper days. In goes Hull and bowls again. Donald very solid on the back foot in defence, this time off stump out to point. When he's going for his big shots early in his innings, he's swinging and missing, but keeping it out is fine. 128 for 4.
Because the major issue tonight is that when he's got his fiver, you spoke to him last night.
Well, exactly. Well, I'll go to Pete Handscomb, and because he, although wasn't in for very long, did go past 100 and can at least talk about Ahmed as a bowler, because one of the things Rehan spoke about last night was this sort of business of, is he going to turn into Steve Smith? And he wasn't. He took it as a compliment, obviously, because Smith a great batsman, but I was a little bit surprised at how he was sort of ready to entertain the notion as such of becoming primarily a batsman.
Right.
As if that makes sense.
Yeah. Brooke Guest on strike. Ahmed bowls to him. Ooh, and he has a little fiddle at that one outside the off stump.
You know, I thought he'd be saying, "Oh no, I love my bowling and I want to keep. You know, I see myself as a frontline spinner, etc., etc."
But he said the less bowling I have to do, the better.
Not quite.
No. Guest waits and drives, but straight to mid-off where Josh Hull is waiting. Whereas Derbyshire, of course, put up Lewis Rees yesterday. And this one is pulled into the leg side. A rare, poor-ish delivery from Rehan Ahmed. Single to Brooke Guest, who moves to 4, 129 for 4. I think that's Lewis Hill out on the boundary.
Yes, it is.
The mid-wicket boundary, that is. Ahmed in to bowl.
Oh.
He's gone for the stumping, not out, says the umpire, Jack Shantry.
Again, another dangerously close to being a celeb appeal by Messrs Handscomb and Patel.
Well, Handscomb just ran down the pitch, didn't he? He didn't look really at the umpire, as far as I could tell.
He did drag his toe, but he pushed. It got back in. He got it back in.
In fairness to Handscomb, he did point at the umpire and glanced as Ahmed bowls. He's gone for the sweep shot, and this time his toe ended it.
He looked around him wildly then for a minute. Ronald, where's that gone?
Examines the toe of his bat. He'll hit one in a minute, and it'll go an awful long way, but
yes,
I think, or he won't hit it, as Ahmed is in and defended immaculately into the offside by an Iron Donald, who's now faced 16 deliveries for his one. At Chesterfield, he was well past 50 by this point. 129 for 4.
Not been for want of trying. Those 16 deliveries, he's swung and missed at least 6, and mistimed a couple more. But in defence, he's been absolutely perfect. So if I was him, I'd just concentrate on that for a while and feel the ball in the middle of the bat. Not a sensation with which I was particularly familiar.
Some of the shots he played at Chesterfield were simply astonishing. I mean, they were flying out the ground. As I said before, this is different. There has a job to do.
Hull, continuing from the racecourse end, is in and bowls to Brooke Guest, who goes back, turns it nicely out to mid-wicket. Wait there, he says. Both batsmen turn, thinking about a second, but Van Beek, one of the best fielders, well, not just on the Leicestershire side, but around, really. For a fast bowler, he's wonderfully athletic. Got to the ball pretty quickly, and he has a good arm. So they settled for one, which brings Donald back down on strike. Handscomb pointing at Holland out on the deep square boundary as Hull is in, bowls full outside off stump, steered down to find third man, bounces off Hill, who picks himself up and throws on the sort of pirouette and rolls and shows willing in every possible way. Lewis Hill gets his throw away and keeps it to one, which was the object of all his acrobatics. Like Burt Lancaster on the trapeze. It was called Trapeze, that film, wasn't it? Was it?
I'm trying to remember. I can see the outfit he was wearing in
a bit like
mind.
those Cumbrian wrestlers.
Very much like the Cumbrian wrestlers.
Without the undergarments. In goes Hull and bowls on the back foot, solidly defended by Brooke Guest. Out to extra cover.
A lovely pair of silk
drawers,
yes.
I think you can only describe them as.
Yeah. Let's see.
Oh, you don't have to get a picture up. Hull, it is a longish run, it's a good sort of 20 yards, is in and bowls short and pulled, got on top of it nicely. Guest out to Holland on that deep square boundary. He's reverted to his sun hat. Why? I don't know, because we have a fairly solid layer of light grey cloud over the central co-op county ground at the moment.
It's interesting, if you put Burt Reynolds and trapeze in, nothing comes up, but
maybe it wasn't called trapeze, but it was something like that, wasn't
he's
it?
not in the movie Trapeze. Burt Lancaster.
Lancaster, sorry, Burt Lancaster, not Burt Reynolds, Richard, for goodness sake. Oh, that rises a little bit on Donald, who defends it nicely, actually. Again, the head sort of began to jerk back a little bit as it rose up just outside off stump, but he steered it, managed to steer it towards backward point. Burt Lancaster, sorry.
But the shorts remain.
But yes.
Hopefully.
They wouldn't if Burt Reynolds had been involved, probably. Probably lots of people were shouting at the wireless, and it's Lancaster, you old fool.
Johnny Curtis, 1956.
Yeah. Hull is in and bowling, driving beautifully out to the extra cover boundary is an Iron Donald. It was. I hesitated then because it was first one he's really, in an attacking sense, managed to hit. But hit it beautifully he did. Classically, wasn't trying to over-hit it really. And that perhaps is an explanation of why he middled it. Picks up 4, moves on to 6 as the same number of runs that Brooke Guest has, 136 for 4. Oh, it's more like one of the Cumbrian wrestlers, isn't it, really?
Very much like a leotard type affair. Anyway, that's enough of that. Goodness knows what my search history is going to look like by the end of today. Cumbrian wrestling and Burt Reynolds.
I hope you did it through DuckDuckGo.
Burt Lancaster. Guest on strike now as Rian Ahmed begins a new over, short and bounces so that he can cut it away in front of square for 4 runs. His first boundary. He moves to 10, 130, 140 for 4. 258 behind still.
Right track down.
Yeah, short, and then there was some bounce just to help get it up to the right level for Brooke Guest's bat to slam it away out to the covered stand. As Ahmed is in again, that's a slightly better delivery, but it's still driven by Guest out towards the cover boundary where it's fielded by Louis Kimber. Still patrolling out there in front of the old scoreboard. 141 for 4. Brings Donald back onto strike against Rian Ahmed. It's got the one boundary, the sun threatening to come out. There's Ahmed, is it? And he just pushes it backward a square on the offside, off an edge, Budinger Fields. Ow. Sorry. It's all about the microphone craft, I was thinking this. Forever knocking a microphone.
If you have an itch, you have to scratch it.
You should go round the microphone though, rather than through it. Ahmed is in, he sweeps. And sweeps for 4. I wasn't sure that he'd got all of that, but he swept very nicely indeed as an Aaron Donald, and he moves into double figures. He's on 10, 145 for 4. He has been trying to do that. That ball was probably there to do it more than some of the others he's tried.
Wasn't trying to fetch it from outside off stump, was he? It was a leg stump half volley, really. It was there to be swept.
They have to be transferable skills, don't they, from T20 to this?
It's roughly the same game, isn't it?
Approximately. It's just patience more than anything. He swept again. He swept it in the air. How far is that going to go? It's going to bounce and cross the rope now. He was running around the boundary there, Lewis Hill, but he couldn't get there. It was in the air for quite a long time. Yes. Hill was at full tilt running around the boundary rope but couldn't get there. Donald moves to 14, 149 for 4. No idea why I questioned him.
Well, that really wasn't there to be swept, and it was a fetch, which is why it was in the air for such a long time. And you're right, it's entertaining stuff as the sun threatens to break through. For the first time today.
They're still on. Donald, after back-to-back boundaries, sweeps again of a fashion, and they're going to come back for the second as well. He might get a bit of a move on here now. He gets back comfortably as Hill throws the ball in. So 10 off 3 deliveries for an Aaron Donald at the end of that Rian Ahmed over, whose figures now read 3 for 32, 150 up for Derbyshire as well, 151 for 4, 11 to Guest, 16 to Donald, 247 behind.
He's now got 10 for the season, first-class wickets, Rahan. Well, given that he's currently averaging about 10 in this game, he'll have brought his overall average down to about 1920. So very much all-rounder status, rather than sort of batsman who bowls leg spin. Hull is in, bowls outside off stump. Big puff of dust as the ball hit the pitch there. It was well outside off stump, and it was probably from the sort of foot holds.
I just wonder if it hit the crease, Mark. It was a full, wasn't it?
Not quite that full, I don't think. But there are those footmarks that he himself, to a certain extent, has created. Been involved in the creation thereof.
Yeah, and Derbyshire women and
yes,
Worcestershire Rapids.
Yes,
the Bears.
Quite a few bowlers have been involved one way or another. Hull in again outside off stump, and that does little out of the ordinary. When I say little, I mean nothing. As it goes through into the gloves of Handscomb, allowed so to do by Guest, and the sun does come out. Hull casting a giant shadow. Walks back to his mark. A few little steps to start his run before he gets into his long stride and bowls slightly short of a good length. Guest defends on the back foot out into the offside solidly.
That statistic about 3 centuries is now official because David Griffin has tweeted it.
not just for Leicestershire against or in matches
No,
involving
the lowest
Derbyshire.
in the UK to include 3 centuries, and the second lowest all-out total in the history of the first-class game worldwide. Anywhere in the universe.
Hole full, driven in the air, a little bit outside edgy. Well, quite a lot outside edgy really from Brooke Guest. It goes through sort of wide of gully, between gully and backward point. Green is at backward point, almost in a catching position. Legs sort of akimbo. But it was too wide of him. Didn't dive. Ran down towards wide third man. Guest takes 1, moves on to 12.
3,000 first-class runs as a wicket-keeper for Brooke Guest in this innings.
Well batted, young man. As Hull bowls to Donald, a no ball. Donald defends it on the back foot, and there is, for some reason, a little round of applause from below us. The little knot of Derbyshire faithful. 52 for 4. 150 was already up.
Yeah, just got a bit overexcited.
Still showing just the 3 bonus points.
It's troubling you, isn't it?
It is. It's irritating me. Might go next over and say something. Hull is in. Bowls. Donald on the back foot. Defends solidly. Again. Out into the offside. Hull scrapes at the crease.
You know what gets me is that at least that scoreboard is showing you that Leicestershire batted first, because they're at the top and Derbyshire at the bottom, whereas this one in the commentary box has Derbyshire at the top and Leicestershire at the bottom, which makes no sense.
Yes.
Just a little minor irritation. That's kind of thing.
Words.
That kind of thing that irritates you at 10 to 5 on day 2.
Yes. What is Hull is in, bowl short, pulled and pulled for 4 effectively by Donald. Not much foot movement, but my word, he picked it up early. He knew where the fielder was. Deep square Holland and long leg Travaskis. Didn't quite bisect them. It was nearer to Holland than it was Travaskis, but no chance for Holland to get down the ropes in front of the newly is it newly named as well, the old demolition stand, the East Midlands demolition stand, now the Monarch Security Services stand.
That's probably enough plugs, isn't it?
It probably is.
Yeah, the cupboard stand. I bet they thought they were onto a good thing, because they probably thought they'd get a lot of mentions. Rian Ahmed to Brooke Guest outside the off stump, left alone.
Well, that's one for the Derbyshire sponsorship marketing people to seize upon.
Yeah.
When I worked in Formula One, they used to calculate it to the, oh my word.
It's just one big advert, isn't it?
Essentially.
So the next delivery is Fuller, pushed out into the offside by Guest.
Every little part of the car was worth something according to the amount of time it spent on sort of TV. And
yes, when it's going around the corner
how
head
they
on.
calculated it is.
Yeah.
They used cameras from all sorts.
Ahmed in again, defended once more by Brooke Guest. The frightening sight of Jack Morley returning from having a net. The Rochdale Richards, as nobody apart from me calls him. Ahmed in again, that's driven but straight, I was going to say straight to Liam Travaskis, not quite, and then he slipped because they are actually preparing a new pitch there, so he's got a fake limp going at the moment. Just rubs his right knee, that will have just stung a bit as Ahmed bowls, and that one has gone past the edge of Guest's bat and doesn't disturb the stumps somehow. Must have been mighty close.
Goodness, not quite sure how it missed.
Wow. Unless Handscomb's taken it from in front of the stumps.
Yes.
Ahmed bowls, back goes Guest, pushes it out to Travaskis, and a maiden over is completed It was his first maiden over, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 32 after taking a bit of punishment in his previous over. Comes back with the maiden, nicely bowled, 158 for 4. Donald has 20, Guest has 12. And the over rate's +3.
There you go.
Remarkably.
We would have had to pretty much on time had those 2 wickets not fallen. And then they also went back to Van Beek, but oh, interesting. Handscomb mixing it up. Hull's work is done again for the. So two sessions, 2 spells of 4 overs each for Josh Hull. The first 4 from the city end, post tee from the race course end.
You just wonder if they think that an Aaron Donald is most likely to try and hit Kimber out of the, well, certainly over the rope.
I think a deep mid-wicket might be called for. In fact, Ahmed is being sent 2/3 of the way back to deep, well, deepish mid-on. Nearer to long on than mid-on. There's a deep square, a little bit in front of square Holland. There's a wide, well, Tavaskis is almost deep backward square, isn't he? And then there's a fine leg, stroke long leg about halfway back. Kimber over the wicket, bowls to Donald, little paddle sweep around the corner. And it was anticipated by Budinger, was reaching quickly to his right, was in the air, but it went straight to Logan Van Beek very conveniently. It's like you with Holland's sun hat. Van Beek has a sweatband on his left wrist, which only he wears. Kimber is in, an attempted reverse. How did he get that there? An attempted reverse sweep by Donald, which somehow ends up at
well, it's come off
short
the keeper,
fan.
presumably.
Well, I hope it did. It was either that or the back of the bat.
It's been signalled by.
Well, it must have been the keeper then, mustn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. He missed it completely, and
I wondered how it got there, though. That would have been a remarkable shot.
I thought he'd swept it.
Get that one
off the back of the bat.
trademarked immediately.
Well, Van Beek now puts on the helmet and the protector because he's going in at leg gully, trying to cover both to Guest. Kimber is in and bowls. Guest attempts a reverse sweep. He too misses it, and the ball ends up at the feet of Handscomb, about a foot wide of off stump. So these two are going to try and take on Kimber in an unorthodox manner. Well, I don't know, reverse sweeps are almost orthodox these days, aren't they? Kimber is in, bowls outside off stump. Guest an exaggerated leave. He steps right across just in case it rips back in. It did turn back in, but not sufficiently to really threaten the stumps. Kimber in, bowls, drops a little bit short, but it does turn, and Guest goes back and then decides in the end to block it rather than try and pull it over mid-wicket. 159 for 4, so these two have added 34 now for the 5th wicket. Kimber bowls, tosses it up nicely. There's an appeal for a catch at short leg. No, says umpire Chantry. Certainly looked from this admittedly long way away to be quite a long way from the bat. But anything that lobs up to short leg apparently is something that's worth appealing for.
Yeah, they were very excited by that for a moment, weren't they? But Jack Chantry, not so much.
Yeah.
.159 for 4. Gloucestershire 88 for 1 in reply to Lancashire's 557. And Middlesex declared on 625 for 8. Northamptonshire currently 26 without loss. Rian Ahmed to an Aaron Donald, who uses his feet down the ground. That one's gone a long way up. Josh Hull is chasing it. Can he get there? No, it drops about a yard in front of him. And they come back for a second. He's chancing his arm, and Aaron Donald. He moves on to 22 off just 29 deliveries. 161 for 4. Trying to play the Rian Ahmed innings. It's a bit lower down than the order than Rian Ahmed. Kent incidentally 61 without loss, still trailing Glamorgan by 111 in their second innings. Up to date in Division 2. 161 for 4 Derbyshire. Ahmed into bowl to Donald, who goes back and pushes that one up towards mid-off. It actually reaches Josh Hull without him having to move this time. Dot ball. 4 fours for Aaron Donald so far in this 22 as he waits. Ahmed bowls to and he's beaten by one that turns and bounces. The bail's removed by.
Goodness. Did it bounce over the top of the stumps?
I think so. Difficult to tell looking through the keeper, but that's the impression I got. But it certainly turned and bounced.
Is there a replay on that one?
That's Freddie's. I don't know what day of the week it is. Here comes Rian Ahmed again. This one's shot outside the off stump and crunched up towards long on, where Holland fields it on the bounce and they get through for a single.
He's not giving an impression of permanence, is he?
No,
Aaron Donald at the moment, but
no.
it is going to be entertaining while it lasts.
It's one of his longest innings of the season, having batted at the top of the order in T20 cricket and scored at a very rapid rate. His strike rate's over 200 for the course of the campaign. Rian Ahmed bowls to Brooke Guest, who lets that one go. Rishi Patel drops to his knees. Bale's not removed by Handscomb on this occasion. 162 for 4 it remains. But he's good to watch. Here comes Ahmed again. Bowls. This one's turned into the leg side by Guest. They're going to run one. They'll certainly come back for the second as Van Beek reaches the ball now a yard inside the boundary. Turns and throws, having picked up all in one motion. And they do come back for a second. Guest moves on to 14. Donald has 23. And Derbyshire 164 for 4. Still 234 runs behind. 21 overs to go today, with the clock ticking around at 2 minutes to 5, which suggests a sort of 6:20, 6:25 kind of finish.
If Kimber and Ahmed keep bowling it.
Well, that's true. It could
be a little bit earlier.
It could be.
BBC Radio Leicester hoping to take the last 20, anything from 6 basically. The last 20 minutes or so of commentary, but how much that will be remains to be seen. Kimber is into Donald. Sort of winds up, ends up going back and just defending it wistily towards mid-wicket. Ahmed is now 3/4 of the way back. No, he's wandering up a bit.
So
2/3. Yeah, fair enough. He's wandered up a bit there. Kimber in, Donald forward. A little uncertainly, dropping it down. His feet on the offside. Kimber polishes the ball on the bottom of his shirt. He too has got this sort of really long shirt out of his trousers. Is in and bowls. Donald reverse sweeps, or attempts to reverse sweep, comes off the pad, bounces gently out towards point, and Rishi Patel runs up to field.
Arthur's gone stomping off in front of the back of the grandstand down the steps.
Kimber bowls. Donald goes back. It turns. Yes, he says as he manages to jam it out towards extra cover. Kimber fields running out there himself, and the call is the correct one. Donald takes one, moves on to 24. Leg slip or gully comes in for Brooke Guest. So too does wide third man to deepish backward point. Kimber bowls. Guest attempts a reverse sweep, misses, hits the pad, bounces out into the offside. Determined to keep trying it until it works. Brooke Guest. Ooh, crow flies across us with something large in its mouth. Looked like a piece of bread or something. Kimber's going to go round the wicket to Guest. opens his stance accordingly. In he goes. Where's that? It gone into the pad flap. I couldn't see where the ball had gone, which is why I said, where's that one gone? It had completely disappeared, and it went down into the roll of his pad. Rolled down his trousers as it bounced up. So Kimber and Ahmed both causing problems for the batsman at the moment. You would imagine that Handscomb will continue with them. Fletch is on an update at the moment, so I'll keep going. Glances to his right for an affirmative nod. He's concentrating on his clock. When he says this, he can do this in 20. He can, Fletch. You need to understand this, but he likes to have a little digital clock running in front of him, so he's not sort of doing it by instinct. He's cheating somewhat. He's not listening, which is why I can say this to you. It goes Ahmed and bowls short, pulled for. Well, a drag down from Rahan Ahmed. A leg spinner's drag down, pulled to the mid-wicket boundary for one of the Leicestershire backups. I think it's James Taylor actually, who was sitting in the old T20 dugouts. Well, they're now superfluous T20 dugouts, but they're still on the ground alongside the members' pavilion. Emerges, in goes Ahmed and bowls fullish this time, and it's clipped rather neatly by Donald down to long on for 1. He moves on to 29, 170 for 4. Derbyshire beginning to recover from the loss of 3 quick wickets. Ahmed is in, bowls, goes past the outside edge again. Brooke Guest's bat. I don't think you can pick him, Guest, and he was almost playing for the googly there. And the ball spun past his outside edge. Ahmed is in and again, and there's an appeal for a catch behind. No, says umpire Pratt. Leicestershire convinced about something. Well, Handscomb took off the bails, but it didn't look like the back feet had really gone anywhere. So what the appeal was for,
might have been better if Rian Ahmed had joined in at the start.
It was a stump. It was, the appeal was for the stumping, but the back foot had gone nowhere. Handscomb knew it hadn't taken the edge. Ahmed is in, drops a little bit short. Guest goes back and chops him out into the offside, and stopped by Travaskis. It's happening out there. Things are going on, but at the moment, look, favouring the batters. Ahmed in, bowls forward, and if the 3rd time in the over he's beaten on the outside edge, and again, as is his wont, as is his invariable wont, Handscomb takes off the bails, but again the back foot had gone nowhere. 170 for 4. Ahmed 3 for 42 from 11, very close to picking up a 4th in that over.
It's all going on. It's good fun though, isn't it?
Yes.
It's good fun.
It's entertaining stuff.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with a bit of entertainment in county cricket. Which it invariably is entertaining. I mean, I can't think of any other motorcyclist apart from Barry Sheen, and I'm not going to repeat his name, so...
Carl Fogarty.
Thank you very much. That'll do.
How's
yeah,
that?
that'll do. It's Louis Kimber bowling to an Aaron Donald, who pulls the ball from outside the off stump.
Valentino Rossi.
All right. It's fielded away to our right-hand side.
Only because I've interviewed the last 2.
Who is number 7? It's not on my sheet.
Ben Cox normally.
Well, there he is out there, look. Thank you.
Doing duties as 12th man. Normally, of course, to be seen with the pads on.
Yes, he fielded that ball. 171 for 4. Next delivery from Kimber, who has a 7 on his shirt, but a 1 precedes it. Is cut into the offside by Brooke Guest for a single. He moves on to 15. 172 for 4.
Looking around to see if I can work out who is...
Is it him, and is not just somebody else wearing his sweater?
I'd have to put the bins on him, but Ian Holland's been out there, so whether Holland has been has gone off to get his bowling boots.
Donald has pulled this one backward a square this time, out towards Travaskis. They go through for another single. Donald moves to 31. Valentino Rossi is back. 173 for 4.
It's Ben Cox.
Excellent, thank you very much. In comes Kimber again. That's pulled into the leg side. Did it hit somebody, or was it just not timed? Not timed, probably. Fielded by the man at backward square leg.
Mike Hawthorne.
Now you're going back, aren't you? It's even worse than Barry Sheen. Snake's delivery. Turn into the leg side, just to the left of the man at leg slip. Logan Van Beek threw himself to his left, but couldn't get there.
Was Hawthorne not world champion at both
I imagine so. He probably raced at
motorcycles and Formula One?
Yeah, I think you might be right. It's not true.
No, Surtees was.
Oh, okay. This one is defended by. We've got the specialist subject at last. Guest defence into the onside. No run. 173 for 4. I know it is.
Take 10 years for you to find one, but there you go.
No,
For me.
I knew it was your one of your many specialist subjects.
Oh, it's Mel Farrell yesterday. She sort of started to spark my memory back into life.
It's all coming back now.
Oh,
It's flooding back.
How are we doing? 173 for 4.
I'm more likely to mention Lee Crooks and Keith England and Ian St John Ellis. From a long way back in the day.
Did we sort of swap ends while you were doing your updates? Is it
Yeah, I
me
think
now
we
from-
did actually. Yeah, well, you did a couple, didn't you? I mean, I'm happy to do 2.
That's all right. Ahmed goes in and bowls outside off stump. Is he caught behind? Well, goodness me, that is an awful strangle. But Ahmed has his 4th wicket, and well, it was another sort of well, let's face it, rank long hop outside off stump. It didn't bounce quite as much, and Donald went back and tried to chop it away through the offside and got a bottom edge, and it was taken by Handscomb. So, having authentically beaten the edge of Guest's.
Donald.
I beg his pardon. Yeah, did I not say? Donald, he beat Guest 3 times in the previous over.
Sorry, yes. Yeah.
But it was
you're right.
authentically in the previous over, but in that one it was, as I say, a little bit of a strangle. But Rehan Ahmed won't mind. Sometimes good balls don't take wickets, sometimes bad balls do, and it usually roughly balances out. In the end, he has 4 for 42 now, Rehan. And that's a slightly sort of disappointing. You anticipated Donald being sort of caught on the boundary somewhere with a massive blow, indeed.
I'm not sure he thought he'd hit it, but...
as he went off, he looked at the bottom of his bat.
Oh, did he? Oh,
Yes.
okay. Well, that's a bit of
Once he got to square leg, he got plus. He looked at the bottom of his bat.
It's just wiping the red mark off it and going in. I never hit that, you know. Lewis Rees is the new batter. It's good to have an opener coming in at number 7.
Yes.
Which he effectively is. I mean, he's now batting in the all-rounder spot. Left-handed, of course. But a good batter, Lewis Rees. Top of the batting averages. I'm going to say it out loud. Top of the Derbyshire batting averages for the season.
Partnership of 48 for the 5th wicket.
Entertaining while it lasted. And Aaron Donald hit 5 fours in his 31. But,
well, Rehan Ahmed does have a 5 for, and his best was taken when you might even remember it. I'll tell you in a minute. He goes round the wicket and bowls to Rees, squeezes it off the outside edge, long ground past the diving Rishi Patel down to 3rd man. It goes and takes 2. It was in the test for England against Pakistan. Is it Karachi?
well, you'd mistake me for somebody who watches a lot of Test cricket. I might have it on in the background, but none of it goes in.
In he goes and bowls. Oh, big swing, and it comes off the glove and loops towards Rishi Patel, but bounces just short of him. Well, Lewis Rees, taking on his second ball, very nearly paid a heavy price for his boldness. Ahmed is in and bowls. Rees goes back and defends it into the ground. 5 for 48. Rehan Ahmed, England versus Pakistan, Karachi 2022.
Nice to get it against the proper side, though, wasn't it?
And he goes bowled him. Well, he's got another 5 for. He absolutely discombobulates Rees there with, I think, the googly. He went forward, playing for a little bit of leg spin, straightened away from him, hit the sort of halfway up off stump, and Ahmed has his first class best at the moment. 5 for 44. Beautifully bowled by Ahmed, and well, the young man is having a fairly major effect on this match.
Absolutely. That
was a peach, wasn't it?
Absolute beauty. Rees playing, well, he just didn't know what to do with it, did he?
It was the googly, I think.
Like
did it go through his legs?
I just about to say it looks from behind as though it went through his legs. I'm not sure if they may already have shown
I'd love to see that one from front on. If there's any chance.
I'm sure there's every chance at some point as Rees walks up the steps back to the pavilion, having not really troubled the scorers too much with his 2 from 4. And here's another man who likes to hit the ball hard, Zach Chappell, making his way out, the big man. Derbyshire still 223 behind. Everything was going along swimmingly, really, wasn't it? Until just before tea.
It looked like they were going to go through the entirety of the session without losing a wicket, didn't they?
Now they've lost 3 since tea. Harry Kane was out to a pull shot that he didn't get hold of at all, and Wayne Madsen played a very expansive shot to Rehan Ahmed, who's picked up the last 5 wickets to fall, incidentally. It was 5 for 44. Ian Holland with the first one early on to get rid of David Lloyd. But it's rapidly turning, as I imagine it often will, to the Rehan Ahmed show.
2 wickets in the over for Rehan, and he's still got 1 delivery to come. And Zach Chappell is going to find himself surrounded. Short leg, leg slip, slip. Hill has gone into mid-wicket. Green is at a deepish backward, or a deepish point. In goes Ahmed and bowls. Chappell goes back. It doesn't really turn, and he's able to stroke it out to Travaskis in the covers. But well bowled, Rehan Ahmed. 2 wickets in the over, and a deserved round of applause for the young all-rounder, who, as I say, is currently sitting on his first-class best figures. But given they were 5 for 48, he probably needs, well, he definitely needs another wicket to be sure. Otherwise, he could concede a few more.
He could ask his skipper to stop bowling him now.
I suspect that won't be one of the things on his mind at the moment. That'll do for me, thanks, mate.
So I make it that yesterday we saw 3 wickets fall. Today we've seen 13.
Yes. Flash of white teeth as Ahmed acknowledges the applause.
Louis Kimber into bowl to Brooke Guest.
Jeepers.
Did he get an inside edge onto his thigh pad there? The ball certainly looped towards Rishi Patel at slip.
Suddenly it's doing all sorts. That bounced horribly.
The ball is 55 overs old. Doesn't show any signs of doing any less. In fact, it's more as the reverse sweep comes out from Brooke Guest. Picks up a single. Down to Lewis Hill.
Chappell tends to take the aggressive approach, doesn't he?
Yes.
Under most circumstances.
Oh, well, yeah, pretty much all circumstances.
So I suspect these might be among those circumstances.
Yeah. Thompson, Tickner and Morley to come. Good job, Jack Morley had that net earlier. As Kimber comes in to bowl to Chappell, it just turns that into the leg side. Gets it through the 2 men short and close in on the leg side, but not beyond Liam Travaskis, who does the fielding at backward square leg. Buttinger under the lid Van Beek. That's it, leg. Slip slash gully, pushed out into the offside by Chappell. He can be patient, he said.
Stubborn.
Yeah. Yeah. I do have a list somewhere. There we go. This one, not that patient. Reverse sweep comes out, nicely fielded. That is Lewis Hill, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, nicely fielded by Hill, tumbling away.
His teammates appreciate that one.
To his right. I was going to say can be patient. He made 61 against Gloucestershire in the opening game of the season, but it did come off 67 balls, so it's not that patient. He waits now, he goes for the reverse again. That's looped up in the air, just beyond Rishi Patel at slip, who was running initially and then dived and tried to stick up the right hand and claim the ball. He couldn't quite reach it. It hits the ground and the over comes to an end. Thank the Lord for that. 176 for 6. What it means is Rian Ahmed's going to be bowling again. Guest has 16. Chappell yet to get off the mark. Derbyshire 222 runs behind.
As it went up into the as Patel sort of dived for it, both Van Beek and Handscomb jumped into the air. Perfect synchronization. Synchronicity? Would that be the word in those circumstances?
Well, it is a word.
It is. Whether it's the appropriate word,
sure.
though.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either.
My degree's politics.
Was it?
Yeah, but I can't remember anything about it.
Ahmed over the wicket, bowls, forward goes Guest, who's been watching the carnage unfold for a while. Pushes it out into the covers and there's no run.
There's a certain amount of English involved, obviously. Essays and that kind of thing. But
Ahmed bowls, Guest goes back, works it nicely and wristily out towards deep mid-wicket. Hill runs around from sweeping on the sort of squarish boundary, fields, and Guest takes one. Right, will there be changes for Chappell? There will. Leg slip goes in Van Beek. Hill comes into conventional mid-wicket, but mid-on and mid-off stay where they are. Ahmed into Chappell, who goes back and drops his bat, figuratively, just drops his hands, and the ball bounces not so very far away from off stump. Now, whether Zach can read the googly, I'm not sure. That wasn't the googly. In goes Ahmed and bowls. That was the googly and turned back into him, but he played it off the pitch. And it was a little bit short as well, so he could go back and read it. Turned. Ahmed in. Bowls. A big swing and he's bowled him, and Ahmed has his first class best figures. He has a 6 for a huge heave. Actually, it wasn't really a huge heave. There was an element of, well, desperation almost about it from Chappell. Went for the big one, turned, hit the top of off stump, and Rehan Ahmed has his first 6-fer with power to add.
First duck of the innings, I believe. Not that that's
Not of the match.
No, indeed. Remarkably.
This is
they are crumbling before our very eyes here. Derbyshire, as the Leicestershire players decide, whilst waiting for Alex Thompson, who I assume this is, it would be bizarre if it was anybody else, to come out. They're going to have themselves a little drink.
Do you think we'll ever understand cricket?
No, I wouldn't have thought so. I don't understand anything really anymore.
Just such a strange game. Long periods when the batters have been completely on top and looked in complete control.
Incoming batter, Alex Thompson.
There we go.
Interspersed with chaos.
Yes, carnage. Carnage. Alex Thompson did get 60 against Glamorgan in 135 balls, so he does have some patience, it would appear.
Well, he's got a genuine batsman in at the other end. Guest is only on 16, but he's been there for a while now.
Yes, yeah, 49
needs some support. 17 he's on, I beg. Well, the scoreboards are disagreeing at the moment. 177 for 7, not 176 for 7. if our scoreboard is to be believed.
I think it is 177. They've now got all the Leicestershire bonus points on the score on both scoreboards, so you'd be pleased with that.
Ahmed
heading towards a 6th win of the season. Remarkable.
Ahmed the Destroyer. 6 for 45. Bounces in and bowls to Thompson. It's a little bit too full, so Thompson can get to the pitch of it, so waits for it and steers it down towards third man. Ben Green runs back from backward point to field, and Thompson takes one, but applause for Rehan Ahmed. He's going to get a pat on the back and low fives from his teammates. And he thoroughly deserves it. Like it or not, he may have to speak to me again tonight, bless his heart. He's perfectly okay,
yeah,
really.
yeah,
You know, he's happy to chat, really. And let's face it, you only ever want to speak to these players when things have gone swimmingly for them.
Except the captains on occasion.
Yes.
I think Wayne Madsen might be wheeled out tonight.
They know that's part of the job there, don't they?
Well, he's very good, Wayne Madsen, at deflecting the flack. Louis Kimber then is 11th over, yet to pick up a wicket. He'll be wondering why. He's in and he bowls to Alex Thompson, who goes back and plays a very pleasant shot off the back foot out towards the cover boundary. They're going to come back for the second. He won't get all the way as Lewis Hill gets there and throws in. Nice shot from Alex Thompson to move on to 3. 180 for 7. The deficit 218. And Derbyshire, of course, now need... Well, it needs some more runs. That goes without saying. That's just a pointless thing to say, but I thought I'd say it anyway. They probably need Lewis Rees to reproduce his first innings form with the ball in the second innings, as well as Kimber bowls inside edge onto the pad there, Thompson. Hence the cries from behind the stumps rather than the bowler.
If it becomes an option, I just don't think there's any way Leicestershire enforce a follow-on.
I don't think so. You don't want to be batting last on this, do you, really? As that one is turned into the leg side.
And Australian captains don't tend to anyway. They like to
pile on the pressure.
Yeah, pile on the runs if they can.
It's probably not going to be easy. Although 3 batters have made it look relatively straightforward in this game so far. It's Kimber bowls, and that's defended by Thompson. Just drops at the feet of Budinger, a short leg. And then has a conversation with Ben Green at some distance. And Kimber is in again. Bowls to Thompson. This time he pushes it to Green. Just Blair Tickner and Jack Morley to come for Derbyshire. Morley has been the night watchman on a couple of occasions this season. To really good effect at Old Trafford, certainly earlier in the campaign. As Kimber bowls, back goes Thompson and repeats his shot of earlier as he pushes it into the offside, and they come back for 2 more as Josh Hull gets there and makes Peter Handscomb do a bit of work as he throws it not massively close to the stumps. Thompson moves on to 5, Guest has 17, and Derbyshire 182 for 7 now, still trailing by 216. All the damage done yesterday, really. To Derbyshire, that is. All the good work of yesterday for Leicestershire is now being reaped by Rehan Ahmed in particular, but 7 down and a long, long way behind.
In he goes, bowls to Brooke Guest. I was sort of
just enjoying it.
I was just
Yeah,
sitting
just
watching
enjoying
it,
it,
slightly
yeah.
open-mouthed admiration there before realising that I had a job to do. Pushed out into the offside by Guest. Ahmed in again, floats that one up. Again, it's driven out into the offside. Again, Travaskis with that rather theatrically acrobatic tumble to his right makes the stop. Ahmed blows on his right hand in and bowls short, and that is turned wristily, but not sufficiently aggressively to beat Hill out there on the mid-wicket boundary. And I suspect Ahmed won't mind that too much because it gets Guest off strike and brings Thompson down to face. Having Faced just 7 deliveries so far. Alex Thompson, big man. Ahmed is in, bowls to him, just a fraction short, and he can go back and work it out to point and take the single that gets him off the strike.
Post of the day by Derbyshire. Guest and Thompson batting after Rian Ahmed's 6 wickets leave Derbyshire 180 for 7. No, not too many details.
Goes Ahmed, it's turned by Guest towards short leg. Budinger half stops it and chases back the few yards that the ball trickled onwards. No run to Guest. Budinger too, shirt out of his trousers as in goes Ahmed, turned. It was too full, off leg stump out to conventional mid-wicket for 1. So in that over, both batters, Guest you'd expect, Thompson perhaps encouragingly competently as far as the Derbyshire supporters might feel, dealt with Ahmed's threat pretty well. 185 for 7. Gone a bit dark again. Dark cloud coming overhead.
Yeah, lights have been on for a long time, haven't they?
Can't cost very much then.
No, well, they've got all this money coming soon, haven't they?
Well,
from
this is
the,
true.
Sale of August. Kimber bowling to Guest, who goes for the reverse. Does it come off the bat? It's nicely claimed by Logan Van Beek at leg slip. There's no bat involved. So he's still there to face this next delivery from Kimber, which he pulls straight into Sol Budinger. Otherwise there would have been some runs there, I fancy. Perhaps just the one. There is a sweeper out on the mid-wicket boundary. Budinger, the wall. 185 for 7. This one is looped and it comes off an inside edge as he defends it. Goes past leg stump, long way past leg stump.
Guest looks slightly less certain against Kimber, curiously, than he does against Ahmed.
Yeah. 19 off 57, Brooke Guest. Almost battling with himself, isn't he? As Kimber is in and he goes back, turns it to the man at backward square leg. Judging by that throw, is Liam Travaskis. Jewell for 54, Donald for 31, Rees for 2, and Chappell without scoring. The men dismissed since tea, and that one from Kimber is turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest. Again, there's no run. Good over from Kimber. There have been a number of good overs since tea, and just before tea as well, for that matter. As Kimber around the wicket, bowls to Guest, who goes back, pushes it up towards Josh Hull at mid-off to spoil what would have been a maiden over. 186 for 7. Guest keeps the strike. He's on 20. Thompson has 6. Derbyshire 212 runs behind. In the gathering gloom of Barbados. Thank you. At the clouds to the west, which is where the weather generally comes from. I don't think there's any rain in them, but they are dark. Too dark to play cricket, and I thought. That's what I say.
Ahmed continues from the city end, bowls very full. Guest jams it out rather, slightly overstepped himself there. Managed to get it out wide of mid-on though, and takes the single, happy to do so. Trusting Thompson.
He's competent.
Oh yes,
Alex Thompson has a high score of 60 odd, I think.
in goes Ahmed, bowls to him, he leans forward, defends that one. 2 slips there, sort of conventional really. Patel and Van Beek, as well as the short leg Budinger. Ahmed bowls, and that I think is the googly played off the pitch by Thompson on the back foot. He's playing with a sort of an assured calmness at the moment, Alex Thompson, as Ahmed is in, bowls to him again. Nice high left elbows. He sort of waits for it, plays it off the pitch as it comes on to him and pushes it out to extra cover, where Travaskis is the fielder. Ahmed is in, bowls, quicker delivery, but again Thompson waits on the back foot, blocks it out into the onside, twiddles the bat in his hand. Hefted from Staffordshire clay, clearly. Thompson, it's very solid. In goes Ahmed, and that creeps down and is taken about 3/4 height by Handscomb outside off stump. For the first time, Thompson, and understandably, is slightly confused. It sort of jabs at the ball as it goes past outside off stump. Doesn't get anything on it. End of the over, 187 for 7.
Called it for the day at Scarborough. Still in the first Yorkshire innings in that game, just 110 overs been possible so far. You would suggest that that do want to get a result up there. I'm not sure was that a dog or was that somebody pretending to be a dog?
I know what you mean, but I think it was a genuine canine.
Can't see it. Kimber on his way in to bowl to Guest, who turns that one into the leg side, which fielded by the short leg Budinger.
Either that or one of the Derbyshire faithful is a bit bonkers.
There's every possibility as Kimber bowls. That one is again turned into the leg side by Broadcast. Didn't appear to be in too much trouble there. 187 for 7, 211 the deficit. Guest on 21. Kimber bowls, reverse sweep comes out, misses. Taken by Handscomb behind the stumps neatly. And he practices the same shot again. I'm sure I'd try it again. I'm not sure I'd try it in the first place, in all honesty. I don't think I ever, well, I know I never played a reverse sweep. As Kimber's in, that one is bounced off something. It's parried by, it wasn't off the bat though, it was parried by Logan Van Beek. It was caught eventually by Rishi Patel. And they were the only two that were just excited that they'd managed to keep it off the ground, I think. As Kimber's in again, this one is defended again by Broadcast into the offside. Kimber fields of his own bowling. Don't think we've had a run off the over so far. Fairly sure that we haven't. There was a run off the last ball of his previous over. And there isn't a run off the last ball of this over, so he has his second maiden. 187 for 7, that was turned into the leg side. Guest has 21, Thompson has 6. And we've got 10 overs to go today, with 25 minutes to go. That's not bad at all.
It's not. It is a bit gloomy, isn't it? Now, floodlights are... But we've got the two spinners on, so there's absolutely no danger to life or limb out there. But it's not the criteria, it's when the artificial light takes over, isn't it?
That's unlikely to ever happen.
Yeah.
These windows are tinted.
Yes.
But I mean, it is darker now than it has been at any point, I think.
Silly mid off, almost silly point has gone in now as Ahmed is in to Thompson. Well, you can take calmly as red, basically. It pushes it back down the pitch to Ahmed. Handscomb gesturing away at
I didn't understand not
the
seen
pavilion,
that one before. Yeah, absolutely. There's no fielders out there.
Ahmed is in, Thompson forward, thick outside edge along the ground all the way towards a sort of backward gully. Green athletically runs across the field. Thompson was vaguely interested in the possibility of a single. Guest said no. Ahmed in again to Thompson. Pushes it out towards green. This time a more comfortable stop for the Somerset Loney. Big grin on his face, Ben Green, underneath that tash. Ahmed is in, bowls, and is not caught behind. Handscomb's propensity for celebration can be confusing at times, but both he and Budinger went up there, running out from behind the stumps. As Ahmed goes in and bowls, and Thompson defends. Welcome to listeners on Sports Extra 2.
All the sport. If we had them together, we're on 5.
They are very interested to know about Rehan Ahmed, and Ahmed, having scored a very fine century yesterday, bounces in and tries to add to his 6 wickets today. Bowls to Alex Thompson, who doesn't read the googly but manages to drop the ball pretty much at his feet, I think. His back was to us, so it was a little bit hard to tell where the ball ended up. He ended up handing it to Budinger, so it could well have rolled into his the bottom of his pad, his knee roll. Ahmed takes his cap. Umpires are having a word because, as I've been saying, it is a little bit gloomy. Only 9 overs remain here at the Central Co-op County Ground in Derby, but it has been a day of, well, extraordinary day, really. Again. It's
Yeah, I mean,
we're both sort of shrugging because I don't think either of us really understand what has been happening.
Well, yesterday was extraordinary in its own way because of 2 centuries and a 99 not out.
Yesterday.
The 3rd century was completed this morning before Handscomb went pretty much immediately. And since then, it's been chaos, apart from about an hour and a quarter, hour and a half after lunch.
When it was all completely calm.
Nothing was happening, and then all of a sudden Harry Kane got out, and then it was carnage again. And now it's calmed down a touch, but Derbyshire 7 down. Rehan Ahmed 6 for 50, remarkable. And Liam Travaskis is back, and that one's edged and caught. And Brooke Guest goes now. Travaskis delighted with that. He had a tough opening spell in the match, it's fair to say. 5 overs for 26, but on his return, he's snared Brooke Guest for 21, and the end looks reasonably nigh now for Derbyshire at 187 for 8.
Well, certainly Guest was Derbyshire's main hope, or appeared to be their main hope of getting some sort of score on the board in their first innings, just drawn into the firm drive, and comfortable edge taken by Rishi Patel at slip. Saw it very early. Patel 187 for 8. Well, Derbyshire shortly before tea were 114 for 1. Then, as Fletch said, Harry Kane mistimed a pull at Ahmed, and it was well caught by Holland at sort of deepish mid-wicket. Since when, we've had Wayne Madsen caught by Patel, bowled Ahmed, rather like that dismissal, driving at a delivery that span away from him. Caleb Jewell, leg before wicket to Rehan Ahmed. Nye Donald, caught by Peter Handscomb off the bowling of Ahmed for 31. Lewis Rees was cleaned up, wasn't he? That was a
terrific delivery.
A super delivery.
It
really was. It looked like the googly that...
I would have bowled most people, I think.
I suspect it would have been fluke if we'd got anywhere near it, that's for sure. It almost seemed to go through his legs, and he completely discombobulated him. And then Zach Chappell sort of gave up, really, didn't he? He had a big mow and was bowled just 2 balls later. And now Brooke Guest gone caught at first slip. And Rehan Ahmed, his previous best, 5 for 48, was taken for England against Pakistan in Karachi in 2022. One of his test appearances. And he now has a 6-fer to go with his century yesterday.
And those who are listening on Sports Extra 2, whenever they depart for pastures new, you can continue to listen to this game on Sports Extra 3. I mean, the excitement is palpable. 187 for 8. Over 8 plus 3. We've only got 8 overs and 5 balls to go today, so I mean it'd be well worth you just moving your dial a little bit on BBC Sounds and joining us. Or indeed, remember what time it is and go back and listen to the last 8 overs and 5 balls. You can do all sorts now with these computers. Blair Tickner is the new batter. He defends the first ball he faces from Liam Travaskis into the leg side. There's no run.
He's always an entertaining cricketer to watch, especially with bat in hand.
Yes,
Tickner
indeed.
is all movement and foibles.
In comes Travaskis again. Forward goes Tickner. Defends it out into the offside. I'm trying to remember where we were when somebody bowled him a bouncer and he applauded him with his bat. He just clapped back at the bowler.
That might have been at Grace Road, actually.
Could have been.
Earlier this season.
Could have been. He defends that one. Back to Travaskis. He made 26 off 67 in the first innings at Leicester. He made 28 at Glamorgan. It could have been there as well. He's waiting now. Full face of the bat. Pushes it to silly mid-off. Salt Budinger under the helmet with the fielding pads on.
I'm looking forward to seeing what he makes of Ahmed.
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's a fair contest. It goes Travaskis and bowls, and that almost sneaks through or under the bat. And a wicket maiden for Liam Travaskis. 6 overs. 1 maiden, 1 for 26. His figures now 187 for 8.
That'll make him feel an awful lot better because, as you said, Fletcher's his first 5 overs. Well, his first 2 were okay, were pretty good, but the next 3 were a really mixed bag, and he was taken off.
Did spot a smile on his face. That was good to see.
His body language was that of a man who wasn't very happy with life, but he is most clearly perked up now.
Yeah, yes.
The difference a wicket can make.
Speaking of perk, oh gosh, 211 behind Derbyshire in this second versus first. Let's not forget.
Ahmed into Thompson. He's played him well, Alex Thompson, and that is the googly, and it goes off the pad and it's running down towards short fine leg with Rishi Patel in pursuit. I wouldn't say it was hot pursuit. He was loping after it, knowing that the leg bye was going to be comfortably completed, and it was. So Blair Tickner will be on strike now.
It gives us the contest that probably Leicestershire want, because Thompson's played Rian Ahmed pretty well.
There is a fairly heavy dark cloud overhead at the moment. It is distinctly gloomy, but floodlights have been on a long time, and there is light cloud behind it, so to speak.
Like
so if the umpires are patient, I should say. Ahmed ready to go, but Handscomb still fiddling with his field slightly. Ahmed is into Tickner. It's slightly over pitch, driven out into the offside. That could be a run out. It should be a run out. There is a run out. Well, that was ridiculous, I'm afraid. Tickner called for the run. It was picked up in the end. I think it was by Travaskis, a left-handed throw from the covers, and Thompson had pretty much given up, and I don't blame him. It wasn't the greatest of throws. It was slightly wide and had to reach for it, Peter Handscomb, but he had even then time to step back to the stumps, knock off the bails, and Thompson, as I say, had given up the ghost. 188 for 9.
Yes. Well, it just adds to the madness, really, doesn't it? It was. I mean, if he'd have run hard, he'd have probably got in, because the throw, as you say, wasn't great, and Handscomb had to sort of fiddle about on the floor for it. But he gave up, and well, Blair Tickner's just run out the set batter. If 6 from 20 is set, it is in the context of this current collapse from Derbyshire. It brings out Jack Morley, the wall, who was only a wall, really, against Lancashire earlier in the season, when he batted really nicely. 100 balls he faced for his 41 as a night watchman up at Old Trafford, as Derbyshire avoided the follow-on target. Certainly not going to avoid the follow-on target here. They're 210 behind, and that was just a ridiculous run. I'm loath to diss Blair Tickner because he's such good value both on and off the pitch, but he just basically hit it and ran with no regard as to where the ball had gone. And
yeah, it was not a good call.
No idea what's going on anymore.
Well, this morning we had 47 for 8.
Yes. What have we had since tea?
I was going to say.
Oh, you can go from Donald.
I was going to go from the dismissal of Kane. Really, it's 74
okay.
for 7. 15 wickets today. 4.
Is it not 16 wickets now?
7. Yes, because I was going from Kane, so that's 74 for 8. So, losing. You see, I need a certain number of fingers, and we're running out of those even. Astonishing.
Left-handed bat Jack Morley, as I say, batted beautifully at Old Trafford. Under difficult circumstances, he was getting a fair amount of chirp.
Ahmed round the wicket to the left-handed Morley, who was about to step forward. It was a short ball, so he had time to actually step back and push the delivery off leg stump round the corner towards Ben Green, who's at on the 45, really, not really short fine. Ahmed is in, bowls the googly, and he beats the outside edge of Morley's bat by approximately 6 inches. I would suggest he reached forward and poked Wanley into space, and by which time the ball had fizzed past into the gloves of Handscomb, who of course took the bails off.
And appealed.
It seems to be impossible for him to do otherwise. But Morley had gone nowhere, and Jack Chantry doesn't respond. Ahmed is in, Morley is forward. That is a conventional delivery. He pretty much gets to the pitch of it and smothers any spin out into the offside. Lewis Hill comes jogging in, lobs the ball back to Rahan. What a match he's had. Blows on his right hand. He's ready to go. Morley isn't quite ready to receive, so he steps back. Steps in again and bowls another googly that again beats Morley to the wall. I'm sorry to laugh, but it's just beating the bat by such a wide margin. Perhaps he's just playing, the off-stump line on the basis that, well, if I miss it, I miss it. But if it spins on or comes on with the arm, or it's the leg spinner, then I've got a chance of hitting it. End of the over. Doesn't count to the bowler, but a wicket did fall in it. 188 for 9.
7 to go. Welcome to all the listeners who've switched from Sports Extra 2 to Sports Extra 3 on our recommendation. Sports Extra 2 have gone somewhere else now. A lot of Sports Extra channels, a lot of sport. It's been a boon to the cricket fan this summer, I think it's fair to say. Get more commentaries on BBC Sounds, as well as the BBC Sport website and app. And it's Liam Travaskis against Blair Tickner. Travaskis is in, Tickner defends. Not sure what they're trying to do here. Just perhaps get down to 2 point something overs left, and then they can all go off if a wicket falls and not come back. Travaskis in and bowls. Oh, that one turned and it was off an edge. He's looking at his bat. He's looking at the toe of his bat. It wasn't there, Blair. It was off the edge.
Bounced as well.
Yeah. Now Jack Morley has to get it right in the second innings with the ball. Didn't do so in the first innings. That could be crucial.
Yes.
Travaskis in and bowls to Tickner, who defends again. I'm being asked, do you think there will be the follow-on? I doubt it. But well, you never know. 210 the lead that Leicestershire have at the moment. As back into his crease goes Tickner. Morley sets off with a single and runs straight into Liam Travaskis.
I am getting messages from Leicestershire supporters saying, do not enforce the follow-on.
Do not?
Do not.
Okay.
They think do not. It's not a good idea to bat last on this.
No, I think that's
pitch.
absolutely right. Well, that's why they won the toss and batted first, isn't it? In the hope that they would have use of this pitch with the ball last. As Tickner pushes this one out into the offside, I would tend to agree with them. But you never know. Oh, there's a Rian Ahmed stat come up on David Griffin's feed. Oh, this one it answers one of your questions as well. Driven by Blair Tickner. It was fielded by Liam Travaskis, who then almost tried to prevent Jack Morley from getting back in his ground whilst turning around and rolling the ball towards the stumps and then missing. It's the end of the over. 188 for 9. Rian Ahmed is the first opposition player to score a century and take 5 wickets in an innings against Derbyshire at Derby twice. So he's clearly done it before. He did it in 2022. Garnet Lee also did it twice at Derby. He was a Derbyshire player back in the day. So he has done it before.
But
he
has taken 6 this time then, not a 5 for so. And he can't have taken more. He certainly hasn't taken more than 5 previously.
Well, no, but
I take it, yeah.
It's still a 5 for.
In he goes, bowls to Morley. It bounces on him a little bit, the leg spinner. He steers it out to backward point and it's quickly sent back by Tickner. He wants the run, but Tickner, well, once bitten, twice shy, I suppose. And, well, Van Beek went sprinting back and ended up on his back, having thrown it in, and it's all happening.
I like the use of your word, quickly sent back.
Eventually sent back after a certain amount of negotiation.
Oh, my word.
Ahmed is in past umpire Pratt and bowls. Morley is forward on off stump, a conventional leg spin. He gets to the pitch of it, blocks it out into the off side, and there is no run.
It's good that we had 3 people yesterday when not much was happening.
Indeed.
And today, we barely had time to draw breath.
Ahmed over the wicket now to Morley, who's forward and edges the googly down along the ground to first slip, where Rishi Patel, who's taken a couple of, I suppose, straightforward catches, but he's made them look straightforward, always the sign of a good slip fielder in this innings. Ahmed in and bowls, and Morley couldn't now. I thought he was going to. Yes, he is going to pick up. Oh, Tickner's turned his back. Sorry. Well, Hill dived across and didn't get there at extra cover. There was the simplest of singles there to be taken, but Tickner, seeing Hill dive towards the ball, had actually turned back and was walking back into his ground at the non-striker's end. In goes Ahmed and bowls, and Morley pushes it to mid-wicket this time. Morley was sort of looking to his partner to respond and was looking at his partner's back.
Remarkable. We've seen some stuff today that you don't often see.
No. Ahmed back round the wicket, bowls. Oh my word, bowls the googly, and Morley can't read it and sort of gets something on it, and it sort of hits the pad, and there's a semi-stifled appeal from Handscomb behind the stumps, and the wicket, you feel, could have fallen at any ball in that over, one way or another, by hook or by crook. Jack Morley survives.
Yes,
and
no
there's
idea how,
interesting
really.
Conversation going on with Blair Tickner at the moment.
Well, we're getting dangerously close to the territory where if a wicket falls, that Leicestershire would have to bat. However, if Derbyshire decided it was Blair Tickner and Lewis Rees, for instance, they might go straight off as Travaskis begins a new over 2. The aforementioned Tickner, 5 to go, including this one. 188 for 9. That one was pushed backward a square on the offside by the Kiwi. There are 2 slips and a silly mid-off as Travaskis bowls, and that one is pushed into the onside. I don't think, well, they haven't, have they? These 2 haven't swapped ends yet. I think Blair Tickner, after the run out of Alex Thompson, has decided not to run again. As he waits and then gets his bat down into the ground, even though Handscomb races from behind the stumps. Even if he'd caught it, it wouldn't have been a catch. 210, the Leicestershire lead. That is substantial on this pitch. As Travaskis is in and bowls, and back goes Tickner, pushes it backward a square on the offside. Again, there's no run. So 4 to go after this. So another 7 balls, and that would be it.
When was the last run?
When was the last run?
Thompson was out on 188. It hasn't been one since.
No. Well, that was at 64.2. We're now at 67.5.
3.5 overs ago.
Yeah. I thought I'd leave the maths. As Travaskis bowls to Tickner, and he guides this out into the offside. There's another slight misfield from Green, who is backed up by Lewis Hill, who stopped it with his left foot. Nice bit of footwork. Over comes to an end, another maiden. Travaskis 8 overs, 3 maidens. 1 for 26.
Tickner might as well have a swing, mightn't he, really, here? He's not going to play out a series of maidens, I don't think.
I think so. Unless he's
not to any great benefit to
it's
Derbyshire,
that idea, though, if they do come out, and we've only got, what, 7 more balls after which they wouldn't come out. That would be the end of the day. If they came out now for 2 overs, would it be 2? It would be 1. And Tickner was bowling it, they'd probably go off again.
Ahmed is in 2. Morley plays it down into the ground off the front foot, and a sprawling Budinger makes the stop at silly mid-off. Silly mid-off. Patel at slip. Van Beek at leg slip. Green at shortish backward square. Ahmed is in, floats one down towards Morley. You could almost see it sort of spinning away. It was the googly, I think, again, but it was a little bit too full, and Morley got forward to the pitch of the ball. Van Beek reaches for the helmet. He's going to go in front of the bat. I think he's going to go in at short leg, which means that Green can jog up to leg gully. Kimber runs down the rope from deep mid-wicket to deep backward square. Morley surrounded now by 4 close fielders and, of course, the keeper. Ahmed looking for his 7th wicket. Bounces in round the wicket, bowls. Morley is forward, thick outside edge along the ground, slightly wide of Patel, who trots to his left to field at about 3rd slip. Tosses the ball to Lewis Hill at extra cover. And again, there's no run. 4.5 overs now since the last run. Ahmed in. Forward goes Morley, squeezes the ball out towards point. Budinger trots alongside it for a while. Dot ball.
Oh, Nick Buxton's not in a good mood.
Ahmed in. Forward goes Morley, pad mainly, but it was outside the line for me. It was the leg spinner. Umpire Pratt nods at Ahmed, so I would imagine Ahmed, as he walked back, said outside the line. Something like that. In he goes and bowls. Could be caught at short leg. No, it came off the pad. No appeal, even from Handscomb, so it must have been very solidly pad. A maiden over for Rahan, who has now bowled 19 overs, 5 of which even have been maidens, and has 6 for 50, his best first-class figures.
And Leicestershire will not have to bat tonight.
If a wicket falls now, we are done.
Done and dusted. Nick, so back-to-back thrashings in the red ball. We all know it's coming. And plenty of thrashings in between in the white ball. This is where a coach earns their coin. Time to stop the wheels coming off the season. Yours, disgruntledly, I think you want to say that. I'm not sure that's how you spell it. Travaskis bowls. That one turns and bounces and beats the outside edge of Blair Tickner's bat. Neither of these 2 batters have scored a single run. They've been together for 5 overs now. As Travaskis is in, that one is defended again. There is no point in this.
Well,
now.
this is what I'm saying. That's what
now
I mean.
Now
really.
that we've got down to, well, once the innings is over, the innings is over, unless they want to bat tomorrow morning, and that seems highly unlikely. Either of these 2 would want to bat at any time, let alone tomorrow morning, I would suggest.
Well, Handscomb is now going to surround Tickner.
Now's the time to play a big shot.
You would think.
Yeah.
There's a lot of space out there.
There is. Look at that.
4 close fielders.
Look out here. Beautiful. Still some traffic being directed. In fact, there's another player coming in off the boundary. That'll be Louis Kimber. Off the leg side boundary, and he's coming into he's going into mid-wicket. So mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover and backward point, the only players away from the bat. Otherwise he's surrounded, especially on the offside as he defends that ball. Excuse me, Tickner. to Travaskis, who's got 3 balls of this over remaining. Bowles, Tickner plunges forward in defence. 32 ball partnership for the 10th wicket. Currently worth 0. Takes a deep breath, Travaskis, and sets off again. Bowles and Tickner defends into the onside. Across the pitch, jumps twice. Logan Van Beek wants to fetch the ball and wants to get back into silly mid-off. He crouches down now. Travaskis is in to complete the over, and it's completed another maiden. 9 overs, 4 maidens. 1 for 26 for Liam Travaskis. 2 overs to go today then. 188 for 9.
She's going to update BBC Radio Derby for the last time tonight in terms of action on the pitch. There might be a summary. BBC Radio Leicester might just come to us for a summary as well. To summarise, I don't think summary in 20 seconds is actually going to be possible, really, what's gone on today. 20 minutes perhaps, as Ahmed from the city end goes round the wicket to Jack Morley, who is forward, and it comes off the pad or bit of bat maybe, but bounces short of the reaching Budinger, who is almost on the pitch at silly point. Ahmed in. Bowles, forward goes Morley, does play that one reasonably competently up the pitch on the onside, but basically Derbyshire have come to a complete halt. 6 overs since they have scored a run, so the last pair are hanging on, but no more than that. Ahmed is in, Morley leaves as it spins on past his front pad down the leg side, taken low by Peter Handscomb. Walking to his right, really, in front of leg slip, who is Ben Green. Ahmed is in and bowls, and the googly beats the prodding outside edge of Jack Morley. Handscomb takes it, takes off the bails, as a matter of course, but no appeal, and he just quietly replaces the bails. Ahmed is in and bowls, and Morley is forward defending. Out into the onside, Van Beek reaching to his right at short leg fields. Whipping through the over. 1 ball to go for Rehan Ahmed, and then his work for the day is done. In he goes and bowls, and could that be a run? It will be a run at long last. After 6 overs, it was steered wide of point. Lewis Hill ran to his right to field, and again, after a certain amount of hesitation, Messrs Tickner and Morley do decide there is a run to be taken, and Morley is off the mark, and the score moves on for the first time for what seems like the best part of 20 minutes, and is the best part of 20 minutes. 189 for 9 now, still trailing Derbyshire by 209. One over to go. Are you back with us, or are you still waiting? You're waiting for Fletcher's still waiting for his update. So I shall talk you through this final over, which looks like it's going to be bowled by Louis Kimber. So Travaskis off after 4 overs, 9 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 26 for the left armour. And Louis Kimber's more occasional right arm off spin is going to be called into action. He's bowled nicely today, actually, Kimber. 13 overs, none for 30, but there have been very few loose deliveries, and he has obtained both turn and bounce from this racecourse end of the ground. Handscomb still fiddling with his field. He's got a slip, 2 slips really, and a silly mid-off. Kimber round the wicket, bowls forward, edged, caught off the gloves of Handscomb into the hands of Patel at first slip. Morley is caught by Patel at first slip off the bowling of Kimber, and Derbyshire are all out for 189, a deficit on first innings of 209. Not what you would have foretold when Harry came and Caleb Jewell were going so nicely in putting together a stand of 112 for the second. Wicket looked in complete control at 114 for 1 Derbyshire as they batted almost through the afternoon session. Since then, however, since the demise of Kame, mistimed pull at a shortish delivery from Ahmed, well, it has been something of a procession. And the man mainly responsible has been Rehan Ahmed, who finishes with first-class best figures of 6 for 51. The other wicket takers, Ian Holland, who picked up his first wicket just before lunch. He picked up 1 for 10 from 7 overs. Louis Kimber, you just heard, picked up the final wicket of the Derbyshire innings, 1 for 30 from 13.1. Liam Travaskis, 1 for 26 from 9. But as I say, very much the standout, Rehan Ahmed, 6 for 51 from 20. What a day, Dave Fletcher.
17 wickets, have you mentioned that? 17 wickets have fallen today. Absolutely bizarre, genuinely bizarre. Well played Leicestershire, because when they lost 7 for 41 this morning, they could have been forgiven for feeling a bit sorry for themselves, having probably initially targeted 550 or more. Their lead, though, is 209, which is a substantial lead on this pitch, which isn't going to get any better. We know that, and it'll be interesting to see what the decision is with a full night's rest in the bowlers. Will they risk trying to bowl Derbyshire out a second time? If they bowl them out for what they bowled them out in the first innings, they'll win by an innings, Leicestershire. Or will they risk not doing that and Derbyshire batting, Leicestershire batting again, and then bowling at Derbyshire on this pitch on the last day? You know what I'm trying to say. That's it from us here at the Co-op, the Central Co-op County Ground for this evening. If you want to hear some reaction to the day's play, you'll be able to hear Wayne Madsen over on Sports Scene at 6 with Ed Dawes on BBC Radio Derby, which is already underway now, looking back on last night's football, but we'll be looking at the cricket a little bit later on as well. In the meantime, all we have to say here is thank you very much for listening. Derbyshire trail by 209 on first innings, having been bowled out for 189. And we'll wait till tomorrow morning to see what Leicestershire's decision on the potential follow-on is. I thought I'd try and get the hover cover in, but it hasn't been fired up yet, so you'll have to wait until tomorrow for that now. Thanks for your company, as I say. We'll see you tomorrow morning.